Good morning and welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for this county championship game between Lancashire and Warwickshire. It's the fourth game of the season for Lancashire. They're looking in good shape at the moment. Third place in Division 1, just 1 point behind Hampshire and 9 points behind Surrey, and with a game in hand. 2 wins under their belt and a draw in the last game at Hampshire, the game that was rained out. The news this morning is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. And David Lloyd is alongside me again. David, have you had a good morning or has it been slightly stressful?
I've had an absolute shocker. Look,
Your breakfast?
I've just made myself a toasted sandwich downstairs in a lovely little area. I've come over the M62. I don't know whether you know the M62. It's a place to avoid. 40 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour, 20 mile an hour. There's a stranded vehicle, 60 mile an hour, 40 miles an hour. It took me 2.25 hours. Stop, start. Wagons and all sorts of stuff going past you. But other than that, yeah, thanks for asking. I'm okay. I'm looking forward to today, yeah.
I'm glad. Well, you're seeming to relax now. You've got a cup of coffee and a nice bit of hot buttered toast, so that's good. As I said, the toss was made a little bit earlier. Dane Villas, Lancashire's captain, the toss won by Warwickshire, just to reiterate, and they've decided to bat first. A few changes in the Lancashire team, David, as well. But what about Warwickshire batting first on this? You said to me earlier you thought this was a bit of a bowling day. You had a feel about that.
Yeah, and looking back to that Gloucestershire game, which was a real test match pitch, a real quality pitch, might be a little bit more grass on this. It's cloudy and overcast. It's not warm by any stretch. It's about 14 degrees. And I just wonder, with Warwickshire saying might be difficult this morning, but what have they not got? Lancashire haven't got Mahmood and they haven't got Anderson, but they have got Parkinson. And so Parkinson, if he was bowling last on this pitch, would be a handful. They've played safe and said, OK, it might be difficult this morning, the Warwickshire batsmen. Get through that morning session and get your runs in that first innings. It'll become easier in the afternoon session, the evening session. And in theory here, you'll say that day 2 is a great day to bat.
3 changes in the Lancashire lineup for today's fixture against Warwickshire. Keaton Jennings comes back into the side as opening batsman. There's no Jimmy Anderson, as you said. There's no Saqib Mahmood, but Matt Parkinson is in. He didn't play in the last game. And Luke Wood returns. So there's no Danny Lamb and there's no Rob Jones from and Jimmy Anderson from the game at Hampshire.
You see, when you look at that and the rotation, it's a strong squad. Lancashire is a strong squad. And when you look at that, it's a good balance to the attack. Hassan Ali has been sensational. He's been absolutely fantastic. Tom Bailey is a proven Lancashire medium pace opening bowler, tall, hit the deck. Matt Parkinson with his leg spin. George Balderson gets into the team and retains his place at the expense of Danny Lamb. So the attack looks varied. I like Luke Wood into the attack because he gives you a little bit of firepower, a bit of pace and left arm. Jennings at the top of the innings, it's good to see him back. All eyes on Bohannon. A big double 100. We said it before. Yeah. He's an England player.
Well, you were staring into your crystal ball, weren't you, earlier on?
Yeah.
And you said that Josh Bohannon will play international cricket this summer. More about him a little bit later. Let's just concentrate on Matt Parkinson. You also said something interesting that when he didn't play at Hampshire, that was because of conditions. That was the reason. Do you agree with that?
No, if you've got a wicket taker, which he is, he'll take wickets in any conditions as long as your batsmen get the runs. You bowl a leg spinner, 8, 9, 10, 11, spinning it both ways, you'll get them out. And so I'm not a fan of that, looking at it and conditions, we need, an extra seamer and he can fill in and do a bit of finger spinning from time to time. No, play your wicket taker.
Well, Matt's delighted to be back in the side, and a little bit earlier today, just prior to the toss, I had a chat with him on the outfield. Matthew, it's been a good start to the season for you. You've played 2 out of 3 games. You're looking forward to playing today?
Yeah, I am massively. Obviously, gutted not to play last week. Conditions were not really in my favour. But no, it was just nice to play cricket again after a long time.
When you say conditions aren't in your favour, it's not traditional really, is it, that leg spinners have a really good time of it in April and May?
No, it's not. Obviously, I'm very lucky to play here at Old Trafford. The ground staff are fantastic. The wickets are great as well. So for me, I think I'm obviously very lucky, as I said, to play here.
Is that because this pitch just bounces a bit more for you and you get a little bit more carry, not necessarily turn?
Yeah, I think so. It's obviously quite dry, hard. There's not too much grass as well. So I think it's a good place to ball spin throughout most of the year. I've actually found in the past 2 years that April has been the best time to ball spin.
What about the challenge ahead of you in this game, playing against Warwickshire County champions? You want to get one over on them again from last year, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Obviously, we drew here last year, and then the Bob Willis Trophy final game didn't quite go to plan, I don't think. So yeah, we do all them one.
Lancashire have started really well, 3rd in the table with a game in hand on the 2 leaders. So what's the atmosphere like and what's the feeling like within the team?
Yeah, it's brilliant. To have had the 2 wins for first 2 games was fantastic. They were tough. They weren't your normal wins in April. They were long, they were hard. But no, the boys are in great spirits.
Good. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
So Matt Parkinson in good spirits out on the outfield here at Emirates Old Trafford. That was just prior to the toss. He now knows that Warwickshire will be batting, so he'll be out in the field. Do you think that he'll play much of a part in the first innings?
No, I think he'll obviously bowl. And, if he gets in at the right batsman, he could be a handful. But you'd expect certainly this first session will be the seamers. But there's nothing wrong with the captain, Dame Villas, just having a look-see at Parkinson, especially when the ball's quite hard. Because he talks about getting a bit of extra bounce. Well, when the ball's hard, you'll get a little bit of extra bounce. But you'd expect in these conditions that the seamers will have a real good go, and we've got plenty of them. And a varied attack. That's a pleasing thing. You've got a real varied attack. And so Parkinson will be bubbling along in that first innings. And then again, you look at the game. If Lancashire get a pile of runs, now he's right in the game. So every time you've got a leg spinner in, whether you bowl first or bowl second, it's imperative that your batters get a stack full of runs first innings, and then he gets to work.
Hassan Ali has been
brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Super, taking 20 wickets already in 3 matches for Lancashire.
Yeah.
I was talking to him earlier this week, and he's really enjoying his time here. Really is, and I think this pitch might just suit him. I had a look at it; there's just a little bit of tackiness in it,
He's wrapped that. He's following Wasim Akram. I spoke to him. He talks about Akram playing here, and you and I have both been involved. Me as a coach, you as a player with Akram. He was the absolute gem in any sort of team. And this lad, Hassan Ali, just talks about Wasim, which ended him all and all that. A great character. He's a lovely lad. The thing that I really like about him, in the wickets that he's taken, he just keeps coming back. His session. I always look at a player, what's his first spell like? What's his second spell? Has he run out of steam? No, he doesn't. He just keeps running in. And again, any end, any time, any end.
He was saying that the difference, we're talking about pitches and how Old Trafford is regarded as a flat pitch. And he says, no, compared to Pakistan, Emirates Old Trafford carries through beautifully, and that's a good point. A lot of English seamers will think that this is a flattish pitch, a dead pitch, and he thinks no.
Well, this is a Test match pitch, and I was here for the Gloucestershire game, and that was a good hard work for Lancashire to come through on the last day, because it was a Test match pitch, and you had to work hard. And so, if you compare Pakistan to here, it's obviously a lot warmer, a lot drier, and the ball will scuff up more in Pakistan. And so you've got to be an exponent of reverse swing. And the Pakistan bowlers are adept at it. They're really, really good. Now, you're not going to get much reverse swing here. So somebody like Jimmy Anderson would talk about a wobble seam and try variations, how to get the ball to behave differently. That's what you're trying to do. Whether you're moving on the crease, moving a little bit wider, into the umpire, different lengths. And so it's all part of an education. So with Hassan Ali, he's used to playing test match cricket. He's used to hard work.
He's having a great time of it, and let's hope that continues for Lancashire today. One of the unsung heroes, I say unsung heroes of Lancashire, he does tend to get under the radar a little bit. It's Tom Bailey, one of the best English-type seamers in the country. He should enjoy bowling on here.
He's another that's not fazed by hard work. You know, he will not bother looking at the pitch at Old Trafford. He'll know that he's got to hit the deck. And he's not quick. He'll be around about 78, 80 miles an hour. But he's like yourself, Kyle Hogg, that type of bowler, Ken Higgs going way, way back, who not quick but quick enough, tall. I think that's important, that you're tall, hit the pitch to be round about the top of off stump with a strict discipline of line and length. And that's exactly what Tom Bailey does. But again, I'll stress, quick bowling and medium fast bowling is hard work. And you can't be afraid of hard work. You know that you've got to get your 20, 25 overs in, so then you've got to be fit.
You mentioned this earlier, Lancashire's squad strength and the blend that they've got available to them in the seam attack. They've got Hassan Ali, we've talked about, Tom Bailey, Luke Wood with a bit of pace and left arm, and George Balderson, who's up and coming, opening the batting. What was doing in the previous games now dropped down to number 7.
Yeah, and he gets in at the expense of Danny Lamb. And so that's the beauty of rotation and having a good squad. You've got plenty of players who you can call on. And so Balderson is an up-and-coming England under-19s cricketer. He's going to have a great career. The other thing that you look at all the time is character. What's his character? Well, I know this George Balderson. I used to live round the corner from where I lived. And he's a good, solid, strong character with ambition. He's fit. He's willing to learn. And again, when you get to this level, you've got to put that extra yard in. Somebody like Josh Bohannon, he's been talked about as an England player. He will play for England. He's got to understand you've got to put a bit extra in. Once you're playing for England, you've got to go the extra mile and do a little bit more.
You mentioned Josh Bohannon earlier and just now, of course, and in our previous game, in the build-up to the Gloucester game, you predicted, Mystic Meg style,
absolutely, that
Josh would play international cricket. You must have been delighted to see him get a career best in that game and a big double 100.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about that, and quoting Graham Gooch, it's a daddy 100, is that. Don't get 100 and raise your bat and, hey, I've done really well, I'll just hit one up in the air. No, just keep going, get a double 100. And so, again, that's fitness and stamina and concentration. And I mentioned him taking that step up to international level. Concentration is a massive player. I reckon if you get picked to play for your country, you're good enough. You can hold a bat, you're fine. Concentrate. 5 days is a long, long time. And concentration is a big player. So once you get a player, and selectors will look at somebody who gets double 100s. I've done a podcast this week, and there a player, I don't need to mention the player, and he'll be knocking on the door for England. He's got 450s. And I'd said, whoa, we'll stop you there. They won't even be looking. Not looking. 50s, 450s. You've got to, if he's done that to get to 50, 3 times he should have gone on and got 100, and then we're talking about him, because there'll be players who have got 100s and got double 100s. There's been a number of double 100s. You notice that Chris Dent that played here against Jimmy Anderson and Mahmood and Hassan played all right here. Yeah. Now he's gone and got a double 100.
David, thanks very much indeed. Plenty to keep an eye on then over today's play. Lancashire bowling first. Warwickshire have won the toss, decided to bat first here at Emirates Old Trafford. Plenty more from David throughout the day at lunch tea and after play, and plenty of action to come. We can now go downstairs and join Scott Reed for his commentary.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Bumble. A very warm welcome to the commentary box. Bumble had a bacon butty there. That's the first thing I'm just going to say. Bumble had a bacon butty there. And no sign of a bacon butty in the commentary box here. I'm delighted to say that Phoebe Graham, Lancashire and Thunder bowler, is with me for the first part of our commentary. Richard Wilford from BBC WM will be joining us a little bit later on. The umpires are walking out, the players are striding out as well, and we're looking forward to the opening day of this county championship fixture. Phoebe alongside me. A very good morning, Phoebe. Great to have you with us. Welcome to the commentary box. You looking forward to it?
Morning, thanks for having me here today. Really looking forward to commentating here. It'll be my first gig on the mic, so really looking forward to it and excited to see Hassan Ali take to the stage really here today at Old Trafford. It looks like Bailey might be taking the new ball at the far end, but no, really excited to be here today and commentating alongside you.
Well, he's been good fun to watch, has Hassan Ali so far this summer. His celebration, have you seen his celebration?
Yeah, I think I need to take on some of his celebrations because his energy is absolutely outrageous. That's something that we could maybe imitate in between overs, try and get some energy going in the comms box. But no, he seems to be an incredible addition, and you can see how much the lads have warmed to him as well. But I was saying earlier, it's hard not to warm to a character like that that's bringing and entertaining the fans here at Old Trafford. So, yeah, I can't wait to see him take to the stage.
Well, he's currently just doing a few stretches down at fine leg, and as we think, he will probably take the new ball from the Brian Statham, and it will be Tom Bailey to open up the bowling for Lancashire from the Jimmy Anderson end. And I know Paul and Bumble have gone through that team news in full, but Bailey keeping his place in the side, and no Anderson and no Mahmood still for Lancashire. Didn't feature last week neither in Southampton, Saki Mahmood. But here we go, and the first ball of the day's play, and it's left alone by Davis and through to Phil Salt. And there is no run. And we've got Alex Davis on strike for Warwickshire against his former side. This will be weird for him.
Very weird. And he'll have faced a lot of these bowlers throughout his 10-year stint in the nets against, playing alongside a lot of these players. So I bet there's a lot of nerves on the pitch right now. But an excellent first ball there from Bales just to set the tone and let him know who's there.
Got a few early problems with the footmarks. Bit of sawdust required. With Bailey plonking his big size, whatever they are, 12s. Matt Parkins having to come up with a bit of sawdust. Yes, it will be strange for Alex Davis. He's got his Warwickshire shirt on. 10 years a Lancashire player. So many great memories at the here at the club. But he's a bear now, isn't he, Davis? As Bailey's in and bowling to him, he's up onto his toes and working the ball away in towards the onside, and there is no run.
I think something else that's really interesting is before playing against opposition you go through so many analytics to understand the players inside out, and obviously they'll know so much about Alex Davies, where his weaknesses are, where his strengths are, so it'll be really interesting what plans they've got to Davies here. 3
slips and a gully as Bailey is in and bowls to Davis. Oh, he's not offered a shot. And up went Bailey, up went the slips and the keeper. It's a big appeal. And the umpire says not out.
Yeah, huge appeal there from Bailey. Everyone's looking in shock, really, as to the movement of the ball there from Bailey. And, yeah, not a single shot played by Davies. So Davies was very confident, but it was missing the stumps. But everyone in the slip cordon didn't look as confident.
His heart may have skipped a beat for a moment or two then. Bailey back in.
Oh,
that's a good delivery that beats Davis. Snakes its way past the edge through to the keeper. There's no run. Great start with the ball here by Tom Bailey. Unbelievable
start. That was an absolute nut there from Tom Bailey. I never think bowlers get enough acknowledgement for good deliveries, because that's a 4 in a batter's eyes, isn't it? Just look to nip away from the seam there, and yet unplayable there from Bailey. So brilliant start here with the new ball.
There'd be nobody more determined to get through this than Alex Davis against his former side. Gets bat and ball this time. He's playing the ball safely away towards the leg side, and Matt Parkinson comes up to complete the fielding, and there's no run. But what a great first over this is from Bailey to Davis. Really working over the batter. Davis playing again for Warwickshire. This is his third match, missed the first fixture. 65 not out so far this season. Final ball of the first over. Davis just playing the ball away into the offside. Out comes George Balderson to complete the fielding, and there is no run. That's a terrific first 6 deliveries sent down from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, excellent start there from Bailey in the first over, asking questions from ball 1, LBW call, and an unplayable nut that could have been an edge, could have been LBW at any point. So yeah, that's an excellent start from Bailey, already asking questions. And this opening pair from Warwickshire haven't been in the runs at the moment, so Lancashire on top of them already, and it's Hassan Ali taking the new ball from the other end.
So Hassan it will be from the Brian Statham end for Lancashire. He's had a stellar start to his Lancashire career. Available for all 6, or the first 6 rounds of championship matches. And he's tearing his way back in and bowling to Sibley, and that's through to the keeper, and there is no run. It must be such a bonus that to have when you sign an overseas, and it's not kind of just the odd game here and there. He's actually here for kind of 5 or 6 games, your first couple of months of the season. You must be able to help him settle into the dressing room a little bit. Yeah,
definitely. And it's always a big ask for overseas because they're meant to come in and score runs, take wickets, and that's exactly what Ali's done for Lancashire.
Backing over the wicket to Sibley, just plays forward in defence. There's Bohannon coming up from extra cover to complete the fielding, and there is no run. 0 for 0. Now, we can't move on without at least saying congratulations on what has been so far a terrific start to the season for your Lancashire team. Flying at the minute.
Yes, we are. So we've just got to the county champs finals this weekend and gone unbeaten. It's 8 out of 8 games. So yeah, it's been a great start to the season for Lancs.
Hassan in, bowling a good ball to Sibley. And that's nice little shape away into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, very well bowled there by Ali. Hitting some really nice areas from the start here. And asking the batters a lot of questions. They're not looking too comfortable at the moment, are they?
They are not. So it's 8 wins from 8, is it then, to start the season?
Yeah, so the county champs in the women's is just slightly different to the men's because it feeds into our regional competition. So the first 6 weeks of our season has been county.
Hassan balls left again by Sibley. This trails back in as it's taken by Salt, and there's no run.
And so in our group, we're split into 8 regions across the country, and in our group we've got Notts, Derby, Durham, Yorkshire, Northern Rep team, and the North East Warriors, which is Northumberland and Durham combined. So it's 6 out of 6, sorry, not 8 out of 8. But we go into the finals weekend this weekend playing Notts, and Derby take on Yorkshire.
Fantastic. Hassan over the wicket and balls. It's clipped away by Sibley. And Bailey fields at mid-on. There's no run. And how have you personally found your season so far?
Good so
Pretty
far.
good?
So
Okay.
taken, I think, 10 wickets in 6 games, which I'm happy with that as a start. I think last year I was bowling with strong economies but wasn't taking wickets, so I've done a lot of work over the winter on my action, working alongside Craig White, and it's nice to see some of that hard work paying off in the county competition so far.
That's a nice ball from Hassan as Sibley just playing forward, and it's gone past the edge and through to the keeper, and there's no run. So 0 for 0. We've had 2 overs. Davis on 0, Sibley on North Live here from Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester. Day one of this LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Warwickshire. We've got Bumble joining us a little bit later on as well, but he's probably too busy enjoying his bacon butty. But Bumble will pop in at some stage to join the team. We've got Richard Wilford from BBC WM who's about to come in as well as Phoebe Graham for the first day here. We've got Bailey bowling for Lancashire from the Anderson end, and this battle with Davis continues, and he's leaving this delivery through to the keeper, Phil Salt, and there is no run. Phoebe, you shall return in a little while. We're going to get Richard in to get his views on Warwickshire's team and the decision to have a bat first, but thank you, Phoebe.
Great, thank you, and speak to you soon.
Indeed. Go and see if you can find a bacon butty with Bumble. And, and Richard will pop into the box to join us. Bailey into Davis. He's not offered a shot, and the ball clatters into his off stump. And Bailey celebrates the wicket. And Alex Davis, on his return to Emirates Old Trafford, is out for naught. And Bailey peels away in celebration. To Davis's horror, that ball coming back in and clattering his off stump. High fives around for Lancashire. And Warwickshire lose their first wicket in the third over. 0-for-1, and Davis the man out, not offering a shot, and has to depart back to the dressing room. Good morning, Richard.
Morning to you, Scott. I've entered on a poor note for Warwickshire, but he'd had a warning, hadn't he, in the first over from Bailey. There was the ball that just cut back a little bit, struck him on the pad when he wasn't offering a shot. There was a decent appeal on that occasion. That time doesn't get away with it for a second occasion, so really disappointed for him. He'll want, of course, to make a real impression on his return here. He's done okay in his first couple of games since arriving with Warwickshire, but Bailey, in these conditions, is going to be a real handful this morning.
With regards to the toss, actually, Warwickshire winning it and having a bat first, is that a brave move, or is it the sensible decision to try and bat first on a pitch that we're thinking might offer a bit of spin later on?
Yeah, I think that's partly the reason, isn't it, in that you probably want to be bowling fourth ideally. So if you take the theory that 9 times out of 10 you're going to want to bat first, unless conditions are ridiculous, and yeah, there's a bit of overhead cover this morning, but nothing outrageous, and the ball isn't hooping at this stage, then you probably want to bat first. The flip side of that is that the top order, other than Sam Hain, is in no sort of form for Warwickshire. So that's the other thing I've been weighing up, but they'd rather give Danny Briggs the 4th innings to bowl than allow Matt Parkinson that opportunity.
It's Bailey running in with Yates, the new batter. He plays forward, he's beaten, and through to Salt. This is a real examination first up here. So far, Bailey and Hassan Ali have been right on the money with this new ball. This is tricky for the Warwickshire top order. Lancashire have got 3 slips. They've got Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings and Stephen Croft. The captain is at gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Bailey to Yates. He just leans onto that front foot and takes the bat out the way. And gathered by Salt, and there's no run.
You credit the bowler for the rhythm that he's found very early this morning, particularly when Rob Yates comes to the crease, and for the first time in the session you've got a left-hander there, and the first ball to the left-hander was absolutely in the corridor, just outside off stump, on the sort of length that he probably felt he had to play at, particularly given what had just happened to Alex Davis, the previous delivery. That's somebody who's ready to bowl from 11 a.m.
This is nudged away off the hip out towards the onside. It's a tumbling stop by George Balderson at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yates, 0, Sibley, 0. Warwickshire have lost the first wicket with 1 ball left of the third over, and still waiting for their first run of the morning. The start from Bailey has been of the highest quality so far. This is edged in between third and slip and gully and down towards the boundary. There's runs on the board there for Warwickshire. They're up and running in their first innings, 4-for-1, and it's off the edge of the bat of Yates down towards the boundary at for 4.
Tom Bailey won't be disappointed with that too much, other than the fact he's gone for 4, because seeing Yates coming out and driving the ball outside off stump there, and it's an authentic nick, just happens to have found the gap on that occasion. Bailey will want to keep it there and thereabouts. Warwickshire 4 for 1. I think you've probably already mentioned it, but the one change for the visitors is in force. Matt Lamb, who's batted well so far this year, averaging over 50 in the first 3 rounds of the Championship. He misses out with a hamstring problem, so Chris Benjamin comes in, a man with extremely fond memories of this ground, because he made his Championship debut here and marked it with a century last season, so he'll be delighted to be involved today for the first time this season, as the Pakistan Test bowler Hassan Ali comes in to bowl to Dominic Sibley. That's too far outside off stump. Good carry through above hip height to Phil Salt, and there's no run. This is a good battle between 2 players kind of at a similar point in their career here, in that you've got Hassan Ali, who wants to work his way back into the Pakistani Test team, 74 Test wickets, so he's kind of done course and distance. Dom Sibley, who needs to gently reinvent himself to get another chance at the top of the order for England, and has worked very hard at it in the summer, but not much reward in the opening weeks of the season, as he pushes forward and looked to get a quick single here, and it is actually well judged. There was a moment where you fancied that would be tight for Yates running to the far end, as the ball was closed in on by George Balderson, but they got through for a single. 5 for 1, and Sibley off the mark.
It was a good run, that, wasn't it? Little drop and go. Keep it ticking over. Yeah, that's quite an interesting little battle, isn't it, with Sibley and with Hassan. I guess from Sibley's point of view, Richard, it's just about getting runs for Warwickshire, isn't it? And what will be will be. But there'll be a lot of batters who think they can try and get back in that England team.
First time Yates facing Hassan Ali, leaves it outside off stump. There are, and nobody necessarily yet has managed to sort of stamp on the throat of the opportunity, have they? I think it's very interesting that Alex Lees has made some good runs already this summer, because as the man in possession, I think that's what you need to do, is you come back to the county game and you get through volume of runs, you make a case to maintain your place, don't you? So he's done that, and let's face it, batsmen who are good enough for England tend to look very good when they come back to county cricket, normally. As Yates fends this ball down towards point, and there's no run, still 5 for 1. I mean, you've got the likes of Josh Bohannon starting to knock on the door now as a top order batsman here at Lancashire, and volume of runs will talk for as long as that door is kind of open in the England top 3.
Yeah, he had a stellar year last year for Lancs, top run scorer for the county. He got his England Lions call up as well in the winter, and has started this season pretty well. He's got a double century already.
Here's another member of that England Lions squad in Yates, and that one started outside off stump from Hassan Ali and offered to go a little bit further out. So any movement that he's getting just at the moment seems to be after the ball has pitched. As the sun just breaks through a little bit, I think it's going to be an okay day. Temperature's meant to get up to 15, 16 degrees. One or two of the builders on site are having a little sneaky squint at the cricket. Temptation's there for them. As he sprints in once more, and he is a bit of a sprinter, and it's a big stride forward from Yates, who defends it back up the track. End of the 4th over of the morning. Warwickshire 5 for 1, and this session, Scott, I think it's going to have a huge bearing on the game, isn't it?
Feels that way, particularly with the way that Bailey and Hassan have started with the new ball. Strong decision, isn't it, to have a bat first? I think the element of that wanting to try and bowl last on the pitch is something I'm sure the captain's considered. How this first session goes. We saw wickets tumble in the first session on the first day against Gloucestershire here in Lancashire's previous home game. They've had 2 big wins, and they drew last week in Southampton. It rained on the Sunday. Prior to that, Lancashire beating Kent and Gloucestershire to start the season. As Bailey, he's back in, and simply just works it off his hip out into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Whenever I come here, there's either something new or something new being done, which is very encouraging. But I can think of the years I've been coming here. There are 2 press boxes that are now flat ground. We sit here in this magnificent building watching the game, but it's always changing, this place.
Bailey to Sibley. It leans into it. The ball just comes off the inner half of the bat down towards Hassan Ali at fine leg, and Sibley shuffles back and adds 2 to his total. He moves on to 3. And the score moves on to 7-1. Off air, you and I were chatting about when Kerrigan played here and made his debut, and that building's long gone. That was, I think, one of the first to go. That old media centre.
It was, but when I first came here, it was the other end from there that they used to do commentary. Always had great sight lines for commentary wherever we've been put at Old Trafford. It's always made it fun to watch the cricket here.
Bailey to Sibley. That's driven nicely up through a straight mid-on. Parkinson loses his cap in pursuit of the ball and then slides down, flicks it back to Bohannon. Throw comes in, and that's also nicely run. Nice shot, nice piece of work by Parkinson, and they've run 3 as well. So 10-1. Sibley moves to 6. Brings Yates on strike.
Good hard running, actually, those last 2 deliveries, because the 2 down to fine leg was kind of a short 2, but they've sprinted at it, and you can see that the work that Dominic Sibley puts into his fitness, because he's had some stick over the years. He's a naturally big-built lad with those broad shoulders, but he's moving pretty well today.
Bailey to Yates, who shoulders arms through to Salt, and there is no run. Yes, I was reading somewhere, it must have been when he first got into the England team, about how his fitness had changed and how he kind of changed his diet a little bit and did a little bit more work in the gym, that type of thing.
Yeah, no, he certainly dedicated himself to even more of that during lockdown, because he was conscious of it, but he was made self-conscious by some of the stuff that people say. It's a bit unfortunate at times that people get stick like that.
Bailey to Yates, who's getting forward. The ball comes off the inside edge, deflects back down the ground, picked up by Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run.
If you think about the time that Ashley Giles was playing international cricket, and he was, the most effective spin bowler that we'd had for a generation, and then the media dubbed him the wheelie bin. I mean, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And Ashley's big enough and old enough to be reminded of that now, but at the time, it's quite a sensitive thing to you when you're a young cricketer.
Bailey to Yates, who's defending, and it's played back to Tom Bailey. It's the end of the over. We've had 5 so far this morning. 10-1, Warwickshire. Yates 4, and Sibley on 6.
Look, it's a positively balmy morning out there now, because Philip Salt's decided to take his jumper off. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it?
It is quite mild, actually, today, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't look it. Overcast, and they've got quite a decent breeze fluttering around, but having been outside, there's a few sun hats on in the crowd.
There are. There's lots of shirt sleeves. There are, yeah. Nobody going topless, thank you very much.
Keep that,
even if it gets to 25 degrees, resist. Hassan Ali's just making a couple of adjustments to the field as he comes in. Right arm over the wicket and bowls full, driven by Sibley without any timing, so he can't get beyond Bohannon, who's fielding at a relatively short mid-off. 3 slips, a gully and a point in place as well on the offside. On the leg side, you've got fine leg. A man who's, I would say, in front of square leg or a very square mid-wicket. You can choose for yourself, really. And mid-on, who's deeper than mid-off. And who will come into the action here, moving to his right, will Bailey, because this was clipped off his pads by Sibley to mid-on's right for another single. He's to 7 and 11-1. It was pretty grey where I woke up this morning, and I thought, oh, hope the weather forecast actually it stays as it was, because it was pretty decent for today. But I was just over the sort of Salford Quays area this morning. As Hassan Ali approaches past umpire Graham Lloyd to the left-handed Yates, who is forward resolutely in defence and plays out in the offside. Warwickshire, who lost their former Lancashire wicketkeeper batsman Alex Davis for no score, not offering a stroke. Middle and off, would you say it hit in the end? It wasn't just off stump, was it? It was well on target, wasn't it? From what I recall.
Yeah, and he perhaps had a little bit of good fortune prior to that. He'd left a couple that weren't too far. He'd left one that hit the flick the top of his pad or his thigh pad. A couple of warnings.
Hassanali's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Yates and goes past the outside edge of the bat there. Fuller delivery. Might have kept a touch low on its way through. That's a really good line. And again, that's the instant adjustment of a quality bowler, isn't it? Switches to round the wicket and immediately hits his straps again. He's made a good impression, hasn't he, since he arrived?
He has. He's had a fantastic start to the season. He's been the pick of the bowlers, really. You know, he's consistently across the first 3 games in Canterbury, here against Gloucestershire, last week against Hampshire. He's been outstanding.
This time he's angling the ball in a little bit more. Again, very full. Left alone by Yates. There's the yelps and roars of the slip cordon to make sure that the batsman is well aware that that was coming towards his stumps. Whether it missed by an inch or whether it missed by 3 inches, they're going to create the impression that that was pretty close. You can always judge the mood of a team from those sort of noises that are coming. If things are going against them, it gets very quiet. This is down into the pads of Yates, but he can't beat square leg. Good tumbling stop to his left from Balderson. And the end of the 6th over. Warwickshire 11 for 1, and it's going to be, for the side batting first, one of those days where you've got to earn your runs by staying solid in this opening session.
A few wickets to fall around the country, actually. Everyone's playing, so the weather's good again. Another round of fixtures where there's not been too many disruptions with weather. But Essex are playing Yorkshire. Essex are 1 for 1. Hampshire are playing Gloucestershire. Hampshire are 7 for 1. Surrey are playing Northamptonshire. They're 11 without loss, Surrey. Those are the Division 1 scores. The New England captains playing for Durham.
OK. The ex-England captain's playing for York.
Indeed.
Today, yeah.
There's Bailey in a bowling and Sibley playing forward, and the ball just bounces down in towards the gully region, and there's no run. Well, there's a couple of ex-England captains in that Essex-Yorkshire game, because Alistair Cook's unbeaten on 1 for Essex. Yeah, Ben Stokes playing for Durham, who were 20 without loss at Worcestershire.
I note that Adam Wheat, having announced he's going to retire at the end of the season, has been replaced as wicketkeeper by Essex.
Bailey in and bowling to Sibley. That just cramps him for room, and the ball deflects back down the pitch, and there is no run.
You're getting way to service in here.
Well, now I feel terrible now, because I started the commentary this morning by saying that I spotted Bumble eating a bacon butty, and I couldn't see any bacon butties in the commentary box. And
yeah. And now
there's bacon.
Somebody's bought you bacon butties
now. There's bacon butties now. I mean, I wasn't fishing for that.
Well, if you weren't, then fishermen will be jealous of the fact that you can catch it without trying.
Bailey comes in and bowls, left by Sibley, through to Salt, and there is no run.
I built my own partial bacon butty this morning in the hotel.
Only partial?
Well, because it wasn't just bacon.
Ah.
Bit of sliced up a sausage, bit of bacon, bit of hash brown.
Yeah.
In brown bread. Put it on a side plate next to my main.
Tremendous. What a start to the day you've had.
I tell you what, you've got to get up early and make the most of your opportunity, haven't you?
I thought you were in a good mood when you arrived this morning. You were all smiley and cheerful.
It's because I hadn't driven this morning, that's why.
Bailey for Lancashire balls, left again by Sibley. And good pace and carry, just a little bit of shape away into the gloves of Salt, who takes it away to his right-hand side, and there is no run.
Even had an early night last night as well. It was lovely. Just have an early night. I was recovering from the drama of the football, and had sweet dreams thinking of a new round of Championship cricket. I mean, that's what May's for, isn't it? It's the transition. It's the transition phase.
From one sport to the other. So you still having to do that transition as Bailey's in to Sibley. That wraps him on the pad, but he's shaping to work it leg side. There's not much of an appeal really from Bailey. The slips are up and the keeper's up, but I don't think Tom Bailey was too interested.
Yeah, well, I am, because sadly I can only do 2 days here because I have to deal with the last knockings of Birmingham City's customarily miserable season when they play Blackburn on Saturday lunchtime.
Okay. Is that at Ewood Park?
No,
it's back in the Midlands.
Back home for that one.
Final ball of Bailey's 4th over. And Sibley just pushes this one safely into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 11 for 1. Yates has 4. Sibley on 7. We've had 7 overs of the morning session under cloudy skies. There's an odd patch of blue sky above us. It's a little gentle breeze. It's not quite as horrific as it was here for the previous home match, where the winds were pushing up to 30 miles an hour. It was a real battering for the players in that week, but slightly more easier conditions for the players so far today.
Yeah, we've had some advertising hoarding issues with strong winds at Edgbaston already this season as well. As good as the weather was for April in many ways, the breezes were awful. That's a good start to a new over from Hassan Ali. Brisk outside off stump, past the outside edge of Yates. Got a very quick arm, hasn't he, Hassan Ali?
Yeah, Phoebe and I were discussing off air before how quick is he? And not whether he's been clocked. I'm sure he has, playing international cricket almost certainly, but I think he looks probably, I mean, he's probably quick. You're looking at high 80s, aren't you, I would think, with him, but because of that whippy action he's got, I think he looks even quicker.
And his approach is a sprinter's approach, but so much of it, he bowls outside off stump, left alone by Yates. So much of it, to me, looks like it's in the shoulder as well, but it looks easy. There's a natural athleticism about him. It doesn't feel like a real effort to reach those high speeds. Has he got much of a bounce there? Because we haven't really seen anybody dig it in, understandably, in the weather conditions. But
not seen it really so far.
He's in now and bowls full onto the pads of Yates, who again can't beat square leg. That's a really good stop by Balderson. Excellent work in the field, backing up the bowlers. And gets the appreciation of his teammates as well as the crowd. Yates is strong through that area. To make good ground to his left. If he did dig it in short, you'd fancy it'd be quite a skiddy bouncer. Bit of sawdust at either end, because a bit of damp around as he's drawing Yates forward. Once more he wants to flick it through mid-wicket, but can't beat the field. This time it was rather straighter, and it was Bahanan who moved to his left and did the fielding. A man with the hairline of a chap who spent an awful lot of time under a batting helmet. Josh Bahanan. Bailey and Hassan Ali testing Warwickshire's upper order in just the way that Dane Vilas would have wanted them to after they were asked to field this morning. He bowls full outside off stump though, and that's a half volley and a lovely square drive from Rob Yates, which releases a bit of pressure for him, only his second scoring shot of the morning. And a good strike from the England Lions batsman. He's been trying to bowl pretty full of length, this Hassan Ali, but just a little bit too far on that occasion. And that's well dispatched by Yates. Here's second boundary. 8 for Yates, Warwickshire 15 for 1. You can see the floodlights a long way away today on my journey across from Salford Quays. Bit of a loop to get here, as locals will know, as the next ball draws Yates forward in defence again. Comes up to Parkinson, who does the fielding at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 15 for 1. Scott Reed, I think, is going to, in a moment, probably take a break so he can go and eat his bacon baps. Oh dear.
Do you want one?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, you did have your big breakfast.
I have had my breakfast, and I shall save myself now for a bite of lunch later. I've got evening plans to contemplate.
Oh yes, that's true. That's very true.
It's where do you go on your own is always one of these things, isn't it, that you puzzle when you're away from home. Because Warwickshire media contingent haven't travelled for this. So.
Here is Bailey in and bowling, and Sibley again keen to leave it, and does. He just pulls the bat up and out the way and through to Salt, and there's no run. Well, it depends whether or not you fancy a little trip into the city centre. I mean, where you're based around Media City, there's actually decent selections around there.
No, I think I know, but I'll tell you tomorrow where I went.
Okay, right.
I'll give feedback.
I mean, if I were you, I'd be on the tram into Manchester.
It's tempting.
Be quite lively on a Thursday night, I bet, as well.
Lively?
Yeah.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah. Bailey in to Sibley. Oh, that's left again, and that comes back in, and it goes, I think, somewhere over the top of his middle or off stump. And Bailey with his hands on his knees, and a smile on his face, and likewise from Salt, the keeper. It was a good leave from Sibley.
I'm looking forward to this replay as to how far that moved after it passed the stumps. Whether it was directly above stump or not. Because it's come a long way afterwards, hasn't it? And he's ended up taking it, Salt, somewhere around first slip.
Sibley waits for Bailey, who's back in and bowling. And he wants to run here. He's pushing to the offside. A pick up and throw towards the keeper's end. He was sent back, Sibley, by Yates. It was a decent way down when the decision was made to abort the run.
Felt like the sort of moment you get when your mind's a touch scrambled there, and there was never a run there. At any point, was there a run there? No. Natural shape of Bailey's been interesting this morning, in that he's run quite a few past the outside edge or on the sort of line where the batsman is leaving, and then when one just comes back a bit, the shape on that, you know, it's no wonder that he's caused problems with it. It's a really good spell.
Bailey bowls again, and up he goes in appeal as Sibley looks to try and flash it away through the leg side. Umpire says not out, and this testing start continues. Slightly frantic run previously. Been a few appeals for LBW. The ball has been left. It's gone over the top of the stumps, just wide of off stump. Still there, crucially though, Sibley. Trying to see this testing spell through. Bailey back in, bowls again. It's right forward in defence this time. And that's pushed up towards mid-on. And there is no run.
He's just straightened his line a little bit in this over, and it's causing Sibley some difficulty. There's nothing. He's done nothing with authority in this over, Dominic Sibley. But it's the sort of test that he's got to get through. In that, you know, runs haven't been easy for him so far this year. In the one victory they had over Essex, he got going a couple of times, got a not out in the second innings as well. So,
final ball of the over left by Sibley, and into the gloves of Phil Salt. That's the end of Bailey's 5th over of the morning. He has been right on the money. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 for Tom Bailey. Hassan Ali 4 overs for 6 runs, and the wicket of Alex Davis. And now it's Yates and Sibley trying to get through this testing spell from these two new ball bowlers for the Red Rose. 15 for 1, 9 overs gone. Yates 8, Sibley on 7. I'll leave you with Richard, and Phoebe's going to come and join you for half an hour.
Excellent. Hassan Ali continues round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who guides it into a more vacant area at mid-wicket. Across comes Bailey to do the fielding, but they're through for a single. 16 for 1. I'm fascinated. There's something that I'm keeping on my eye on here to see what happens next within the commentary box, and it'll reveal a little bit about Scott Reed in a minute. We're going to see what happens here. He might do something that makes it hard for me to tell, but I mean, it is the big question, because the two bacon baps that have been put down there, Phoebe, one of them has got tomato sauce, the other one has got brown sauce. Which one does he take?
He's gone for the Tommy ketchup.
Oh, who'd have guessed that as well? Hassan Ali back over the wicket, driven nicely by Sibley through mid-off. Has it got enough on it? Perhaps not. It's going to be chased down by Bohannon, and they'll have to settle for 2. 18 for 1.
Slightly too full there from Ali. It was quite a simple off drive there.
He is opening the sachet as well, I can confirm, and applying it to the bun, not the bacon. And then he's going to put the bun back on. It's good technique.
I just think now, knowing that you can send messages down and get whatever food you like, the bacon butty call came quite early, and then they've arrived in the comms box.
I think it depends on your ranking within the commentary box. Hassan Ali back of a length this time, steered towards mid-on by Dominic Sibley. I think he's the doyen of the Old Trafford Media Centre now, Scott Reed. I think he laid the founding stone of this building. So when he says he needs a bacon sandwich, that's what he gets.
Definitely have to earn my stripes there then to be able to send food on request.
You and I might have to go over to the burger van over there. I mean, that's the sad reality of life. Hassan Ali to Sibley once more, guiding to the offside. Yates was interested in a single, but very rapidly in from point was Balderson. And there's no run.
They're looking to be slightly more settled now, are the batters, aren't they? They've been looking quite uncomfortable for the first 10 overs of the day, but I think starting to calm nerves a bit more, and the ball's not doing quite as much, I don't think. No,
I think only Tom Bailey's still getting it to sing a little bit, particularly that one that's cutting in. But you're right, and Hassan Ali, if anything, has strayed on length, gone a little bit full. He's gone full again here, and he'll be guided through a straight mid-wicket for 4. Sibley just leaning on the ball, and during the Test career that he's had so far, that has been the shot that has got him an awful lot of his runs. And Sibley moves into double figures. He's got 13, Warwickshire 22 for 1.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot through mid-wicket, really, just leaning over and guiding that ball through. Slightly too full there from Hassan Ali. He'll be having to think about his lengths at the moment, as he's bowled reasonably full this over and been punished for it.
Yeah, there was the over before where Yates hit the square drive for 4 as well. See if he drags it back a little bit. He does, and fields it his follow-through, and then throws wide of the stumps through to the wicket-keeper. End of the 10th over. 22 for 1. Warwickshire. Sibley on 13, Yates on 9, Bailey with the opening wicket of the morning in the 3rd over, that of Alex Davis, who didn't offer a shot to a ball that jagged back and had him clean bowled without scoring.
It has been an excellent first 10 from Lancs, and it's been good to see the ball moving on and off the pitch and just asking a lot of questions there to the batters.
This is what a first hour of Championship cricket should be, though, isn't it? In that you win the toss, you want to bat. It's a 4-day game, but you expect to be tested, and that's what has happened. Lancashire have made them earn every run that's on the board.
Definitely, yeah. So you were down at Taunton last week, Richard. What happened there with Warwickshire?
I wasn't there personally. It wasn't a great performance from them, and the top order has not been high on confidence. So even in the first 2 games where they look like they've put big runs on, and they've beaten Essex fairly convincingly in the home game, second home game, but it's been middle order runs that have gotten them there. Matt Lamb, who's injured today, but he's averaging over 50. 2 very big hundreds from Michael Burgess down the order, and they ran into Craig Overton in form, which is a challenge.
Yeah, I heard he was clocking over 90 miles an hour, Craig Overton, down in Somerset last week.
Yeah.
Was he looking sharp?
From the video coverage I was watching, he certainly was. As Bailey round the wicket, is defended up to mid-on by Rob Yates. I'd love him to have a proper run at Test cricket, Craig Overton, because I think with his height, with the lengths that he bowls, he ought to do a lot of damage. And until the winter, his fitness had never really been called into question before. But I do like a tall bowler who hits the wicket hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Bailey, broad in shoulder, angles this in towards the off stump of Yates, heading to the offside, and there's no run. We were talking off air earlier, and you, a bit like me, I think you were hooked into cricket rather early in life, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. So my dad played minor county cricket for Northumberland. So me and my sisters were brought up on the side of a cricket pitch, and I was the one sister that got hooked into the game and haven't looked back since, really.
Well, in those days, when things like doing the tee seems to be the option that women were given for many, many years. The fact that the option has become going on to have a great cricket career, that's a big step forward as Yates defends back down the track, tickled off the fingers of Bailey, and there's no run. Because, I mean, the way that women's cricket landscape has changed in the last 25, 30 years, it's spectacular, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. Even over the past 10 years since the game's been professionalised at an international level and now domestic level, it just gives so many young girls and females more options with careers in terms of both playing, commentating now. You've got the likes of Alex Hartley, Shagua, who are fantastic on the mic.
Bailey full driven by Yates. There's going to be quite the chase out there. Bohannon looks like he's going to win that race. They're going to settle for 2. Nice and straight from Yates there, who hasn't made a score so far this year, but had half a dozen first-class centuries last season. 24 for 1 the score.
I think, like you said, it's about the top order now firing for Warwickshire, so you can see why there's been a bit of a shaky start here, because confidence really does take on when you're out in the middle. If you're scoring runs, it's easy to keep scoring runs, and sometimes it's finding that knock to get you in form. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because they're just starting to look settled, although Bailey's bowling in some great areas still.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example of what you just said there. Angled across the left-hander. He's gone back over the wicket, angles it across him, and Yates has to think about it. Passes him almost at hip height at the end. His use of angles has been very impressive this morning, Bailey. Yeah,
definitely, and I think coming around the wicket and over the wicket to the left-hander is really important, because that variation throws a left-hander, and you're just seeing it from such a height at a different angle really causes challenges and asks questions.
Coming in from front of the lovely old pavilion, and that's another beauty. Back of a length and whistles past the shoulder of Yates' bat. Another excellent over from Bailey, who's 1 for 11 from his 6 so far, and consistently putting it in the right sort of areas.
Yeah, he's bowling absolutely tremendously this morning, as Bailey came in with the new ball and has just asked questions from ball 1. A lot of play and misses. He's on the money today, isn't he? Which is great to see. Big shoes to fill as always when Jimmy's not around, but I'm sure he's used to that, and it just shows how much depth the Lancashire squad has to just come in and bowl absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, I think Bailey has led this attack pretty well in the last 2 or 3 years. Obviously, the times that Jimmy are here, it's bonus time, bonus territory whenever he's playing. Change of bowling for the first time today, and it's Luke Wood who's got an opportunity in this Lancashire side. One of 3 players coming in, along with Keaton Jennings and Matt Parkinson, with Rob Jones, Danny Lamb and Jimmy Anderson missing out.
I thought there might have been a change up here. Ali was just getting a little bit off the mark, and I think we just need change of bowling with Wood here will be good to test the batters again and keep them feeling uncomfortable.
Long, sharp run up of that whippy left arm action. It's back of a length. Up onto his toes is Sibley to guide it down to point, and there's no run. Does everything with total energy.
I was
Luke
just
Wood.
thinking that everything is at high speed from run up through to the output. So yeah, it's interesting to see him at the actual crease point, how much energy and the speed of his arm that comes through, and how he generates that is absolutely brilliant.
It is a good 30-yard run up, and he gathers speed, quite light on his feet, and then puts a lot into that delivery, just back of a length, guided out into the offside, fielded by Bohannon at short mid-off. He's the ultimate effort bowler.
I was saying to Scott earlier that since moving over to Lancashire, I've been working with Craig White as my bowling coach, and I think he was the complete opposite in terms of his run-up and how he smoothly ran to the crease and exploded and bowled 90+ miles an hour.
As Wood goes past the bat, I think, of Sibley. It's fumbled by Phil Salt. Did he get anything on that? I don't think he did, but there were some puzzled looks around.
Yeah, it's not clear whether there was a nick on that or not, because there looks to be a few disheartened faces in that cordon.
Did it keep a bit low? Luke Wood himself, as he receives the ball there, he doesn't look like he's too frustrated by what's just occurred. Might be encouraged as much as anything. He fires in again like from a catapult, and he's turned round the corner by Sibley. There's no run though, because fielder is quickly across.
I think it just might be the movement that he's getting off the ball that they're getting excited about, because even then it just nibbled a little bit off the seam, and all the lads in I was about to say cow corner, in the slip cordon. We haven't quite got the cow corners in yet, have we?
You might have to wait till Saturday for those, I think. In once more is Wood, and that's left alone with rather more conviction by Sibley. 3 slips, a gully and a point in the offside, along with this relatively short mid-on. Square leg in front of square is Hassan Ali, and then long leg down on the boundary in front of the hotel.
It's been a good start here from Wood. I think, again, on the front foot here with his first over, asking questions and causing a lot of trouble again for Sibley, who is starting to look comfortable at the crease.
It's on back of a length and very neatly steered by Sibley, but Bailey, who's 6 overs into a bowling spell, flings himself full length to his right to make sure that there's only one there. That's back it up your man. Very well. 25 for 1 after 12 overs. The score, Sibley 14, Yates on 11. Phoebe Graham alongside us, who plays for Lancashire. You got a contract for the 100 this year as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so signed for the Manchester Originals this year, come over from the Northern Superchargers, so really excited to start again this summer. It was an incredible tournament last year and put women's cricket on a pedestal, really, and gave us the stage that we've needed for a lot of years.
I'm genuinely not saying this for your benefit, because I've said it before, in fact during the course of last summer. The women's 100 captured my imagination more than the men's 100, because it just showed the skills that have been developed in the last 10-15 years. As Bailey's in again and driven immaculately through the covers for 4 by Sibley. Hand to the face from Bailey, because he's trying to test the edges of Dominic Sibley's bat, but Sibley that time leant forward and dispatched it very neatly through the offside for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely drive from Sibley there. I think Bailey won't be too disheartened from that, because he's got him doing what he wants, which is driving through the ball, but just slightly, ever so slightly fuller, and Sibley's taken advantage of that and played a fabulous shot there through the covers.
See, Dane Villas's field placing, it's offering that shot in between point and mid-off.
And that's exactly what Bailey will be wanting him to do, is to tempt him through the covers there. And I think when you see batters playing that shot through the covers and you've left covers open, you're getting them to do what you want, really. Slightly back of a length there, and he plays that same shot and he's caught through the cordon, so...
Exactly. And the next ball, he was actually half forward and it caught the outer half of the bat and just dribbled into the offside, so even that slight adjustment of line is testing him again. Bowling to a plant is Bailey, as Sibley comes forward watchfully, dumps it down in front of him. The intriguing thing about, you mentioned Craig White as a bowling coach. I've got to say, nobody would try to emulate what he did, because the way that he bowled, he was such a strong man that, you know, and he converted from being an off spinner to bowling 90-mile-an-hour seam.
It sounds like he's turned his hand to every part of the cricket game. Yeah. I think he came to Yorkshire as a wicket-keeper, then became off-spinner, and then ended up being one of the quickest bowlers in the world. So
he's just one of those natural types, isn't he?
Athletes, yeah, but great man, and lovely to work alongside. Gives some brilliant nuggets to...
Oh, that one's just cutting back again from Bailey, left by Sibley. He's judged that well. It's important actually to have a coach that, when you talk about him coaching, it makes you smile, which tells you, as well as learning, you're enjoying it. And if you're enjoying your work, that means you're going to work harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. He's very good crack, is Craig White, and man of few words, but what he does say is absolutely brilliant, both technically and also his sense of humour. So I've absolutely loved working alongside him.
The good delivery from Bailey, and Sibley almost follows the line of that Gets nothing on it, goes through the wicketkeeper. It remains 29 for 1. Just wonder whether this will be Bailey's last in this spell. He's got 1 ball left in his 7th over.
I know, I think he'll be wondering when he's going to find that edge, because he's deserved a second here as Bailey with the way that he's bowled and opened up with the new ball. Even the slip cordon are giving it the hand gestures that when's it going to get an edge, when's he going to get an edge?
Surely going to nick off sooner or later, they think. Well, will it be this delivery?
Oh.
And it's a bit straighter, and Sibley's able to dab it down to point. The end of the over. That was a really good battle, that over. Included that exquisite drive through the covers, which took Sibley to 18. Rob Yates with him has 11, and this restorative partnership is now worth 29, with Warwickshire 29 for 1. Very shortly I will make way for Scott, who's coming back into the box. He's not going to go double bap just yet. He's not going to do double bap. I'll do one more over, Scott, and then we can get into position to do our respective reports for our stations. Your coverage, of course, courtesy of BBC Lancashire, BBC Manchester, BBC WM, via the BBC Cricket homepage. Phoebe Graham with us, Scott Reed, I'm Richard Wilford. David Lloyd-Bumble will be with us in a bit as well, as Luke Wood continues. Ooh. And that one catches the leading edge of Yates' bat as he tries to turn it into the leg side. I think Warwickshire will be quite pleased to get through the first hour only 1 down if they do.
Couldn't agree more. I think they've done well to battle through this first hour and stay 1 down, really. Yeah, and I think Wood's been a good bowling change here for Lancashire, because he just offers is slightly smaller than Bailey and just a bit more skiddy, I'd say, than Bailey is. So it's challenging the new bat.
A different threat. This one down the leg side. There's the inevitable appeal for a strangle down the leg side, but he's got nothing on that one. The appeal was not coming from Phil Salt, the wicket-keeper. It should be noted. I mean, Dave Villiers has got to use his 3 proper full-on front-line seamers as wisely as he can, but he's also, of course, got George Balderson.
Got some excellent spin options as well today, with Parkinson back in the starting 11.
Looking forward to seeing him bowl. Been very unlucky so far in terms of England opportunities, as Yates is defending high up in front of off stump, back down the track for Wood. The other trait of Wood is it's quite early in the bowling spell, his face starts to get that little bit redder. He's a fair-haired lad.
It happens to the best of us.
I always enjoy when he comes in with the bat in attacking mode as well. It's that's a lot of fun. Luke Wood brings energy to everything that he does. In once more, and it's off a thick inside edge that he's driven into mid-wicket. Hassan Ali comes across to do the fielding. There was probably a single there if they'd wanted it. If they'd gone early, I think they'd have got through there.
I agree. I think they're just uncomfortable at the crease, so even when there's opportunity to take quick singles, they're thinking about the shot they've just played rather than the opportunity to score runs. So yeah, they still seem to be in survive mode, so hopefully Lancashire can take advantage of this.
Yates waits for Wood once more, forward more decisively. Instant call of no as he pushes it up towards Josh Bohannon, and there's no run.
Bohannon's been in incredible form with the bat for Lancashire over the past few weeks, scoring a double century, I think 2 weeks ago.
Do you know what, the real positive to that, and you see it with a lot of batsmen, having made good runs last year, is to come out this year and show that wasn't just one golden summer, and that he's not been worked out by opposition teams, that fundamentally he's just a really good player, continuing to make runs. Wood into Yates, who'll be trying to do much the same thing as he clips this one off his pads behind square for a single. That will be the end of the over. 30 for 1 Warwickshire after 14, with Sibley 18 and Yates 12. Phoebe Graham will give her opinion of the first hour so far, and then Scott Reed will be back.
Great, so it's been a brilliant first hour here at Emirates Old Trafford. 30 for 1 at Warwickshire, and Bailey taking the first wicket of Alex Davies, absolutely clattering the off stump, and Bailey's been fantastic. I think they're just making a bowling change here, and from the Jimmy Anderson end. But he's had a fantastic first 6 overs, 1 for 11, and been asking questions to the two batters from the get-go. And Warwickshire seems to still be in survive mode after the first hour. And Warwickshire 30 for 1.
Quick single here, just pushed away into the offside. They get through for a very sneaky one. There's Balderson sends down his first delivery of this opening spell. So Balderson's got 3 slips, point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Here he comes, Balderson in, balls to Sibley, who plays forward, and that's just squeezed away down through the gully region, down towards a wide third-man boundary. Actually, Croft catches up with that. He's quick across the ground there, Stephen Croft. And Sibley jogs back for 2. Score moves on to 33 for 1. Sibley on to 28 on 13. And a very good morning. Are we still morning? Just about. Very good morning, Bumble.
Yeah, it's a bit overcast and cloudy. We're at the right-hand side of the square as we look out from the media centre. And again, it looks a great pitch.
Balderson to Sibley. That's edge, but down into the ground. And stopped by Keaton Jennings, who looks pretty flexible there. It's a second slip.
You often wonder, Scott, with such a big square like this, and you look at the Gloucester game, which is way to the left. Now, this is way over to the right, if there's any characteristic differences. I know there's a little bit more grass on this pitch than when we saw Gloucestershire.
Balderson to Sibley. That just squares him up, and the ball, for leading edge, deflects away into the offside. He's shaping to play it leg side. It's a good stop, actually, by Bohannon. Had extra cover, and there's no run.
Got to keep away from Sibley's middle and leg. You know, the way that he sets up, and we've seen that when he's played international cricket, that he'll be strong through mid-wicket and square leg. Just you've got to stick in round about 4th or 5th stump of a fullish length. There've been modifications to his batting. There needed to be. He had all winter to go away and sort on different aspects, and he is slightly different. More side on.
Waits for Balderson, who bowls. It's full, but wide of off stump and left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
You know, I thought first up this morning, with it being a little bit cloudy and a pitch that's got a touch more grass for Old Trafford, it'd be a decent bowling morning. But they batted first, Warwickshire, and they'll have decided that it might be difficult that first morning. You've got to be watchful, but it'll get easier.
Balderson from the Anderson end to Sibley off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. One bounce and picked up by Balderson off his own bowling, and again there's no run, and that completes his first over of the morning. Actually, considered 3. George Balderson. We've had 15 so far of the Warwickshire first innings. They've lost the wicket of Alex Davis, but Sibley on 28 on 13. Warwickshire 33 for 1.
Tom Bailey's just left the field. I should think that's Rob Jones, is it? It's come on as substitute. 3 slips and a gully. Varied attack again. No Mahmood, no Anderson, but it's a varied attack that Lancashire have got. Luke Wood, left arm over with a bit of pace into the team.
Here comes Wood from the Statham end. Forward goes Yates and defends. And into the offside, no run. How important is it that if you got a left arm seamer, Bumble, that you get him into your team, and what different challenge will that pose rather than the right arm?
Well, different lines. You know, that different angle, and also that there's an opportunity with a left armour that he might just run onto the pitch and disturb that top surface. It's a bit of gamesmanship, I'll talk to you about it.
Wood left arm over balls, that's worked away through mid-wicket by Yates. Be a couple there for him. Yeah, comes back for 2, 35 for 1.
Umpires are always on your case as a left arm over for running onto that danger area, they call it. So you've got to box clever as a player and get just on the edge. Because if you've got a good spinner and later in the game the spinner can exploit that sort of situation and that scuff mark that you've made. So you've got to box clever and keep on the side of the umpire. You don't want to get any warnings. Again, just going back to when I was involved in coaching, that any left arm over, you'd ask them to bowl and then turn and come back up the pitch. Come back up the pitch, just on the edge. Very naughty.
Left arm over again and forward goes Yates and he defends. And there's Rob Jones tumbling away to his right-hand side on his 12th man for Lancashire to stop the ball, and there's no run.
I've only seen this lad for about a dozen deliveries. Rob Yates. He can play. He looks solid. Nice and relaxed. Lovely stance. And we talked in that Gloucester game about having a defence. You've got to have a defence.
He waits as Yates as Wood bowls a bouncer to him. Left and taken by Salt, and there's no run. He's enjoyed a good start to his career, Rob Yates with Warwickshire.
Where's he from?
He's a local lad.
Mm-hmm. Whereabouts?
Solihull.
Oh, lovely.
Full ball! Yates has gone for 15 in dramatic circumstances. That would have felt good for Luke Wood. Comprehensively bowled Yates. Stumps uprooted. Fallen straight. And it breaches the defences of Yates. And Warwickshire lose their second, 35 for 2.
Well, I've absolutely done him there and saying he looks good and sideways on. That's a snorter from Luke Wood. You've got that extra pace. It's a beautiful Yorkshire. It's a beautiful Yorker, and it's a full pint with off stump on screen has disappeared. Cartwheeling out of the ground. It's a lovely delivery. It's got good pace. It's right on that popping crease. Talk about, oh, bowler Yorker, it goes out of favour, but here it is again, just looking on screen, the replay, full pint, it's tumbling away, the bail's gone.
Just as I got Rob Yates' details up of his career so far and his excellent start to his first-class career is teed up by Hugh Bumble.
Well, they're all in mourning now in Solihull. Saying how good a player he looked. That was a beauty, an absolute beauty. It's so exciting when you talk about a fast bowler with a Yorker and stumps flying out of the ground. We talked about the stump flew out the ground, the bail flying towards slips, and middle stump and leg stump was still intact with the bail on top. Perfect delivery.
A terrific way for Wood to send off or to seal his third over. 3 overs, 1 for 4, Luke Wood. Back into the attack for Lancashire this week. They've got such a luxury in terms of their options, especially in their bowling reserves. No Anderson, no Mahmood for Lancashire this week. Wood starts, Bailey continues, and this lad, Balderson, He's offering Lancashire a real option with the ball. He'll start his second over with 3 slips waiting. Balls to Sibley. And that's defended away into the offside, and there's no run.
Full to Sibley at this pace. George Balderson, get it as full as you can. Might just think about the offside. Look at the offside fields. Certainly keep your 3 slips in. Might just think about a catcher at short extra cover. There's a worn pitch, 1, 2, 3, 4 pitches away on the offside of Sibley. Catcher on there.
Balderson over the wicket to Sibley,
there,
who drives into that region. He actually beats the dive of extra cover. Parkinson scampering after it. Here comes the dive. Well, I've no idea whether he flicked it over or not. No, is the answer. It was a pretty good effort from Parkinson.
Well, he's finished up in the pickets, hasn't he? Tumbling and diving. But I think that's an area that you've got to make Sibley work. Through that extra cover. Talked about a catcher. He's played that really well. It's a lovely shot that he's played. But I think he has to work really hard. And if you can get a little bit of movement, you're certainly in business in slips. 3 of them in. And a short extra as a catcher.
Sibley moves to 24 with that. It'll punch through the covers. He drives this time to mid-off, where Parkinson's across the ground, and there's no run.
You know, you could, if you had confidence in the bowler to bowl that 5th stump line of a full length, you can actually strengthen his leg side. You can actually move square leg, give him square leg. You can have square leg mid-wicket. We're not going to bowl there, and put that square leg in that catching position, and still have these 3, saving 1 on the offside. But you've got to be strict in your line.
Balderson to Sibley. It's driven, and again Parkinson picks it up and stops the ball and throws at the stumps. They think about the idea of a quick single there, but there isn't a run. Score remains on 39 for 2. He's been busy, as Matt Parkinson, in this over. He's already got a muddy patch just below his left knee. He's lost his cap a few times. He's been chasing after the ball in front of the hotel. He's been attempting run-outs. He's had a lively over as Matt Parkinson, and his captain puts him to mid-on now. Sibley defends back down the pitch, and Balderson fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
The other thing with Sibley, and it's just that examination of seeing a player open the batting at international level, just sort him out, have a real go at him. At some stage, it might just be half an hour, the passage of play, just see what he's got, ball short.
Balderson to Sibley again, that's driven.
Shot.
That's a glorious shot. That'll be 4 through that straight mid-on region. It's a lovely straight drive from Sibley. Second boundary of the over. A lovely way for him to finish it. He moves on to 28.
2 straight. I'll just emphasise that to Sibley, you've got to bowl consistently, over after over, 4th stump, 5th stump. So he got sucked in there, George Balderson, to bowl middle and off, and you're right in his arc. You know, the setup is right in that arc, from mid-on round to square leg. Just make him work harder, outside, off stump, fullish length. Alex Davis is the one who's gone, hasn't he? Shouldering arms.
Well, he did that a couple of times in that over, didn't he? In that opening spell. Didn't offer a shot. One came back and flicked his pad. Big appeal for OBW, not given out. Left a couple, which went past the off stump. What a feeling that must be for him on his return. Wood, left arm over balls. Sam Hain plays a forward defensive and just steers the ball safely away into the offside and gets through for his first run. 44 for 2.
Consistent batsman, Sam Hain. He's this Jonathan Trott lookalike, and I noticed that Jonathan Trott is part of the coaching staff, isn't he? Mark Robinson, who was with the England women and with Sussex. I think he's the head coach. Paul Farbrace is cricket director and the county champions, well, they'll be strong enough.
Yes, the first meeting between these two sides since the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lord's at the end of last season. Wood in and balls to Sibley, who's back on the cross and defends to mid-off, and there's no run. Albeit the 5 days, that was a 5-day match. It was over and done with inside the first half an hour. Lancashire got themselves in a real pickle. They had lost 5 or 6 more wickets in the hour's play, and I felt that was the game done. But Warwickshire winning the Bob Willis Trophy, and the county champions last season. Short ball from Wood. Sibley leans back, bends his knees, leans back, gets the ball out the way of the ball, but it does just deflect off him. Loops down towards Croft at third slip.
Hits him in the chest, I think. It's another option for Lancs, and Wood is the one with that extra pace to get stuck into Dom Sibley. He's a big man, isn't he? He must be about 6'4". Big fella.
Wood back in to Sibley, a fuller ball which he defends. He's pushing it back along the ground, gathered by Wood, low down to his left, and there's no run.
It's a good defensive shot from Sibley there. He gets in a good position after the bouncer that hit him. He comes well forward and defends very softly up the pitch.
It's a gutsy knock this by Sibley so far. He's played a couple of terrific shots. There's Wood is in and bowling, a ball that beats him and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Three slips and a point. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and extra cover. Wood left arm over, ball short again, and Sibley up onto his toes, plays a nice shot. Punched away through the offside. Villas is scampering after it. But it beats him. It's a lovely timed shot, perhaps the biggest boundary on the ground. Off the back foot from Sibley. And steered beautifully away through the offside for 4. He moves for 32. Warwickshire 48 for 2 at the end of that over. .48 for 2 with Sibley 32 and Hayne on 1. Listeners on the BBC Sport website and app. Back with us here at Emirates Old Trafford with 45 minutes left of this morning session. It's been a fascinating morning session. 2 wickets have fallen. Both pretty comprehensive dismissals. Alex Davis not offering a shot. Bailey finding the ball onto that off stump, went cartwheeling out of the ground. And then Wood with an absolute belter to Yates, fallen straight, and that clattered into his woodwork. And the 2 wickets to go so far. Hayne defends up towards mid-on as Bolson continues from the Anderson end, and there's no run.
I mentioned that Hayne looks very like Jonathan Trott, and there was a Trott shot. As he walked towards the bowler, he was stood outside of his ground. This medium pace of George Balderson. Just do with a wicket this 45 minutes, Lancashire. If they can go in with Warwickshire 3 down.
Balderson to Hayne, who's placed forward. Defends again, just squirts away up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
You'd always think if a team wins the toss and bats first on an excellent pitch, if you could price 3 out in that morning session, you've got good control of the game. You'd have a newish batsman in for that afternoon session. The sun's just starting to peep through here. And once again, it does look a super pitch. Got good bounce, good carry. A little bit of pace.
Balderson into Haynes, guided nicely through the gully region. Comes back for a second. Croft picks up and throws in, loses his sunglasses in the process. Haynes runs 2, he moves to 3. That brings up the 50 as well for Warwickshire. 50 for 2, halfway into the 19th over.
Part of the job now, aren't they, sunglasses? Everybody has a pair.
Standard issue with the new kit, isn't it? Sun creeps out. Balderson's in, left by Hayne. Nice little shape away from Hayne, taken by Salt, the keeper.
I finished in the 80s, early 80s, and they were just about creeping in. Sunglasses. Why is he wearing them? But then, sort of moving on and being a coach in the 90s, topic of conversation.
Really?
Oh, topic of conversation. What sort of yours? Where have you got them from? What do they do?
Balderson to Hayne, little shuffle forward. Again, doesn't offer a shot. Through to the keeper, no run.
There's some of them take the light away. There's some of them light enhancers. Then you've got all the different colours. And they look marvellous worn back to front. I think they're fantastic. They did, as I say, you know I'm old school. Why are you not wearing them when you're batting?
Balderson to Hayne. Playing forward again, and the ball deflects up towards Parkinson at mid-on. End of the over.
There's just been a few batsmen over the years that have worn, well, sunglasses I would call them, and I think Gordon Greenwich for a little while wore sunglasses. There's not been many. There'll always be somebody, but he wore them and she wore them, but you don't get many. Whereas all the fielding side, it is absolutely de rigueur. Where's my sunglasses? I remember Michael Holding. When Michael Holding played here, he only played about 7 matches. He bowled like lightning. And Jack Simmons was in the slips, and the 2 bounced off Jack's chest. They went that quickly.
Sibley waits as Wood comes tearing in, balls again, plays forward and defends, and there's no run.
And the 12th man, he'd be John Abrams. He were always 12th man, John, at that stage. And Jack shouted up onto the balcony of the old pavilion, "Fetch me my reading glasses." And he'd come out with his reading glasses like varifocals. There were him and Andy Kennedy at the slip. There were 2 slips and they were bouncing off them, these edges.
Wood into his 5th over, 1 for 9. Balls to Sibley. Again, that's just a nudge back along the ground, gathered by Wood off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I miss that, you know, the speed gun. I always like to say, how quick are they? Somebody like Tom Bailey, he'll be 78, 80 miles an hour, but strictly accurate, just line and length. But Luke Wood with a bit of firepower and bending his back. What's he getting up to? I'd say about 85.
He's back in again for Lancashire to Sibley off that front foot once more. Playing it safely into the offside. Bohannon comes up from extra cover to field, rehearses the shot. Dom Sibley, 32 not out, still 50 for 2. There was a suggestion, Bumble. I was reading an article by Matt Roller in the Crick Info that might be an idea, or at least coming soon, the idea of getting speed guns at every county game, which you think would make sense.
Yeah.
Wood balls again. Sibley turns the ball into the onside, takes his bottom hand off the bat there.
Well, as ever, it'd be a cost, and who incurs the cost? I don't know how much they are to set up and what they're connected to, but there would be a cost, I'm sure. They used to have years ago, in the 90s, it used to be displayed, didn't it, around the advertising boards, how quick they were. I remember Darren Goff throwing himself off his feet trying to get to 90 miles an hour.
2 balls left of the over. Ooh, to Sibley off the back foot this time, eased away at square of the wicket. Balderson just back with a point, comes across to stop the ball. Then it's picked up by Josh Bohannon, and they get through for a quick single. Sibley moves to 33, 51 for 2.
And he's played very well, Sibley. He looks assured, getting in good positions.
He's bat tucked under his arm at the non-striker's end. Sam Haines on strike now, still 3 slips. Final ball of the over for Luke Wood. Ball's fall to Hain, who pushes it back along the ground. Sibley just dances a few paces to his right to get out the way of the ball. And they get through for a quick single. And he's pinched the strike as well, Sam Hain. 2 runs off that over for the final 2 deliveries of it as well. Wood 5 overs, 1 for 11. 20 overs gone. Warwickshire batting first. Live from Emirates, Old Trafford. Warwickshire 52 for 2.
We've had bacon butty gate this morning. I've seen you wandering around with a bacon butty. Phoebe Graham's had a bacon butty. And I made myself. I know that you said on air that he's got a bacon butty.
I did, yeah.
Because he played here for 300 years.
Yeah.
I didn't have a bacon butty. I made myself a slice of buttered toast.
Ah, right. I got that one wrong. Is Balderson in to Hain? Nudged away into the onside. There's no run.
Well, who did you get your butty from?
Well, it was delivered to the commentary box by Lancashire's executive communications manager.
Price?
Aye.
Well, I've been with him all morning.
Well, I just thought, because I was watching you and Paul on the sofa in the studio. As Balderson's in to Hain. That's a gorgeous shot for 4.
Shot.
Arrow straight up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. Hain doubles his total. He moves to 8. 56 for 2.
Too straight again from Balderson. Don't get too straight.
So you and Paul were on the sofas this morning on the live stream, and I could see placed, I've got to say, I was slightly anxious to look at it. Your plate, which I thought was a bacon butty, was resting on the armrest, and I was a little bit nervous about that. As Balderson is in to Hain, played away into the offside for no run. And then you did your bit, and you handed across to us, and I just assumed it was a bacon butty that you were tucking into.
I've had to travel hours to get here, over the M62. Hours. He'd been better TV if he'd have just fell off, wouldn't it? on the sofa arm and the cup of coffee flying all over.
It was making me a little bit anxious looking at that play. And again, she's shuffling a half forward and pushing this ball away as Balderson runs in and there's no run.
That would be great TV, that live television, where you can do nothing about it. There's a sandwich falling on the floor, there's a cup of coffee flying across the table.
I'm sorry, Bumble, I thought you were having a bacon butty.
No.
And I managed to blag a couple for me and Phoebe. 56 for 2. Balderson to Hain, it's left. Taken by Salt, who hands it to Keaton Jennings in his sunglasses at second slip. There's no run.
No ball. No ball, that one. Nigel Long.
.58 for 2 in this morning session. It's young Balderson for Lancashire into Hain. Plays and he's beaten. Ball snakes past the edge of the bat. He just followed it to Sam Hain and gathered by Phil Salt. No run.
Just a bit of bounce as well. See that carry through to the keeper.
Balderson to Hayne. That's on the front foot once more. Just pushed up towards mid-on for no run. What a tricky over that was. We've seen that glorious on-drive from Hayne. 4 runs. It was hit beautifully back down the ground. And Balderson's response, I thought, was terrific then. He managed to beat Hayne in that over. 21 now of the Warwickshire first innings. 58 for 2. Hayne on 8 and Sibley 33 not out.
So it looks like the pattern, Scott, is that Phil Salt has moved here and he will keep wicket. Dane Villas would be an occasional wicket keeper for Lancashire, an accomplished wicket keeper, but he's an outfielder now.
Wood left arm over balls, angled down towards backward point by Sibley, and there's no run.
So he'll have ambition, Phil Salt, to be an international wicket keeper batsman, and he looks fine. He's slotted in at number 6. He'll probably be at the top of the order in white ball cricket, I would think.
It'd be some team to pick in that T20 matches for Lancashire. Sibley up onto his toes. He wants a run here. It's a quick single. Bohannon comes in. They get through for 1. Bohannon tried to underarm throw the ball towards the stumps and almost got clonked on the back of the head with the bat. Sibley went stomping through for a single.
With the long and the short of it there. Towering Sibley. Diminutive Bohannon.
Sibley to 34 with that. Short ball from Wood, but not massively well directed down the leg side. Through to Salt. End of the over. Bumble's gone to go and look for a bacon butty, I think. I don't blame him. Half an hour before lunch, so Phoebe's come back in. Got Hayne on 8, Sibley on 34. And Warwickshire 59 for 2 with just a fraction over half an hour left of this morning session. Wood in bowling, little edge. Well, Wood reckons so. The umpire Lloyd at this end says no, nothing off that, just played forward, wasn't too far away from the outside edge, but no edge taken. But a big shout, Phoebe.
Huge shout. I think I've given it here from the media box. Very, very good delivery from Luke Wood, just shaped away from Hayne, and the whole slip cordon went up. I think we thought it was going to get given here. Luke was ready to celebrate with the team, but no, keep going here. 59 for 2 at Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's a big shout. Wood left arm over balls. Oh, Hayne off the back foot, trying to swap the ball away. He's been given his byes, 4 of them. It's a peculiar looking moment of play, that.
Yeah, it just had an extra bit of bounce, moved away, and then it's flown over the slip cordon again. I think they'll be ready to take one in there now after the next delivery. Wood's been a little bit unlucky this over not to come away from this with a wicket.
It's a fiery little spell, this, isn't it, from Luke Wood?
Yeah, hands on hip at the top of his mark, yes. And he's thinking, what more do I need to do here to get a wicket?
Yeah, he's got the old double teapot, hasn't he?
Haynes clearly needing to survive this last ball of the over.
Well, this is clipped away up towards mid-on, where Bailey feels he does survive it. He's on 8. Sibley's on 34. That's a spicy spell of bowling from Luke Wood. 6 overs, 1 for 12.
Yeah, he walks away there just looking a little bit disheartened after what's been a very spicy over of what could have been a nick. Ball getting that extra bounce and flying through down to third man as 4 byes. It's been a great battle there from Wood. I think he'll be hoping for a wicket before they head off for the lunch in the first session. And they continue his seam. It has been working here at Emirates Old Trafford. And despite only getting 2 wickets, I think Warwickshire are lucky to only be 2 down, really, from some of the deliveries that have come down from Wood, from Bales, and Hassan Ali comes back on from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Yeah, had his first spell from the Statham end, didn't he? 5 overs for 13. Balls to Sibley, who flirts with the ball a little bit there and then decides not to play.
Yeah, Sibley's got a little bit of a twitchy backlift when he's looking to face the bowlers, and it might get him into a little bit of trouble here, particularly with the late swing from Hassan Ali,
which has been a feature of his bowling so far for Lancashire, that late in-swing in particular. This one moves away from Sibley. It's taken by Salt, skipping in front of first slip. 63 for 2, Sibley 34, Hayne on 8. The wickets to fall in the morning session. Alex Davis for naught, not offering a shot. 8-ball duck on his return to Emirates Old Trafford for Alex Davis. And then Robbie Yates 15. Bowl by a belter from Wood. It was falling straight. This is flicked away towards the onside by Sibley as Hassan comes in. It's picked up by Luke Wood at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Sibley's looked really, really strong, anything on leg and middle stump playing through mid-wicket, and it's that 4th, 5th stump line that just seems to challenge him, and he's wafted at a few. He'll be happy if he survives the first session, I think, will Sibley.
Yeah, perhaps a touch of good fortune along the way, but you need a bit of that as an opening batter. It's his left once more. No flirting with the ball on this occasion from Sibley. That's a proper determined leave.
Definitely learnt his lesson there, hasn't he?
He was teasing Hassan a little bit earlier on.
So you've had the pleasure of watching Hassan's first 3 games, Scott?
I have.
What have you made of it so far?
He's been outstanding. He's been brilliant fun to watch. His celebrations are a thing to behold. He's into Sibley. It's wide and it's just squirted away. It's full but wide out towards the offside. Sibley disappears for a single. He moves to 35 and the score moves on to 64 for 2. But yeah, he's been good fun. He's bowled some fiery spells. He's bowled quick. He's got the ball to move, swing in late. There's some spells in the last game here against Gloucestershire where he really did put everything in for his captain. He was almost the go-to man really for Dane Villas to try and break partnerships that were frustrating Lancashire. Wholehearted cricketer into Hayne, who leaves it through to the keeper. End of the over, 64 for 2, Sibley 35, Hayne on 8. Hassan's first over back into the attack from the pavilion end, just that 1 run off it. A few thoughts from you, Phoebe, and then Rich is going to come in.
Brilliant. No, it's been an excellent first session here from Langton. I think what's been so nice is seeing how much energy is still in the field. It looks like Bailey's just going to come on here, so we're back to the opening bowling partnership. And the energy in the field has been exactly the same as it has from ball 1, and I think that's why Warwickshire just haven't seemed to look settled or comfortable. And 64 for 2 probably doesn't do justice the pace bowling that has been and the attack that Lancashire have put on. So it's been an excellent first session so far for Lancashire. They'll be looking for an extra wicket before lunch, and that's why they brought on their deadly attack of Bailey and Ali.
Yeah, the 2 senior quicks who've bowled beautifully so far today. But a change of ends for Bailey, and that is a little bit of a loosener, no real pace about it, floats outside off stump. There are still the 3 slip fielders in position. It's interesting bringing them both back into the attack in successive overs, but from opposite ends from where they were this morning.
I was thinking that exactly, because Bailey had such brilliant rhythm and looked really fearful from that Jimmy Anderson end. It was, yeah, so I'm interesting to see. I can see why Ali changed ends, but I'm not sure if Bailey would have wanted the same.
Well, I dare say he hasn't queried what Dane Villas has told him. There'll be a quick single here, pushed up to mid-on by Sibley for a signal. 66 for 2. It'll be whatever the team needs, Skipper.
Exactly that. Sometimes you just got to smile and nod. Do the job for the team.
65 for 2. Sorry, the scoreboard is so quick next to the point. Sometimes it seems to beat you even to the end of the single before it goes up. So Hayne and Sibley have now added 30 for this third wicket. The spell of Balderson gave them a little bit of release, and there were a couple of boundary deliveries within that, but it was brief respite. Luke Wood bowled with some anger eventually, as this one is floated up again a little bit, and a quick single again to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps, but Hayne was already going to be comfortable. He goes to 9, and it is 66 for 2. Is it a question of different grounds? You don't mind changing ends? You're, as a pace bowler yourself, do you tend to have a preferred end pretty much everywhere you go?
I don't know. I think normally as a pace bowler you like the end that is with the wind or downhill in particular to give you that extra bit of speed or momentum, but tends to be where you get that extra bit of bounce, and sometimes it's only through playing you change ends and recognise which one is for you. So for me, I normally say yes to what the captain gives me, to be honest.
Full delivery defended back into the follow-through of Bailey, who stretches to pick up. And I guess these days, particularly with 2020 cricket, with the 100, you have to be ready to bowl at either end, because you don't want the batsman to settle, you don't want them getting the same bowling from the same end and get into a rhythm. So there's that extra dimension that captains have now, as Bailey again bowls just outside off stump, dabbed into the offside by Sibley. You have to be always prepared.
Definitely. I think particularly with T20 and the 100, there's no time for you to get into your head that you want a particular end or that you want to bowl a particular spell, because you're at the apparel of the captain and what the team needs, and you've got to be ready to bowl from either end and be versatile, like you said. And I think that is the beauty of Test cricket, is that you can get into a rhythm and just try subtle variations to make the batter think and just adjust your line very subtly. Whereas T20 and 100 ball cricket now, there's big variations, big changes, and a much more versatile game.
Tom Bailey is sent square leg back to the boundary fence and then still bowls full outside off stump. It was all a bluff. It was the final ball of the over, left alone by Sibley. Have you been in a situation yet in the 100 where you've bowled 5 really good balls from one end and your captain has said, do you want to stay on for another 5? And you thought, it's a good idea until you get to ball 8 or 9. You think, no, I need a rest now.
No, I only managed that in the practice game. So we played an inter-squad practice game last year and bowled 10 on the bounce, which actually wasn't as bad as it sounds, because it's almost like a long over, really. Yeah. But I think what I did find, particularly as a seam bowler, after ball 8, 9, the batters become comfortable. So I think we saw a lot of 10 ball overs or 10 ball spells from spin bowlers rather than pace bowlers in the 100.
Hassan Ali just back of a length, guided out into the offside, got slightly squared up there, Hayne, and there's no run. Yeah, that's the thing again, it's about not giving the batter the same thing all the time to see. It's a real challenge for captains as well to keep a tally of what's going on. They need to be mathematicians these days.
I think that was definitely the case in the 100.
Hassan Ali once more into bowl to Hayne, guided up towards mid-on, and there's no run. See, in this format of the game, your captain's just going to have one eye on workload and not wanting to give you too much of a in one session. And that's the balance he's got now with Bailey. Bailey will get another 2 overs at least in before lunch, which will be 10 in a session. Then you're thinking, well, OK, how many are going to give him in the afternoon session?
Definitely, and you can see that Villas is just wanting to get that breakthrough wicket before lunch, having them 3 down would be a great session for Lancashire.
He dragged that one down the leg side as Hassan Ali whipped off his pads by Hayne. He'll get a couple, 11 to Hayne, 68 for 2. But I mean, you're right, in this session, especially as these balls tend to go soft after, say, 40 overs. You want to do your damage in the first 40 overs with your seamers, and then it's kind of, here you go, Matt Parkinson, your turn, see what you can do. Determined look on the face of Hassan Ali as he comes in. It turns out it's his bumper, which Hayne ducks under. And we've seen Luke Wood show there's a bit of pace in this track. First time I think we've seen Hassan Ali dig one in.
Yeah, we haven't seen many of the bowlers dig them in short, but apart from Luke Wood, as you said, and then he got in with the Yorker, so it'll be interesting to see what Ali's next delivery is. Sometimes it's good just to show them that you're there, isn't it, really, to bump them and show that option's in the toolkit.
If you've seen that the batsman's first move is forward, he does, and Hayne ducks under it, looks at the slip cordon, who may have been giving him a little bit of banter. Again, understandable they've tried to bowl a lot fuller this morning to find whatever movement there's been. It's not been extravagant though, has it?
No, it's just been little movements off the ball, and Ali swings it very late, but I think they've just bowled in really, really strong areas, particularly Bailey has just been really attacking that top of off stump, 4th stump line, which has caused a lot of...
Oh, elbows pumping from Hassan Ali as he comes in, and that one offers to come back a bit off the seam and wasn't too far wide of the off stump. Hayne was leaving it well alone. End of the over, 68 for 2. Should get another 4 in, possibly 5 before lunch. So if you're a betting woman, will there be 1 over of spin before lunch, as per the cricketing cliche?
I'm going to go no. What do you think?
Depends how quickly they get through these 4. I reckon if Bailey has bowled 2 more,
then he might
and it's like 2 minutes to 1, then the temptation might be there.
They might just do it for the fans. There's quite a few in Old Trafford today.
Force left alone outside off stump. There is a good sprinkling in.
So, Matt Parkinson's a favourite of theirs, and
rightly so. We all love to watch a leg spinner. Let's be honest.
It's so hard to play, aren't they?
In my very ordinary cricketing career, yes, very hard to play. You didn't see him very often, and when I did, it wasn't for very long. Dear, dear. Again, Bailey, and forward resolutely Sibley, who will be thinking about making it through to the interval. Maybe 16 minutes out, but his job is to try and bat through the day if he can.
Yeah.
Made the second of his 2 Test hundreds here. One of the slowest of the last decade. 312 balls for his century. He's already got more boundaries today than he got in making his 100 against the West Indies. And he got 4 fours in that century.
He seems a very, very patient batter. He doesn't seem to throw out any or too many extravagant shots. Only if the ball is there to be hit. He's very happy to leave them, so that doesn't surprise me.
So that was the reverse of the commentator's curse, as demonstrated brilliantly there by Phoebe, in that Dom Sibley did exactly what you just described. It was a ball outside off stump, could have played a shot to it, left it well alone.
Decided to leave it, yeah.
If it was Scott or I, he'd have done the opposite. If we just said about how good he's leaving the ball, he'd either have nicked off or he'd have drilled it for 4.
There you go, first gig on the mic, and I'm already anticipating the game and how it's going.
He's showing you respect. That's what it is.
He knows I'm new to the job.
And he leaves this one, which is outside off stump and shorter. It was above stump height as well. You were involved in the media business for a while, albeit at a sort of slightly different angle, weren't you, in your past?
Behind the computer screen working in the marketing team at Sky Sports, so managing Liverpool TV and Man United TV. So it was very much the strategy and computer work rather than anything on mic or on the TV.
The morning after a bad result for one of those teams, I want to cancel my subscription. That sort of thing.
That's exactly it, yeah. Trying to get a younger audience into Liverpool TV.
Next ball from Bailey. Wraps Sibley on the pad as he tries to turn it square on the leg side. And for a moment, nobody was entirely sure where the ball was going to go, but it dropped safely.
I think he's just sent George Balderson out to square leg again, so it could be another bluff. Or maybe he does this to get out of his over, I'm not sure.
Well, Sam Hayne will pull a ball occasionally. Dominic Sibley on strike at the moment, not quite so inclined to.
Phil's just had a little chat with him there, so could it be the bumper? What do you think, yes or no?
I don't think he's bowled one today. This could be the moment. Final ball of the over. Let's say yes. He comes in and doesn't. He's turned through the vacant short square leg, and Balderson has to come in, and there's a comfortable single, and the over ends with the score on 69 for 2. See, if I commit, he does the opposite. See?
I'll put that on you then.
Yeah. Oh, well. It happens. So it's, yeah, probably 4 overs till lunch, and Lancashire will feel if they get another wicket, then it's going to be their morning. If it's 2 down, I'd say pretty even Stevens. Warwickshire having won the toss, they've got to put runs on the board, but it was always going to be a difficult session. The clouds got a little bit higher as the morning's gone on. What movement there's been hasn't been huge. I haven't exactly been hooping out there, but the lines, as you've rightly said, Phoebe, have been excellent, as is that shot. One of 2 lovely cover drives that have been played today by Dominic Sibley. There's quite a chase to the boundary, a very game chase, but not one that ultimately was going to be won by Dane Velas, and that's another boundary for Dom Sibley. His 6th, it takes him to 41, 73 for 2, and just seeing the replay of that, the high elbow, big foot forward, good shot.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Sibley. Excellent through the covers there, and that's something that they've brought cover in now, but they've taken cover out for a long time to encourage those kind of shots from Sibley. I think as he's got more comfortable in his innings, he's breaking through both cover and mid-off.
Dabs it into the offside for a quick single. He's judged that well. There was a moment where the fielder thought, oh, hello, I think it's Parkinson there, isn't it? Might be able to chase this down, but he's through for his 42nd run, 74 for 2.
And it's much better seeing the batters play those shots and run singles. I think even probably 20 minutes ago they were playing that same shot and analysing the technique rather than looking for the opportunity to take a single there. So I think you can see Sibley is getting more and more comfortable. He's in at 42 and he'll be looking to stay in for the second session.
Thick outside edge here from Sam Hayne. He's going to scuttle through the vacant third man for 4. The second boundary of the over, but he didn't know too much about that, Hayne. He's to 15 and 78 for 2. And again, Hassan Ali trying to bowl a pretty full length, and Hayne on the stretch gets a pretty orthodox edge. It goes down pretty quickly into a safe area, but that was a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah, he played that way outside of his body, in front of his body did Haynes, and a bit unlucky there for Ali. Probably went through about 5th or 6th slip though, so you need a big cordon in order to get those. Yeah, unconvincing from Hayne.
He waits again and shoulders arms this ball that went through above stump height.
He's decided it's not a good idea to play at those. He doesn't want another thick outside edge or to be caught, so he's learning. And Ali will be looking to probably draw it in even closer onto the stumps, because I think he'll want him to play this one after those 2 deliveries.
Yeah, a couple of balls left in this over. Can he test the outside edge of Hayne again? That one's angled in onto the pads. There's a pretty sturdy squatting appeal from Hassan Ali. By the time that he really got into it, the slip cordon was losing interest a bit. It's umpire Long decides that Hayne is fine, and judging by the way he's just flexing his right leg, Sam Hayne, it hit him probably on an unprotected part of the thigh.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to have another look at that, because from here, but we haven't got those straightest of angles, I thought that was gone.
Well, so the flexing of Hayne might suggest that height would have been an issue as he pushes forward and drives up to mid-off, the final ball of the over. 78 for 2 from 27, Sibley on 42 and Hayne on 16. This is Sibley's highest score in the championship so far this summer. Hasn't been the easiest. Made 41 not out to help put the Bears over the line in the second innings against Essex in the one match that they won. But just some signs that he's starting to find some of his form here.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be pleased that they've got off to this start in the first session. Like you were saying earlier, it's been the middle order that's really brought in the runs for Warwickshire in the first 2 victories for them. So, yeah, they'll be pleased, Will Sibley, that he's 42 not out at the moment.
Bailey, full outside off stump, driven, just really lent on by Sibley. Hasn't hit it with any power, but with sufficient timing to come through for 2. Vilas has to do some more work in the field. 44 to Sibley, 80 for 2. The Bears would wish they'd got 2 wins so far. They've only got the 1 win. A win, a draw and a defeat. They've tried everything so far. Little taste of everything.
Yeah, they've had every emotion then.
Yeah, they have. I think they were fairly rueful at Taunton last week. Difficult debut for Nathan McAndrews. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Went wicketless last week. His first match having come over from Australia. As Bailey slightly back of a length outside off stump. And takes a big step forward, Sibley, then doesn't worry about putting the bat down on it. And allows it through. The breeze has settled a bit, hasn't it, looking at the flags at the top of the pavilion.
Yeah, it's turned into quite a nice day, actually. The sun's been out most of the morning. It looked like it could have been quite an overcast day, but the sun's still shining.
Has to be out a little bit because Tom Bailey was sort of squinting up into it as he walked back to his mark there. And bowls a similar line outside off stump. This time Sibley will just squeeze down on the ball and defend it out into the offside.
Bailey's looking like he's got less and less energy coming back to his mark, isn't he? I wonder whether this will be his last over before lunch and maybe the spin does option come on.
I'll tell you, if I get proven right, that'll make this first session worthwhile for me. Just the one thing that I get right.
I think it could be a correct call now.
We'll see. Scott will do the honours if we get to there, because I'll have to dash through before 1 to update listeners in the West Midlands, as again Sibley's a long way forward and defends out into the offside. Live cricket courtesy of BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Manchester, BBC WM, via the BBC website. Phoebe Graham plays for Lancashire and will be playing as well here for the Manchester Originals in the 100 this year. Part of our team. You heard, if you were with us earlier, Bumble was here, David Lloyd will be back later. Scott Reed in a few minutes will return to the mic. I'm Richard Wilford. I think we've got through everybody there. Did we get through everybody? I think we did.
Yeah,
that.
we did,
That's
yeah.
all right.
We've actually got Alex Hartley in the room just watching the commentators. We've got to give her a good mention as well.
She'll give us a critique later, that's the worry. As the ball is driven up to mid-on by Sibley.
So to get this commentary gig, we had an email through saying that they wanted to bring new commentators into the game and whether you could be the next Alex Hartley or Ishigua. And Alex actually replied saying, oh yes, I wouldn't mind a few of those commentary gigs. They emailed back saying, do you want to be the next Alex Hartley? Was the question.
Tremendous.
She said yes.
Be the next version of herself. Commentator and podcaster and everything else, and cricketer. As the final ball of the over again is defended back down the track, and there's no run. 80 for 2 after 28 overs, Warwickshire. And so often you hear about county championship cricket getting maligned, particularly at the moment. You know, if England are having a rough trot, or it must be the county championship. Another session that we've seen this morning, where both teams are going at it relentlessly, scrapping every delivery, and surely that is how you produce international cricketers. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think there is more on it at the moment, though, because there seems to be an open door for both batters and bowlers, and you've seen that through the performances across the county championships. People seem exceptionally hungry for runs and know that those runs are worth something and mean something, because that England 11 isn't solid. Even the likes of Anderson and Broad being dropped ask questions, and I think when there's money on county championship and that England door is open, that's when it means more to the players.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, the point you make is that you've got a generation of seam bowlers who are ageing, and even the backup bowlers. You know, Warwickshire would hope to have Chris Wokes available for this game, but he's 33. So the opportunity for pace bowlers is going to be there. And particularly with the workload that you get in international cricket, you need a stable of 7 or 8.
Definitely, yeah.
Hayne defended the first ball, just dropping it down in front of him. But the second ball lead from Hassan Ali, he's going to whip wide of mid-on. The chase is on, and they're going to get back at least for 3. Parkinson scrambles to get there, and in fact they're going to be called through for a run 4. Oh, the most galling thing in cricket. Parkinson looks a broken man now. As he walks, he's going to feel the small of his back. His cap is 25 yards in front of him. It feels like 50. And all run 4. Did they run? Oh, they've run 4.
It is a huge boundary here on the onside. It is a little flick for 6 on the offside here.
Oh, he's rueful. If anything, he's shorter than he was a minute ago. 84 for 2. Haynes at 19. And Hassan Ali in once again, left alone outside off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. And no run.
This is when you just pray it doesn't happen the next ball.
Yeah, well, you kind of do, don't you? You kind of do.
That same shot has been played a lot from Haynes.
They've turned this into the last over, which I think, by the looks of things, which makes things very inconvenient, because I've warned Scott I'm going to have to dash imminently. So we may even have to do a slightly mid-over turnover here. After this delivery, maybe. So I can go and do a report as Hayne leaves the ball outside off stump, and it remains 84 for 2.
So it looks like Bailey's just going to have a quick chat with Villas there, so I don't know what the message is being sent through to Ali. Threw a few bumpers in last over, so I don't know if he'll try that again. We'll want to spice something up before lunch. 84 for 2 are Warwickshire.
You see, we're 1 minute away from lunch with 2 balls left of the over, and what I really want to talk about is Hassan's in and bowling to Hayne, who's defended, and there's no run, is this email that Hartley replied to. But maybe we should give it its proper attention after lunch.
It is absolutely brilliant.
I want to hear the full story, and I want to hear how it was received and just how embarrassed she was at the prospect of replying to this email. But I think we need to wait until after lunch, because we're almost at lunch, and if we're going to really take the mick out of it, we're going to do it properly and give it its full attention. Final ball, I would suspect, of the morning session will be, it's 12:59. We might get one more in. We'll see. Here we go. Here's Hassan bowling to Hayne. Oh, that squared him up on the ball. Deflects just in front of Croft, who's at gully. And there's no run, but shaping to play it leg side. Just flicked away down towards Croft. I think in the end, Phoebe, a good stop from Stephen Croft.
It was, yeah. It looked like he was trying to punch that through mid-on, but got squared up with a probably last-minute swing. And it looks like they are calling it for lunch now. So 84 for 2. I think that's been a great first session from Lancashire, and Warwickshire have done really well to sort of build some innings there after some really, really positive seam bowling, asking questions nearly every single over. Probably a little bit unfortunate not to take a couple more wickets in that first session, because it's been a great attack, particularly from Bailey opening up. And Luke Wood came in with some energy there in the middle phase. And
Sibley's knock, Phoebe, in the context of the innings, a 44. He's had perhaps a little bit of good fortune along the way, but he's survived. He's batted well there for Warwickshire.
He has, yeah. He's been very, very patient. The bowlers have asked a lot of questions, and what he's done really is just punish the bad ball. Anything full, he's played excellent cover drives. I think he's hit 3 or 4 boundaries through extra cover. When they've been slightly too full, and it's a good start there. I think he'll be pleased with that, Will Sibley.
Excellent. Thank you very much. OK, we're at lunch then on the first day. The Lancashire players heading off. Pretty good work with the ball. Of course, Warwickshire won the toss and wanted to have a bat first. They lost the wicket of Alex Davis early on this morning, out for naught off the bowling of Bailey. Didn't offer a shot. The ball cannoned into his stumps. And then Yates was bowled by an absolute belter from Luke Wood. It was full and straight, and it ripped into his off stump, and he was out for 15. But Don Sibley on 44. And Sam Hayne on 19 for Warwickshire. Lunch on the first day here at Emirates Old Trafford with Warwickshire 84 for 2.
Hello and welcome to the first Red Rose review of the summer. This is going to be a monthly programme where we look back at all Lancashire cricket over the previous few weeks. And what a great start it's been for Lancashire in the County Championship. 3 games played, 2 wins and a draw. I've got Hassan Ali alongside me, and it's good to see you, Hassan.
Thank you.
And we'll have a lot more from you a little bit later. So Lancashire finishing the month in 3rd place in the County Championship, just 1 point behind Hampshire and 9 behind Surrey, but with a game in hand on both teams. The season got off to a fantastic start down at Canterbury when Lancashire played Kent, and a 10-wicket win down there was a brilliant start to the season. Lancashire making 506 in their first innings. That was a really, really good 10-wicket win and a hard-fought win on a good pitch. First game of the season at Emirates Old Trafford was against Gloucestershire, and off the back of that Kent victory, Lancashire were very, very confident indeed going into the game, bowling Gloucestershire out for 252 and then making a mammoth 556 for 7, with Josh Bohannon, the star of proceedings, making 231, a career best for him and a fantastic innings. So Lancashire's 556 for 7 was far too good for Gloucester, and that victory by Lancashire was an innings and 57 runs. The third game, 3 in 3 weeks for Lancashire, was down at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire on a pitch that was offering a little bit of help to all the seamers. Lancashire made 240 and 9 without loss, and Hampshire 246 and 344. Unfortunately, rain came along to spoil the 4th day, with Lancashire needing 342 for victory. But those 3 games have really set the scene and set the pace for Lancashire, with a 4th match coming up this week against county champions Warwickshire. So, Hassan, nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
You've had a really good start to the summer, and you've been named Hilton Player of the Month for Lancashire. You must feel delighted about that.
Yeah, obviously it's a great start. As a team, you're going to play the county championship, and it's an ideal start. I think 2 win in a 3 game, and it's been a really good 3 weeks as a unit, as a team, and obviously I'm happy. I'm announcing as a Hilton Player of the Month. I think that's good for me individually, I think.
Well, I think it's been a fantastic start for you. With the number of, you were taking 20 wickets in those 3 games at an average of just over 15. It couldn't have gone better for you. No. Well, what's it like bowling on these pitches in England? A little bit. You've played on 2 very, very, very flat pitches at Canterbury and here.
Yeah, well, as I said early on my interviews, we used to play on the flat tracks, and the Hayes flat track and the back of home, the Pakistan flat tracks, are a bit different. You know, the Hayes ball does carry, and that carry balls always give you the something. There's something. So there's something. Keep running hard and keep coming. So yeah, I think that's a different in Pakistan between England, and obviously here the weather is a bit favor in the bowlers, and sometime when the sun ons and you got bit reverse. So yeah, I've been enjoying here.
Very good. And what about the team atmosphere? Have the boys welcomed you into Emirates Old Trafford in the dressing room?
Yeah, it's amazing. I was a bit nervous and in a bit pressures. How I gonna manage that? I'm going to play first time in county cricket, and I heard about a lot. County cricket, it's a big opportunity and it's a big honor for me. But when I came here, a couple of guys I know already, like Salt, Saki Mahmood. We have been shared the dressing room, but the rest of guys, they are amazing. They are very lovely guys, even the management. So I didn't feel any pressure. I didn't feel I'm playing somewhere else. I feel I'm playing my second home, I would say. It's my second home. So it's been atmosphere is lovely of the dressing room.
Well done. That's really good. What about the standard of play in the county championship? There's been a lot of talk over our winter about it not being good enough. I think there's been enough for you to see that there are some good players and some good pitches.
No, I think it's a really good competition, and the standard of the county cricket. I think it's a bit tough. I would say the every team have a couple of foreign players. The pro and couple of international players, like four to six, 4 to 5 international players playing in one side. So I think it's a pretty, the challenging, and it's a good, the tournament. And if you talk about the pitches, yeah, it was, the two flat pitches, but as a bowler, if you bowl on a right area, so there's still a lot of questions asking from the batsman, and I did same. I'm just keep trying to hit the good areas, and the result is front of you.
You've certainly been doing that. It's fantastic. So Hilton Player of the Month, Hassan Ali, and that's been voted for by members and supporters. And we've also got a few questions that have been sent in by Twitter for Hassan. First one, Hassan, how is your friendship with Jimmy going?
It's going, it's going great. I have said earlier, it's honor for me to playing with him, and yeah, it's going good. While playing, if I need to ask anything, so straight away goes to him and ask him, Jimmy bhai, we should do this or that. So he always help me out there. So yeah, he's very cooperative so far, and I've been enjoying to playing with him, and you can see excitement on my face while talking about the Jimmy bhai. So yeah, it's good for me.
Great. So is he asking you any questions?
No, I think he doesn't need any to ask me any question. But yeah, he's a nice person. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Next question then is, what is your favourite spell in Test match cricket?
I would say it's against South Africa in Pakistan, Rawalpindi, when I was coming back from after 20 months. So I got 5 each innings, and we win the game, and I was the man of the match. So I would say that was my best spell so far.
Good man. Okay, and what about on a similar theme? What's your most memorable wicket in cricket?
I think if I say it, it's AB de Villiers wickets. We all know he's a 360. He can hit you anywhere. So yeah, it was in a PSL. He was playing for the Lahore Qalandar, and I was playing for the Zalmi. So yeah, I got his wicket. So I think that's my best wicket so far.
Great. And what about? I know it's only been a short time, but what about your best wicket for Lancashire?
I think it was against Gloucestershire. The last wicket was Warner, because the time was very less, and the over was left, I think 3 or 4, and I think that's the best wicket, and we won that after that.
That was the one that won the match for Lancashire in your first game for Lancashire at Emirates Old Trafford. Hassan, thank you very much. Hilton Player of the Month for April, and long may that continue. Let's hope you can do it again for May. Good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Lancashire's next game here at Emirates Old Trafford is the County Championship game against Warwickshire. That starts on Thursday, and you can see that across all the club's social media channels. Hope you've enjoyed this first edition of the Red Rose Review. We'll see you again next month. Bye for now. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. First morning of this fourth game that Lancashire are playing in the county championship against Warwickshire. And after winning the toss and electing to bat first, Warwickshire 84 for 2 at lunch. David Lloyd's alongside me. Hard work for the bowlers and a good session of cricket, David.
Yeah, winning the toss and batting first, Warwickshire will be well pleased at that. 2 down. Difficult first morning, or a careful first morning, and then it'll get easier. And so the bowlers have been rotated, lots of seam bowlers for Lancashire to use. I should think we'll see a bit of a spinner this afternoon. Impressed with Dom Sibley. He's had to go away and work on his technique, and he's done that, and he looks really assured. Pitch-wise, it's not a quick pitch. There's decent carry, but there's a couple that have edged and just fallen short as slip and at gully, and that'd be a frustration to Lancs.
Yeah, I thought looking at the pitch this morning there was enough grass on to provide a little bit of extra pace and bounce, and I think probably the Lancashire bowlers would have thought at the toss, well, it's not a bad thing to be able to bowl first. Tom Bailey striking first, getting rid of Alex Davis, and that will have pleased Tom and not pleased Alex.
Well, it's just what we chatted about before the game started, that Tom Bailey will have a strict line and length and look to hit the top of off stump. That's a perfect delivery, and Alex Davis will be kicking himself that he's got a great pitch here, he's coming back, and there'll always be a bit of something in the back of his mind that he left Lancashire to Warwickshire, he'll want a good score, and he'll have seen the pitch and how comfortable it is to bat on, but it's Tom Bailey doing what he does, and that was the first wicket.
Second wicket was Luke Wood, and that was a really good, quick ball, wasn't it? Almost a Yorker.
Well, I got absolutely excited. I was on commentary at the time and bowled him a Yorkshire. I've no, not a Yorkshire. He bowled him a Yorker. It was a brilliant ball. If you watch it, the stump, so it's leg stump that flies out the ground and somersaults out of the pitch, and the bail goes with it, and it leaves middle stump and off stump. They're perfectly intact. I thought it was a beauty.
You're mentioning Sibley.
Yeah,
I thought he
well.
played. He straightened his game up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that shot we've just seen now, that back foot drive through the covers, was a shot he wouldn't have played 12 months ago.
Well, the frustration when you see that lad play for England with that technique, it's never, ever going to be any good. So he's gone away during the winter, and I think he's played brilliantly. I think he's played really well there. And if I didn't know about the sort of England problems that he's had, I would say that this lad could open the batting for England. Well, he can. He's done it before. He's gone away. He's sideways now. I think that is critical. He's sideways in his stance, so he's playing much straighter.
Are these the sort of conditions that selectors will look at players playing in this sort of environment, on this sort of pitch, and make an assessment as to whether they can step up or not?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. That at Old Trafford, you get a test match pitch and bowlers have to work hard. There was one part of it when Luke Wood, who's the quickest bowler, left arm over, skiddy, he bowled a bouncer which hit Sibley in the chest. But the next ball, he was resolutely forward. He just played well forward and got that short delivery out of his system. So he's played pretty well, but it's tailor-made, this. From what I've seen in that morning session, if you're any good as a batter, you get yourself a big 100 on this.
So the plan from Warwickshire's point of view is to look to play steadily for the next half hour, and then you're saying this is a cash-in pitch.
Yeah, and get your runs in the first innings, and Lancashire, on the other hand, will be saying, yeah, it's a great pitch, and we've got a varied attack. We can bring the leg spinner in, but also moving fast forward in the game. Lancashire stay in the game, and that means when it's their turn to bat, equally get your runs in that first innings.
One thing that Lancashire have learnt to be very good at is the way they control the opposition on pitches like this, because they're used to playing them. Keep the run rate down and still peg away. We saw that in the Gloucester game, first game of the season here, where wickets fell in the afternoon session. Lancashire will be aiming to do the same again.
Yeah, they've been really good, Warwickshire, this morning. Just 2 down, 84 on the board, so they've taken scoring opportunities. So it should be a real interesting session this afternoon. I'm sure the leg spinner will come into it. He's got a varied attack, Dame Villas, and he can move them around. But yeah, you're looking to, what you'd say now, 2 down. We need another 3. Get 3 wickets in this afternoon session, and then we look forward to the evening session.
Just had a glimpse of your youngster there, your lad umpiring today.
Yeah, he got booed off last week at Headingley. He said he needed a police escort or a security escort on bad light. Yeah, he don't make the rules, he just has to do it.
That's right, he does. Yeah. And he's out there in the middle, followed by the players, and it's time for us to get down to our commentary team downstairs.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. I hope we've all had a good luncheon. Players are heading back out with Hayne and with Sibley battling away here for Warwickshire. 44 to Sibley, 19 to Sam Hayne. And Wilford from BBC WM will also be part of our team throughout the course of the afternoon. What a good morning session of cricket that was, Phoebe. That was really intriguing stuff to watch, I think.
It was, yeah. It was a battle of two sides, wasn't it, the first session? Some great seam attack from Lancashire. Bailey and Ali set the tone really nicely. And then some strong battling, really, I think would be a good way to describe it. A bit of a battleground out there to keep themselves in the middle, and Sibley's done really well. He's 42 not out. Okay, 44 not out. 2 extra runs there that he's got. Starting and to face Luke Wood here.
He bowled quite a spicy spell, didn't he, this morning, Luke Wood? Here he is, left arm over the wicket. And Sibley pushing away into the offside, bouncing up to extra cover where Josh Bohannon fields. And we are back underway, the first ball of the afternoon session, with Warwickshire 84 for 2.
Yeah, he runs in with a lot of energy, doesn't he? And I think spicy is a nice word to describe it, because he was bringing a lot to the crease, threw in a few bumpers and asked a lot of questions. I think a few sneaked through, slipped cordon, one bounced over the keeper's head. So it was entertaining middle over spell from Wood.
Must be terrific for the captain to have that to turn to. He's here and it's left by Sibley. Just gets everything out the way of that in the nick of time and taken by the keeper, Phil Salt, and there's no run.
I love bowlers that come on like this at first change, though, because it's almost like they're so hungry to bowl and probably want the new ball at the same time, but do such an incredible job in that middle over phase. So I think that energy to take away from like Ali or Bailey, and then Wood comes on as a batter, you're just constantly under threat then.
Does it depend who you're following as a bowler as to how much you'd enjoy being that kind of first change? As Wood's into Sibley, that's defended off the back foot and there's no run. I'm just thinking that Lancashire have had Jimmy Anderson this season, for example. If you were coming on to replace Jimmy, is that something you'd relish or something you think, blimey, I've got some shoes to fill here?
I think it depends on how much you like the new ball.
Okay.
So if you really enjoy bowling with the new ball, you don't necessarily see it as shoes to fill, because actually you can then execute your skill and get more seam movement or swing off the new ball.
Here's Wood back in, bowls again. It's driven to mid-off, no run.
And then first change bowling. In ODI there's a much more specific role to play, but here in Test cricket it is just still that hunger and wanting to attack the stumps and bring in a new form of energy, I guess, from those opening bowlers. So first change is always a bit of an interesting one, because I always used to think of it as your second in command to the opening bowlers, but actually in Test cricket you're bringing in a whole new energy with the ball, and in ODI you've got a much more specific role.
Here's Wood, left arm over, bowls again, and Sibley gets onto that front foot, safely playing it back along the pitch, and there's no run.
And I think something as well, you think a lot about partnerships with batting, but it's also partnerships with bowling and the new ball, and actually who complements each other the best. So it might be that Wood with the left arm complements Ali better, or Anderson and Ali. It's that matchup and how you can actually work together that sometimes gets left unspoken, rather than talking about how you build that partnership and actually bounce off one another.
Here's Wood bowling, and Sibley just following this. The ball snakes past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, and Luke Wood starts with a maiden after lunch, and Warwickshire remain on 84 for 2.
Yeah, that's a great start from Luke Wood, and that's that 4th, 5th stump line that we've been talking about bowling to Sibley, is where he's been very patient this morning and managed to leave those balls, but there has been that odd waft, which could cause trouble because it still seems to be getting a late movement, not too much movement with the ball, but very late movement. So Sibley still batting very well, but a good start there from Wood. I think he'll be pleased with that.
Bailey to open up from the Jimmy Anderson end. Have you found it, and I know you've only just, you've made the right decision by coming from across the Pennines.
The cricketing crime, isn't it?
We welcome you.
Thank you.
You were right to desert the other lot and come across and join. But I know you've only been with a Lancashire player for a relatively short period of time. But and you've played in this opening round of matches. Bailey's into Hay, and that's just deflected off the thigh pad. They're going to get through, I think, for a leg by here. They do. 85 for 2. Have you already kind of looked at who could potentially be a good bowling partner for you, and how all that will shape coming into the start of the Charlotte Edwards in the not too distant future? Have you got those plans in place already?
I think so. We've tried a few combinations, and myself and Laura Jackson seem to complement one another because she swings the ball in and I shape the ball away. But it looks like Kate Cross might also be available for the Charlotte Edwards Cup, so we should have a really strong strike bowling attack.
Bailey to Sibley, it's left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
And like I said earlier, it's how as bowlers we can complement one another. So it might be Cross and Jackson to open up and me come on first change, or Cross and myself both moving the ball away. We just haven't had chance to try that yet, so it'll be interesting to see with what combination we go for. But like I said, it's how we complement each other as a bowling attack. Hopefully if we do as much damage as the Lancs team attack have done so far this year, we'll be all right.
2 slips in the gully with Sibley on strike. Bailey in and bowling. He plays forward in defence, and there is no run.
And Bailey's taken the Jimmy Anderson end again. I think he must have had a word at lunch to say that's the end for me. That's where he got his opening wicket, Alex Davies, and skittled his off stump out of the ground. And he just seemed to have more rhythm and a little bit more from that end, I'd say.
Well, he's been such a consistently good bowler now, hasn't he, for Lancashire, Tom Bailey, for 4 or 5 seasons or more, I guess. Into Sibley, just leans into it and safely steering the ball away into the offside. Picked up at point, and there is no run.
We've very kindly had some coffees delivered as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Alex.
She's traded in a free lunch, which I can confirm was excellent, from Lancashire. My first lunch here, or warm lunch anyway. So we've traded in a free lunch for some coffees from Alex Hartley.
Thank you, Alex. Excellent work. 2 slips in the gully. Bailey from the Anderson end bowls, left and through to Salt, no run. What did you go for lunch?
I had the... Will it have been a hot pot?
Oh,
or
right,
is that
okay.
a shepherd's pie? I think it was a Lancashire hot pot.
Right.
And some mixed vegetables.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, because you've gone healthy, haven't you, Scott? Yeah.
I brought my own. Yeah, I brought my own. I mean, it might not last for the 4 days, but I brought my own today. Not that the food isn't healthy here. I mean, that's a pretty healthy lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a healthy lunch. It's a good lunch for me. I have found since turning pro, my appetite has exceeded all expectations, and I eat potentially 4 meals a day.
Hassan Ali with a little word to Bailey as he comes in for the final time with his first over. Sibley getting forward and defending.
It's well bowled from Bailey there. Back on the money, asking the questions. I think they've still got a chance here with Sibley's 44 not out. Battled well and patient innings, really, from Sibley so far.
He's played that glorious on drive in the morning session, and he's had to really battled through, hasn't he, for large parts of this innings.
I think that's where he's scoring shots. He has waited for the bad ball. He has waited for the full delivery to throw his hands through. And he's played some really nice drives as well through cover, through extra cover.
Here's Luke Wood from the Statham end, left arm over balls, and that's Hayne that defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. 85 for 2. Hayne 19, Sibley on 44. I spotted the lunch downstairs, and I wasn't sure whether it was a Lancashire hot pot or was it a shepherd's pie or a cottage pie. And actually, I can't tell the difference between shepherd's and cottage. I forget which one's which.
I think it was a Lancashire hot pot, but I have to admit that will be my first Lancashire hot pot since moving over to Manchester.
Absolutely. What a day this is turning out to be. Wood in balls, a short ball. Hayne ducks underneath that, just leans back as well, allows it to travel through to the keeper, no run. Could be a debut Lancashire hot pot.
Debut on comms, debut hot pot.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we can debut?
What a stellar debut this is. I can't believe you've not had a Lancashire. When did you move over?
It will have been October and then moved into my flat in December. So it is very new, is the Manchester Mancunian life.
How are you finding it? Here's Wood in and bowling. Forward goes Hayne. And that's drilled up to mid-on, no run.
Tumbling dive from Parkinson. I think that was just for the fans, was that dive. It's in slow motion.
So you've been in the northwest. You've been over the right side of the Pennines since December, but that's your first Lancashire hot pot, you reckon?
Yeah, I think it is. Right. I suppose it's a bit like a Yorkshire pudding. If you didn't know about them, where would you find them?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true.
Apart from your Sunday roasts.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't been to enough pubs yet. Do you think that's what this is telling me?
Wood to Hayne. That's defended. Snapping it away into the offside. There's no run.
No, I definitely shouldn't be saying that as a professional athlete.
You're allowed downtime.
It's a good thing that I've not spotted the hot pots in the pub then.
Too many fancy wine bars, that'll be it, you see.
Yeah,
you can't do Lancashire hot pots in fancy wine bars in the city centre.
No, it's an amazing city, is Manchester. I've been very pleasantly surprised. I lived in London for a few years before lockdown. Lockdown brought me back to Yorkshire to move back in with my mum. So, yeah, I'm enjoying being back in a city.
Wood bowls, cross Hayne, who leaves, and through to Salt, and there's no run.
Lovely bowl there from Wood.
Yes, he'll, I guess, be trying to get that one that just straightens on Hayne, just comes back into him.
I was just thinking that came down on sort of 4th, 5th stump line and was a very comfortable leave, really. I mean, it's always lovely just to see that go through the motion and a good cricket leave, but really he'll want Haynes to be playing at that, and I wonder if he starts straightening his line up slightly.
It's shortish again from Wood, and again quite fiery. Hayne just drops that knee, just leans back again, allows it to go through to the keeper.
I quite like the fire that Luke Wood brings. He lets them know that he's there, doesn't he, and says, I'm a quick bowler and I'm ready to bump you. It's almost like he loses his patience as a bowler and wants to create that chance and create that wicket, which works really well when you've got someone like Bales at the other end who's just hitting and niggling that back of a length and getting batters to play every single ball. So it allows Wood to be much more expressive at this end, which is a nice combination between the two of them.
Played the first match of the season, Luke Wood, in Canterbury. Didn't feature too much in the second innings. I think he had a bit of an injury and then missed out in the last two matches. Bailey gets Sibley onto that front foot, pushing out towards mid-off, and there is no run.
I suppose with Anderson and Mahmood in the squad, you've got an exceptional seam attack there to... Can't ask too many questions to the captain, can you, really?
Well, the game here, the last home game here, it was absolutely ridiculous. So Dane Villas has got the bowling options of Jimmy Anderson, Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood. As Bailey's in to Sibley, just nudged up to mid-on, there's no run. And then Matt Parkinson. I mean, Bumble was with us for that match as well for the first day, and he was saying, I'm not so sure if I've seen a stronger Lancashire bowling attack than that.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's a captain's dream when you've got that many options and that many good options. And as batters, sometimes you're thinking, OK, let's get through this bowler. And then you'll be thinking, but then they've got Mahmood, then they've got Anderson, then they've got Parkinson. So, yeah, it's a really, really strong squad at the moment. I think Lancs will tee themselves up as the favourites, or one of the favourites anyway, for this championship this year, because I think they're definitely in it for the title.
Well, they were certainly one of the bookies' favourites before the season started.
Was it 2011 the last time they won the county champs?
Yep. Actually, last season was the nearest that they'd got to winning it since they won it a decade before, finishing second in the end to Warwickshire. Bailey to Sibley. And that's left and taken by Salt, and there's no run.
Yeah, I bumped into Dane Villas yesterday in Cafe Nero and asked him for his insights into the game, as it was my first day on comms. And he'd said, the main thing for me, it's a grudge match. They shouldn't have won it last year. He said, don't tell them I told you that. And I have.
And now you have.
So there you go. I'll be asking everyone and anyone I see for any comms tips so that it can be spoken about on the radio.
Well, I think Lancs thought they'd won it, really, in truth, after they beat Hampshire in Liverpool in their final match. Sibley works the ball off his hip out to mid-wicket for no run. It was such a dramatic way to end the season. Villas hitting the winning runs, and Lancashire won the game. And the celebrations were that of and everybody felt maybe this is the season, it's going to happen again. And then Warwickshire beat Somerset the following day to go on and win the title. And then they did the double, because they beat Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lord's as well. So an outstanding season, Warwickshire, last year. But I'm sure, and I think I was reading some of the previews on Warwickshire's website last night, and I think that's been mentioned in the Warwickshire account that Lancashire might want to get their own back this week. Bailey to Sibley. It's a straighter ball. He defends it back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 85 for 2.
I think that's when it exaggerates cricket as a game, when it all goes down to run rate, economy rate, and you're waiting 2 days, 3 days to figure out if you've won the title or not. It just adds in that extra element of why cricket is such a special sport, really. It's like no other, is it?
And it twisted and turned. It went. I mean, Hampshire would have been champions in that game had they beaten Lancashire in Liverpool. They would have won the title. So Lancashire could have won it, Hampshire could have won it, Warwickshire could have won it, and Nottinghamshire could also have won it going into the final round of fixtures. So it was just a fantastic way to end the season, with 4 counties all with the possibility of winning it. Wood bowls to Hayne and gets a single here, up onto his toes, and works the ball away to Parkinson at mid-on, gets through for a single. Moves to 20, it's 86 for 2. Brings Sibley back on strike, unbeaten on 44. And you look at some of the names playing in this round of the county championship, and we welcome the New England Test captain back into the game today. He's playing for Durham at Worcestershire, and the now former England captain is playing for Yorkshire this week against Essex. Mahmood to Sibley. And that's disappeared down towards fine leg. Little flick off the bat from Sibley, who moves to 45. And the score moves on to 87 for 2.
Yeah, Harry Brooke has been in the runs at the moment for Yorkshire, hasn't he? He's definitely putting his best foot forward for that new Test squad. What the makeup of that will look like is, I think, everyone's guess, isn't it, really? I think there could be some new names in the mix, and probably Broad and Anderson back in.
Wood in to Hayne. That's defended away into the offside for no run. yes, there'll be quite a few batters in particular that will feel if they can have a good 4 or 5 rounds, good start to their season, then their name gets brought into the equation, I guess.
Definitely.
Essex, by the way, are 78 for 2. They're playing Yorkshire this week. Alistair Cook is 38 not out for Essex. A wicket for Dom Bess. One for Jordan Thompson as well for Yorkshire. Wood to Hayne, who's forward in defence, and the ball just squirts off the inner half of the bat, just behind square on the leg side. He gets through for a single. Takes him to 21. And Warwickshire to 88 for 2. Elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire are playing Gloucestershire. Hampshire are 76 for 2. James Vince is unbeaten on 10. Nick Gubbins making 30. Got a century in both innings against Lancashire last week. Nick Gubbins, 76 for 2, Hampshire. And the other game in Division 1 is Surrey against Northamptonshire. Wood in, that's edged. It's gone down into the ground, in between first and second slip, and down towards the rope for 4.
So unlucky there from Wood. It's just gone in between, like you say, first and second slip, and I think it's just bounced just before second slip. Yeah, it hasn't quite carried, and I think it could have been one in the teeth if either of them have dived forward then.
It's quite a long way down for those two slip fielders as well, isn't it? Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings.
Both towering over 6 foot, but fancy themselves in the slips. I quite like that.
I mean, they'll have good reach. They're two big lads there.
It's a very tall team, actually, isn't it?
(92 for 2). Wood, left arm over balls, back of a length, and simply up onto his toes and defends it away to Stephen Croft. And that's the end of the over. He did find the edge, but it bounced in front and in between the two slip fielders. And Wood's bowled a nice spell after lunch here.
Yeah, really great energy from Wood, actually. He's come back into the attack, and he looks threatening, and he's explosive, isn't he, at the crease? He's offered a lot of energy, thrown in quite a few shorter balls, which is nice to see. I was just going to say, as a bowler, I do feel like you should get some sort of point system every time you get an edge, because that just goes in the book as a run, but actually it's a chance. Could you get a chancer or something to show how... So Lancashire, Warwickshire 99 for 2, but actually...
Bailey in, balls to Hayne, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
Maybe about 6 chances from the edge of the bat.
You want like an additional column on a scorecard or something like that?
Potentially, in Test cricket, just to give the...
Yeah.
Just to set the tone and paint the picture a bit better as to what opportunities have come for the bowlers. Because often you look at the scorecard, you've bowled 10 overs, none for 60.
Yeah.
Not that I've been that expensive for my 10 overs, but you might have actually created 40 chances.
I like this. So you could conjure up a new system as Bailey's into Hayne, who leaves it, thinks about playing, pulls the bat away.
They're still very threatening, aren't they, with this ball after lunch? I think we were saying only 31 overs gone now? Or is it not quite that?
34.2.
34.2 overs gone, but the ball's still quite hard and still offering a little bit for the players.
So you want bowler, overs, maidens, runs, wickets, chances.
Yeah. Your wides get marked, your no balls get marked.
Oh, you want all that in there?
They get marked already, don't they?
Left again by by Hayne, through to the keeper, no run. I'm with you, yeah.
Every single floor is shown for a bowler, but only wickets are shown for your successes. But actually, your chances don't get talked about.
This is something that needs to be investigated further.
I think we need words with the ECB, don't we?
It's a batter's game, though, isn't it?
It is a batter's game, yeah.
We discussed this last week in Southampton, that Jimmy Anderson's autobiography, I think it's his first chapter, is dedicated to just how basically everyone has it easy apart from bowlers in cricket.
And seam bowlers in particular.
Indeed. Bailey to Hayne, and that's clipped off the pads down towards Parkinson at fine leg.
I don't mind that from Bailey, that middle stump line, because he's getting him to play across his pads there. And yeah, he's pre-practicing the shot is Haynes there. But yeah, it's definitely a battered game, particularly when we came into the 100. That was, and it's almost re-looking at your game and where your opportunities are, because often you don't see it as a positive wicket when you get catches out on the boundary, but that's when you're thinking more about your plans and how you can get players out when they are being more expressive.
Bailey in, it's a short ball down the leg side to Sibley, ignores it.
Yeah, it's a little bit too short, isn't it? It didn't offer any sort of threat there, or wasn't even playable for Sibley. I think that's the first bumper I've seen from Bailey. He's had square leg out for quite some time now, so he's obviously been thinking about it.
Yeah, he's got deep backward square leg, long legs. It's a big hit, that boundary as well, to the leg side, playing on the pitch which is to the right of the square as we look from the Statham end. Left again, taken by Salt. End of the over at 93 for 2 Warwickshire. Sam Hayne on 22, Sibley on 49. And we are about 20 minutes or so into the afternoon session now here at Emirates Old Trafford. It'll change in the commentary box. Phoebe taking a break. We'll hear from Bomble a little bit later on. Paul Allett is settling into position. We've got Sibley, who's a run shy of a really hard 450 here, 49 not out, and Hayne unbeaten on 22. And an interesting spell after lunch. Bailey and Wood have been testing throughout the course of this 20 minutes so far. Wood has found the edge of the bat. It fell short in his last over, and he's back into Hayne. He's punching back down the ground and gathered by Wood off his own bowling, and there is no run. And Paul Allett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Scott. Yeah, it's hard work on there, but I've been impressed by the standard of cricket from both teams. I think Sibley's played beautifully. I think Lancashire have bowled well, generally. Nothing given away by any of the bowlers, and I think that's the key when you're bowling at Old Trafford. Lancashire have learnt this over a period of years.
Wood to Hayne, that's steered down to Croft at gully, and there's no run.
Yeah, keep everything tight, try and exasperate the batsman. That's where discipline comes in, basically. And I think Tom Bailey's a fine exponent of line and length discipline. Woody's learning that. Slightly different bowler, of course, giving you the angle with the left arm, a bit of extra pace as well. But he's bowled a good line. Hassan Ali is obviously really good at that, learning his trade out in Pakistan on the flat pitches.
To Hayne, that's his edge, but down into the ground again. It's gone past Keaton Jennings at first, slipped down towards the boundary. He's got 4, but he has found the edge on a couple of occasions. That one, I think, just played softly by Hayne into the ground. Gets 4 for it, in fact.
He's been unlucky, hasn't he, Luke Ward? He really has, because he must have suffered from probably 4 boundaries through the slips, and ball just not quite carrying it, which is, I think, unusual on the first day here at Old Trafford. I looked at the pitch earlier, there's a bit of grass on it. I thought this wouldn't be a bad toss to lose. I think the ball might carry and go through with a bit of pace, but anything that's been edged really has just died, hasn't it? It's fallen short of the slips. Not what the quick bowlers want to see.
No, we've seen that twice already this afternoon. Hayne defending away into the offside. Up comes Bohannon quickly from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Been a gutsy little partnership this one, hasn't it, between Hayne and by Sibley. Sibley's had a little bit of good fortune in the morning session, but played a couple of good shots in there as well. Worked hard for his 49.
Well, I think it's just a question of surviving, looking to not do anything too silly in this first 2 or 3 hours here at Emirates Old Trafford on the first day, and then the pitch generally flattens out, and it's really good for batting from halfway through day 1 through day 2.
Left arm over, balls to Hayne, that's worked away just in front of square on the leg side. Just takes his bottom hand as he guides the ball into the ground, jogs through for a single, moves to 27, score edges a little bit nearer to three figures, 98 for 2 with the ball left to the 36 over.
Parky will get a bowl soon, I think, just to see how he goes. I don't think he'll expect to turn it too much. But as he said, I talked to him this morning and did an interview for Lancs TV, and he said he really enjoys bowling here because it just gives him a little bit of something, gives him a bit of bounce, a bit of extra bounce.
Woody in back of a length to Sibley up onto his toes and just fends it off, works it out into the onside to complete the over. 98 for 2.
Are you into heritage, Scott? History? Are you a bit of a historian or not?
Depends what type of heritage and history you're referring to, I guess.
Well, I'm talking about, seeing as we're at Emirates Old Trafford in Lancashire, I'm talking really about cricket.
Okay.
But I've been co-opted onto the heritage working group because we're trying to set up a new museum and collect it. Got plenty of collectibles and all that sort of stuff. And I was looking through some old possessions of my father the other day. Died a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. And I came across a whole collection of Lancashire membership books that belonged to him, his father, his grandfather, back to 1913. And I brought them in today to Malcolm Lorimer, who's our sort of club historian and whatever else. He nearly fainted when he saw them.
Change the bowling. Hassan Ali in the bowl and short and wide and carved away for 4, I would think. Yeah, just in front of square out towards that point boundary. Sat up nicely for him. Put it away. Brings up the 3 figures as well. 102 for 2.
It's a rare loose ball from the Lancashire attack, and it's Hassan Ali who's bowled it short and wide, and it's got the treatment, full treatment, really piled into that and hammered it through extra cover off the back foot.
So Malcolm was pretty excited
He
to see
was,
this,
well, he was. The 1913 all the way through the 30s.
It's Hassan into Hayne, that's defended into the offside for no run.
They're in remarkably good nick as well. A little hexagonal leather-bound booklet.
Fantastic.
Yeah, with all the pages, about 5 or 6, no more, 10 pages inside with the fixtures and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, in great nick.
Fantastic.
All signed. That was the, and it says not transferable. and admits to every game, that sort of thing. I mean, you can imagine, yeah, 30,000, 40,000 people coming and watching Lancashire in those days. That was easily left and through to Salt. Hassan Ali just a bit wide of off stump.
So what is the plan is to build a new...
Well, yeah, it's all
museum.
going to be joint in the new development. I think the plan is to have some sort of commercial activity in the new development, shop and museum, interactive museum. But there'll be obviously objects from way back when as well in there.
Hassan balls to Hayne. He's in behind it and pushing it back to Hassan Ali, and there's no run. And it's important too, isn't it? I think that happens. It's one of the joys of having this job, is going around all the different counties and experiencing and learning and reading and looking at all the history that surrounds the first-class counties, and that's important that is on display.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's
Hassan again to Sam Hayne, left and through to Salt, no run.
One of my frustrations, I'm not quite sure how big a frustration it is that this ground is a magnificent ground, international cricket ground, been here since the 1860s as in its Lancashire and Manchester Cricket Club guys, and we have A, B, C, D and E stand. You know, I think we've got the Jimmy Anderson end, we've got the Brian Statham end, but I really think that we should look at naming stands and naming different parts of the ground.
Hassan to Hayne. He theatrically brings his bat up above his head onto that front foot. A very deliberate leave from Sam Hayne. Comfortable with doing that, ignoring the ball just outside his off stump. Taken by Salt. It's the end of the over. 102 4-2.
I mean, there are so many different areas around the ground that you could name. I mean, the pavilion has various different rooms and suites in it. We always used to have the Tilsley suite before it was reconstructed as the Lancaster suite. But you know, so many names going back in time, back to Archie McLaren and whoever else, and the modern day players. I just think it's time to bring that out in the fabric of the ground.
Wood to Sibley, just nudged up to mid-on. He'll get through for one, and he'll bring himself a 50 as well. Reaches a half-century. Dom Sibley off 113 deliveries and 7 fours. And this is an important partnership for Warwickshire between Sibley and Hayne. And that's a very tidy knock from Sibley. A real gritty performance throughout the course of that morning session. And he reaches a 50 just after lunch.
He'll be mighty pleased with that, Dom Sibley. I think all batsmen generally enjoy playing here. It gives them a good value of their worth, actually.
Wood to Hayne, that's angled across him and left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
Good sense of value. I think if you're an England selector, and I'm not sure who they are at the moment, but if you were an England selector, this is the sort of surface and the sort of match that you would want to use as a yardstick for your players, both batsmen and bowlers. How well do they play on this type of surface, which is as near to a test match pitch as you can get, against good bowling attacks? How do the batsmen shape up?
Luke Wood in and bowling, and Hayne off the back foot, punching into the offside. Bohannon scoops up at extra cover, and there's no run. A lot talked about pitches in the wake of what happened in the winter, but in terms of these two sides playing here at Emirates, Old Trafford, playing at Edgbaston, would they be considered to be two grounds where you know what you're going to get, good pitches?
Yeah, it should be, and likewise at all the test grounds around the country. Headingley, you have to work hard for good cricket there. Trent Bridge, I think, has let itself down at times over the last few years.
Wood balls, and Hayne whips the ball away through the onside. Glorious looking shot. He stands and admires it. He gets 4 to the right of Parkinson at mid-on and down towards the boundary. A little flick of the bat from Hayne. Beautiful shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot. You'd say it's a bread and butter shot. It's too full, and it's straight, but it's full, and just whipped away through straight mid-wicket for 4. It's a proper cricket shot. Yeah, I think that, you know, the grounds that the pitch, there's some good pitches around the place. Canterbury flat, perhaps people will say too flat. But in terms of county cricket, how you get your wickets and how you try and get 20 wickets in the game is a really good exercise.
Wood to Hayne, who's defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose at this part of the season, it must be a little, if it's good weather, I appreciate that, but it must be a little easier to produce these types of pitches compared to back end of the season when you've had so much cricket played at them. And
well, yeah, I mean, keeping a fresh pitch that you can prepare for a 4-day game is quite tricky. It's tricky here at Old Trafford. It's not a huge square, to be honest. There are only 11 pitches you can use for first-class cricket out on that square.
Left arm over from Luke Wood, and that's another nice shot by Hayne, just leaning into it. And it is Dame Villas at mid-off, chasing after it. Gets to the ball. Hayne comes back for 2. And that's the end of the over. 109 for 2 after 38 overs.
You know, Matt Merchant will have to reuse 1 or 2 of these pitches later in the season, in August and September. He may only reuse them for 50-over cricket or T20 or the 100, although I doubt that. They'll probably have fresh pitches for the 100. So it is difficult, but we've had a very dry April, haven't we? Pretty dry. Well, we've only had a week of May, a couple of days of rain, but it's been pretty obvious from scores and matches around the country that batting conditions have been pretty good. Pitches have been good as well, which again just it annoys me and worries me a little bit that and I keep saying this, don't I, that the reason for England's failures in the winter is because the pitches and the conditions are not good enough. They're clearly not much wrong with these.
Hassan Ali for Lancashire in a ball to Sibley, who doesn't offer a shot through to Salt, and there's no run.
Like the field that he's got that short extra cover in. I noticed David Lloyd was saying about the field that George Balderson had when he bowled earlier this morning. He had 3 slips. David was saying a short extra cover for Sibley will make him think, well, there's 2 slips now and that short extra, and still he's got protection on the leg side. Difficult to bowl to a 7-2 offside field on a pitch like this. It gives you very little margin for error.
Hassan to Sibley just goes back and defends to mid-on this time, where Bailey fields for Lancashire, and there's no run. (109 for 2), Warwickshire.
Yeah, that short extra cover just serves to put an element of doubt into the batsman's mind about whether he should drive or not. And then, following on from that, if he's not going to drive, he's going to check his shot, then the slips and the keeper come into play. There's no real exaggerated movement today.
Hassan bowls, Sibley just cushions this away into the offside.
Now, that was an example. He was a bit half-cock at that, wasn't he? A little bit indecisive. Whereas if the short extra cover wasn't there, he might have been tempted to push a bit harder at it.
Nice to see Keaton Jennings back in the Lancashire team. He's at second slip.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a horror, hasn't he? End of last season, he had a very bad calf injury, and then got himself really fit over winter, and then did the other calf in a pre-season, so just before pre-season.
Hassan for Lancashire tears his way back in, balls again to Sibley's. Just forced to defend it, pushing it back along the ground, scooped up by Hassan off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, so Keaton Jennings been champing at the bit to get out there and play. I think seems to be gone are the days where you have a run out in the second team now before you play in the first team. Straight back in, Wood back in, Jennings back in, with no cricket behind them other than in practice.
That's a ball to Sibley. That's flicked off his pads just behind square on the leg side. Can Parkinson catch up with it? He does his best. He puts the dive in, but it beats Matt Parkinson, and timed well enough to reach the rope for 4. 113 for 2.
Well, no matter what he's done to his technique and how much he's tightened it up and how much he's looking to play through the offside, he's still, if you bowl straight and full at him, he'll whip you through the leg side till the cows come home. And that was a really glorious illustration of the square drive. It's resulting in square leg going back onto the fence at deep backward square. A bit of added protection for the bowler.
And there's not much margin for error, is there, for a bowler to Sibley? Such as his strengths on that leg side. More runs here, pushed out in front of through mid-wicket. He'll come back for a couple. Might flirt with the idea of 3. He wants 3, but Haynes says there's not a third there, so he settles for 2. And he moves on to 56. 115 for 2 with Haynes on 37. That's the end of the over. A few thoughts from you, Paul, and then Richard will join you.
Thanks, Scott. Well, illustrative of how you've got a bowl at Dom Sibley that last over. 2 balls, 2 straight, whipped away through the leg side for a 4 and a 2. Sibley moving on to 56 from 119 balls, 8 boundaries to him, and Warwickshire just starting to look a little bit comfortable now at 115 for 2. 39 overs gone. There's a cheer goes round Old Trafford. I hesitate to say that it's for you, Richard.
No.
It's probably because Matt Parkinson's come on.
It is.
But it's nice to see you anyway.
Good afternoon to you, Paul. Pleasure to sit alongside you. It's been a very competitive day's cricket so far.
Good, yeah. Very good.
Warwickshire have had to earn every run they've got. Lancashire have bowled to the right lines for most of the morning.
Yeah.
Tried to keep the ball pretty full.
Yeah, I think it's been good disciplined cricket from both sides, to be honest. you know, impressed with the way that Lancashire have stuck to their task, but also impressed with the way that Sibley and now Hayne are playing with good control.
They've added 80 so far for this third wicket, but the first sight of spin today, and it's Parkinson who drops this one just short of a length, whipped off his pads by Hayne, but can't beat the fielder Bailey, who's behind square on the leg side. He's got a slip in, a point. He's got a bit of protection out on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover, mid-off, reasonably deep, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, and the other boundary fielder is at deep square leg. He pushes out the next delivery from Parkinson, who had the week off last week, but back in the fray today and wanting wickets to prove his point again for the England selectors, who like to call him up for tours, but haven't been so keen to get him out on the pitch on the international stage just yet. As he bowls one down the leg side, it bounces off the keeper through to Bailey, and there's no run.
Well, he likes bowling here, Matt Parkinson. It's obviously it's his home ground, but he likes bowling because of the conditions. Gives him a little bit of bounce, this pitch. I don't think he'll be looking to turn the ball too much or expect much turn on day one here.
So that short sort of three-pace run up and stretching to drive into the offside is Hayne. It'll be a single. He's to 38, 116 for 2.
But your point about England selecting him and not playing him is a good one, Richard. You know, they took him to the Caribbean, and in 2 of those 3 tests, he would have had a surface that he would have enjoyed bowling on, and they didn't pick him. So if you're going to pick him in the squad, you've got to play him at times. So you've got to find out about him, give him the chance.
Particularly if conditions might just be favourable. He floats this one outside Sibley's off stump, and he drives it in front of square. Wood in from in front of the rope for another single, 118 for 2.
Yeah, and there's criticism of his lack of ability to bat to field, which seems to be levelled at spinners more than anybody else. Don't level that criticism at seam bowlers.
Approaching down the wicket, here is Hayne, and he's chipped it into the covers and a wicket straight away, and that was very well held above his head there by the fielder in close. Was it the 12th man who was in there? Trying to spot the number, because I've got a number 12 on my sheet, but he's come down the wicket, Sam Hayne, and he's chipped it straight into the hands of the extra cover. 117 for 3, big breakthrough.
Well, first over for Matt Parkinson, and all that we've been saying about the standard of cricket and the quality and the ability of both batsman and bowler to just take their time and bed themselves in has gone. As this is just chipped to short extra cover off the 5th ball. Didn't get to the pitch of it. I doubt it's turned, but it's gone straight to short extra cover.
But it's something, I mean, it's like a free wicket in a way, isn't it? And I guess what they didn't want him to do was settle Warwickshire, and they've been positive against him in the first over, but the first time they've used their feet, Hayne's got himself into trouble.
It's Rob Jones, the 12th man, who's come on onto the field, and excellent fielder is Rob. And it was a fairly simple catch even for him, but well bowled Matt Parkinson.
He's got a big grin on his face, Parkinson, as you can appreciate. 1 for 2 from his first over. He'll settle for that. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, comes in now to join Dom Sibley. Gives him a pat on the backside as he arrives. Been short of form so far. The Bears captain, this would be a good time to find it. But just the breakthrough that Dane Velas was wanting at a point where the seamers have done an awful lot of work. He had to turn to Matt Parkinson and broke up a partnership that looked pretty settled, Paul.
Yeah, well, he was obviously going to bowl at some point this afternoon, Parky. I don't think there was much expectation of him taking a wicket too early, but just to see how the Warwickshire batsman reacted to Parkinson bowling, I think there was probably an element of we want to try and dominate and be positive against him, and that's proved to be Hayne's downfall.
Hassan Ali to continue, begins a new over, and that's left alone outside off stump by Dom Sibley, who's trying to get himself embedded here for everybody else to play around, which is, after all, his job. And it was interesting what you were saying to Scott just about the fact that you're not necessarily seeing too many more shots that have been added to the artillery. His strengths are still what they were before, particularly off his pads.
Well, yes, you don't want to lose what is your your absolute strength, and he's a really good player through the leg side. What he needs to do is
have more outside off stump. You're right.
well,
As he tickles this one to the leg side for a single, the bowler and non-striker Will Rhodes nearly got in each other's way.
Yeah, he needs to work on his defence outside off stump and have some more scoring strokes through the offside, and not be reliant totally on his leg side play.
Scoring at 34 runs per 100 balls in Test cricket is okay if your average is up around 40 as an opener. You can tolerate it. If it's down in the 20s, then that's when you go back to the county game and have to add to what you've got.
Now then, an examination early on for Will Rhodes, with Hassan Ali coming in from the Jimmy Anderson end. 2 slips and a gully now, so not overly attacking.
Seems splendidly light on his feet, Hassan Ali, as he comes in to bowl. On and around off stump, defended by Rhodes into the follow-through of the bowler, who thought that Sibley might be following up, so without looking at the stumps, he rolls it behind him, doesn't make any contact with him, and it's picked up mid-off, but just keeping everybody on their toes.
Sneaky, that, wasn't it? Sneaky.
It was sharp.
Sharp, yeah.
You know, I'm no fan of the mankad, because I often... When I see mankads in T20 cricket, it's often when the bowler should have already delivered the ball and he's held on to it, and it's kind of... I always find it quite a weird thing. But that, I mean, that's kind of fair enough. That's a little bit of trickery. As he bowls outside of stump, guided down, one bounce into the gully where it's fielded by Croft.
No, I wouldn't advocate mancadding anybody, but I get the point, the principle behind it. The bowler says, look, I have to stay behind this line when I deliver the ball. You as a batsman, stay in your ground.
Yeah.
That's it.
Nothing wrong with a warning.
No, I agree. Totally.
I don't think you'd have put the brakes on in full flourish when you're in your
there
pomp
would have
ball.
been, no, it would have resulted in a couple of weeks on the physio's bed if I tried to do that, I think.
That's nearly just back of a length and turned into the leg side by Rhodes. He needs to play himself in. I did see you, one of the first times I ever saw you play when I was a young member at Warwickshire, you did pick up an injury fielding, but it was a very, very unlucky one at Edgbaston, where you chased after a ball up to long on and ended up banging up against the sight screen.
Oh dear.
That's one you've probably managed to erase from your memory altogether.
Did the sight screen survive or not?
The sight screen managed a few more seasons. you managed rather more than the sight screen, to be fair.
That's true, yeah.
That's a good ball from Hassan Ali. It tucks Rhodes up, and it's an appeal for LBW. I think it's always going to be turned down on height. But end of good probing over. 118 for 3. That big breakthrough. The dismissal of Sam Hain in the first over from Matt Parkinson. Gone for 38. And Lancashire, we're wanting another couple of wickets at least in this session, but they've got a foothold now in the afternoon.
Well, David Lloyd and I were discussing this at lunchtime, and we thought 3 in the afternoon would be superb. We've got 1 so far, and it's David's turn to come in and join you now.
Ah, tremendous. So we'll rotate our squad once again. Good to hear so many voices here on the opening day of this game. Parkinson's about to bowl his second of the day. He made the breakthrough, the dismissal of Hain for 38. The second time he's got out for less than 40 this season, as Sibley steers the ball in front of point. There'll be a comfortable single there. In the end, it's Wood who'll field after Balderson gave up the chase, trying to cut that off early. And Sibley's steady acquisition of runs continues. He's to 59. And his skipper, Will Rhodes, yet to score 119 for 3. David Lloyd slots in beside me in his sleeveless sweater. It's almost a tank top we've got going there.
It is definitely a tank top.
Hey, tremendous. Ah, dear. It's been centre Paul. It's been a properly competitive day's cricket so far, this, isn't it?
It usually is, you know.
Here's Parkinson to Rhodes, who meets it on the full, but there's a short mid-wicket now. Rob Jones, the 12th man. Slick piece of fielding, hurls it to Salt behind the stumps. not quite hit his straps, even though he's got a wicket. The first over or so from Parkinson, quite full again, but to that short mid-wicket, he's quickly in play, races across and picks it up. It was a bonus wicket, the wicket of Sam Hain, really.
Get a change of pace. I would be crying out for it. Just change the pace, get the spinner on.
As he approaches once more, flicked in front of square by Rhodes. That'll get him off the mark. 120 for 3.
You mentioned the quality of cricket. It is excellent. You've got the county champions, Warwickshire. It's a test match ground and a test match pitch. And some wonderful bowlers.
And against the runners-up in the county championship, who most of the years would have won it with the season that they had. Sibley forward finds the space again in front of point for another single. He's to 60. 121 for 3.
He's played superbly well as Dom Sibley. You can see the alterations that he's made, and he needed to make them. And good on him for spending a winter just working at his game. He's more sideways on. The key to it, he's stood almost side on.
But something else that's impressed me about him today is Parkinson bowls onto the pads of Rhodes, so he can clip that behind square for another single. 122 for 3 at the end of the over. Thing that's caught my eye today is just how hard he's run as well. Trying to turn ones into twos, twos into threes, because you know he's had the fitness thing thrown at him ever since he broke into international cricket. I think he's determined to prove a point with that as well.
Well, he's a big guy, isn't he? I think he's looked really assured at the crease. He's looked confident. And there's an element of enjoyment as well, the way that he's played his shots, he's defended. I've watched his defensive play. I keep going on and banging on about defensive play. Defending back up the pitch. There's every chance that you're doing okay if you're defending back up the pitch. Every now and again, he still has that, just as the ball is releasing, he has that little twitch where his hands go towards point and then quickly come back in.
Well, Rhodes having a good dig, almost Jonathan Trott style, before facing the first ball of a new over from Hassan Ali. He'll be going round the wicket. Because Rhodes and Sibley were an opening partnership 3 or 4 years ago. Rhodes now batting at 5 and defends the ball on and around off stump. I warned Scott Reed I was going to say this to you if we coincided, Bumble. First game of cricket I ever saw, my mum took me as a 5-year-old. It was 47 years ago this month. You were playing. First game I ever saw.
47 years, what's that?
It was in the old John Player League.
All right.
Warwickshire against Lancashire at Edgbaston.
Right, yeah.
And, I mean, you can imagine how cricket captured my imagination, seeing Lloyd striding to the crease for that. As Hassan Ali bowls a bumper.
You must mean Clive.
Yeah, he made 89. It was a great knock, actually. Yeah. I mean, you weren't out there long. You only made 6, but Clive was brilliant.
What a 6 that was, though. I mean, that really put us on the road.
Oh, it was great, though. And, you know, even as a 5-year-old, I was sat there with a little programme that you used to get for the Sunday League.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
Filling in the scorecard.
It, yeah.
And from that day on, cricket's just had to be part of my life. So, yeah, John Jameson made 100 for Warwickshire in that game.
Did he?
Yeah. That's nearly round the wicket, left alone by Will Rhodes.
There's another thing about that John Player League, you know, where that hotel is now, underneath there was a betting shop. Yeah. And you could go in, and we used to go in as players and back yourself, I'll get 20 today, and put 2 bob on. Tremendous. Honestly. Yeah, you'd be, and you'd have punters would be in there. You be in your whites. I'll put 2 bob. I'll get 20 today. No, and blokes would be coming. Are you in good nick? Do you think you'll get it? Yeah, put me down for 20.
Brilliant. Hassan Ali ran the wicket, driven beautifully by Rhodes. Well, that might just get him going. So it's been a struggle in the early part of the season for the Bears captain, but that was a crisp straight drive for 4.
That's it. A good effort for this lad. He's found a home, hasn't he? Yorkshire lad, gone down to Edgbaston, started as an opener, finished up at 5, captains the club. It's a good story.
It is, and he's a very capable cricketer. Last year did remarkably well with the ball, actually, when he was needed. But also, I think his captaincy, his leadership last year was very impressive. In comes Hassan Ali, left alone, well outside off stump. Very full again from Hassan Ali. About 3 years ago, I had to give Sam Hain a lift to Trent Bridge one morning for reasons that I won't go into because it'll embarrass the person who was meant to be driving him. And we knew that Jeetan Patel was going to be leaving, and we're talking about the future of captaincy, and Sam Hain was already vice-captain. He said, oh, Will Rhodes will be captain. So it's the moment he walked in the dressing room. future leader.
Yorkshire, you see. That's what it is.
Yeah, you need somebody from the Roses, don't you, one way or the other?
Well,
Either side of the Pennines.
They'll get there.
Hassanali down the leg side and past the hip of Rhodes, who looks skywards like he's missed out. There's the little throw of the ball in the air from Phil Salt to try and convince somebody, anybody, that might have been a strangulation down the leg side. It wasn't. Warwickshire 126 for 3, 43 overs gone.
So winning the toss, you get 226 for 2 and you think, yeah, we're doing fine. And then you lose a wicket and Lancashire have got impetus. They've got the leg spinner in. I love the change of pace. It's a super pitch, is this. You should get 450. It's a 450 pitch. Now you change the pace, bring the leg spinner on. He gets a wicket straight away. Now he needs to have a little 6 or 7 over spell just to settle in. Be interesting to see exactly how Warwickshire do playing, because he'll have a ring field, just one catcher around the bat, 3 saving, 1 offside, 3 leg side. Just get into his stint.
And he'll continue to do that with got a full looping ball. That's another good scrambling stop from Jones, the 12th man, who played a short mid-wicket to the left-hander, short extra cover to the right-hander, has been very much in play, including the catch that dismissed Sam Hain. This time it's driven wide of Parkinson to the left, but up to mid-off, where Dane Velas does the fielding. Can't get Bumble comfortable now. He's
I'm sat on a chair with 2 nails.
Pushed into the offside by Sibley for a single. Wood comes in from the deep cover boundary. It's because you're very lean, you see. That's what it is.
Those were the days.
Oh.
Yeah, those were the days.
I say lean, it's more of a stoop now, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It gets to you.
It's
just get him into this spell. I think this is good from Villas. Don't over-attack just for 2 or 3 overs. Just let him get into it. It's the dip. He'll make it dip. He gets that little trajectory that just dips in.
So I'm going to look round to his captain there. They're thinking hard about the field. They've got really 2 mid-wickets in position at the moment. So that's over-pitched onto the pads of Rhodes, who jams it round the corner for a single. Wood again does the fielding. There's 1 run. Have we managed to replace your seat now?
It's been subbed as that seat. I've got a very nice one now. They're these like office chairs that are on wheels, aren't they, that you can shift around on.
The one I've got next door when I'm doing reports, I raise it up and then it gradually disappears underneath me as I sit on it. So Parkinson drifts this one down the leg side and Sibley can just push it through for another single.
I've got to tell you, I'm looking at the builders. There's a new hotel complex going on, and there's one of the builders in one of them orange suits, and he's got the protective helmet on. He's just been shadow shot in here. He's coming back into shot with his shovel. He's been batting with a shovel.
Magnificent. It's a flashing blade over on the building site. Nice loop on that one from Parkinson. Gets it above the batsman's eye line, but Rhodes pushes forward. End of the over, 44 gone. Warwickshire 129 for 3. It's a heck of a distraction for the builders over there. There'll be some who wouldn't be attracted to cricket at all, but there are others. It must be hard to keep on working when this is going on.
He was playing forward defensive with a shovel, and it was terrific. I like Parkinson into the attack. I thought he'd have bowled a little bit this morning. Just have a look, see. I like that change of pace. That you loop the ball, it gets above the batsman's eye line, and he does have that little drift. It'll just drift in to the right-hander before it spins away. I don't think he's going to get any spin on this pitch for a little while, but that change of pace.
We'll see the return of George Balderson, who had 4 overs this morning, none for 19. Has bowled quite well this season. It wasn't his best spell this morning. Dane Velas would like his help to keep the other seamers fresh as Sibley pulls away with Balderson in mid-run-up, but looks like it might be an insect or something getting in his eye. Takes his helmet off, wipes away a bit of perspiration, but I just got the fancy that might have been a fly or something. He's telling Will Rhodes what it is. Will Rhodes is saying, "You're right, Dom," but So I think actually it's always good to have the experience when anything like that happens, distracted, to just back away and trust that the umpire's not going to let the play continue, because it'd be quite easy just to stand there and be undone by it. So Balderson can start his over. Approaches now and forward in defence is Sibley. Saying earlier, the second of his 2 Test hundreds was here. Sibley against the West Indies, one of the slowest of the last decade.
You've got a chance here. It is such a good pitch. You've got to work hard for your wickets. Batting is telling you score 100. Just get yourself in. You get a predictable bounce here, but it will spin. Later in the game, there'll be a little bit of spin.
Balderson outside off stump, left alone. I mean, you know, it was overcast first thing this morning. It's a bat surface. I mean, clearly it's a bat first surface, but for a captain, the fact that Parkinson's in that Lancashire side makes you think even more we better bat first, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And also to say, well, it is a good pitch. We know that it's going to be a good pitch. So get your runs in that first innings and try to dictate the game.
To the right of centre as we look across towards the pavilion. Balderson onto the pads of Sibley. Oohs and ahs that would suggest it might have been a thick outside edge. He's running hard here again and does very well. I know that again, you know, Parkinson is working hard to make his fielding more nimble, but that was a well-run 2 from Sibley.
He called it immediately too. And it's a big area, is this? Huge area. Square of the wicket. The change round, wasn't it? I can't remember now what year it changed round. What year was it?
I think, I mean, certainly the 2005 Ashes Test was played the other way round.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, isn't it, I think? Balderson to Sibley, leaves alone, goes through to the wicket-keeper. You know, as we get older as well, you can't judge time anymore. I can't judge time anymore, David. It's just like... Pff.
But it's one of them things that I should know when this would turn round, but I'm real sorry, I don't. And just to get... Balderson to Sibley, stay off his pads. Just outside off stump, just stay on that line and test his patience.
Yep. Let's see if he does that again. Actually, he's probably strayed onto middle and leg, and Sibley feels he's missed out there. He got in between 2 shots, if anything, and steered it up towards mid-on when he wanted to clip it wide of mid-wicket.
I think he's given him the field. When you look at it, it's a slip and a gully as 2 catches. The short extra cover is a good catcher. That's a good position for Sibley. And then 1, 2, 3 saving 1 on the offside. Back with point, cover and a mid-off.
In to complete the over, and left alone by Dom Sibley. Phoebe was making the point earlier on commentary that for both opening or top order batsmen and for pace bowlers, there's a real window of opportunity now with England. England are kind of between generations with the Test team right now. There's that bit of a rebuild going. So there's no reason why Dominic Sibley shouldn't believe that he's got another chance if he makes heavy runs. That's what you got to do, prove yourself again. Yeah,
and when you say heavy runs, it's hundreds. And if you look in this first month, there's been lots of runs around, some double centuries. But I would say that he is vastly improved from when he played for England. Because he's worked, he's decided, he will have decided, look, this isn't working, I've got to dismantle and start again. And he's sideways on. I think he's looked assured. But again, this is the type of pitch that you're going to play Test matches on.
Yeah.
And concentration is massive. Concentrate, you can bat for 2 days.
Parkinson to continue at the end of his 4th over. 131 for 3, Warwickshire. Rhodes on 7 is on strike. And he pushes forward outside off stump, and there's no run. Same is true for those who haven't made it for England. And we've talked a bit about Josh Bohannon, and we will do more, of course, when he's out there batting. But he will keep on getting the selectors' interest and piquing the interest of those running the England team if he keeps on scoring runs at the volume that he is. So Rhodes across outside off stump, but covers the ball up and steers it into the leg side for no run. It's become quite a production line in the last decade here at Lancashire. Players pushing towards recognition. As Parkinson floats the ball outside off stump, defended into the offside.
The academy works well. I know the academy are playing, I think, at Newton Le Willers today. The second 11 are over at Scarborough.
Ball then sets off outside off stump. It hints that it might want to come in a bit, might want to turn a little bit, but it doesn't. Defended out into the offside. Parkinson gradually easing into a rhythm, straighter delivery again. Soft hands from Rhodes as he defends. Don't very often see leg spinners get through comfortable maidens. There's usually something in an over from a leg spinner that's available to get away, but Parkinson's kept real control in this over. He's driven up towards mid-off, the final ball of the over. Comfortable pick-up for Keaton Jennings. End of the over. I know Paul Farbrace, as the sort of sport director at Edgbaston, will say that as a county, if you are not trying to produce England players, then what are you doing?
That's exactly it. And as a young player, that's all you want to be. You've so much ambition. I want to play for England. I want to play for England from a very early age. Well, how do you do it? Well, you play for your county or play county cricket. And so, county cricket has an obligation to develop cricketers. Yeah.
And say some counties seem to go through eras of doing it better than others. There's a discussion, I think, about the shape of the ball at the moment. And umpires carry these little gizmos. If the ball passes through it, then it's fine. If it doesn't, it's not. That tends to be the case, isn't it? More or less.
I umpired for a few years.
You did?
Never really fathomed that thing.
Trying to hammer it through. It'll get through here somehow.
We used to have some wonderful umpires when I played, I'll tell you.
Well, I think your son's managed to fathom it out, which is just as well, because Graham's happy with the shape of that ball. As Balderson's first ball, the new over is left alone outside off stump.
You used to get Cess Pepper and Bill Alley, two Australians who were umpiring, and you'd say, this ball's out of shape, Bill says. And he'd just throw it back to you. He'd say, well, you keep bowling, and this fella batting will knock it back into shape.
Fair enough. It's a redoubtable player in his time, Bill Alley, as well as is pushed into the offside by Sibley, but not with sufficient timing to get it past Croft at point. And there's no run.
Cess Pepper was the other. I mean, what a character. He used to suffer from wind.
Oh dear.
As an umpire. Gracious. Good job it wasn't an indoor sport.
The groundsman need to have the weighted bails handy. So Balderson's next delivery is steered up towards mid-on for a quick single. They've judged that pretty well. Sibley sprightly again to 65. 132 for 3. Decent piece of fielding from Velas with a sort of throw as he fell, but Sibley was always going to be home.
It's good running. It just helps, doesn't it? Tick the board over, rotate the strike, get yourself another one.
You can measure cricketing eras by what Bumble was doing, can't you? Sort of player, international player, umpire, coach, and then into the commentary box. It's all the eras of cricket rolled into one, that is.
And finishing up at Old Trafford as well. Emirates Old Trafford even.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't fall off message. Balderson round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who just steers it off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Do you know, I keep looking across to the... Well, it's not there yet. I don't know whether it's being... No, it's not being erected. The temporary permanent stand, because inevitably there'll be concerts here. There'll be some great concerts. That stand is massive. When the stand goes up for international cricket, and then when it comes down for the artists...
Steered to square leg by Rhodes. Again, there's no run.
There are more and more. There are a number here this year.
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are here. Harry Styles, who's changing. I think he used to be Nobby Styles.
He used to be Nobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was asking Paul Allerton. I wasn't taking that much noise. And he said Mr. Brightside. And I thought he said Norman Whiteside. Well, he's on stage. But it's the Killers. The Killers are here.
Paulson steered into mid-wicket by Rhodes. He'll get a single, takes him to 8. 133 for 3. Yeah, for my sins, I have a daughter who's approaching 15, so I will be going to see Harry Styles during the course of the summer. Not here. I've got to go to Wembley for that privilege.
He won Opportunity Knocks, didn't he? He used to be with Hughie Green or somebody.
What?
Opportunity Knocks.
He probably did. Or was it new? It might have been New Faces.
Yeah, what were he was in a group, wasn't he?
Well, Harry said he was in One Direction. Yeah, he was.
Right.
He was. Yep. He's a bit of a fashion icon, like yourself. He actually... I might have to dig this out. I'm pretty sure there are some photos of Harry Styles in a tank top.
Well, I got this tank top because this is what my mother used to dress me in when I was a kid. Everybody in the 50s used to have it. Everybody had tank tops.
Well, you had a vest as well.
And a vest, a string vest later on.
Yeah. Piece of parking.
Yeah.
Be all right. It's normal life in Accrington, those. So Parkinson floats this one up, and Will Rhodes is going to launch this over a straight mid-wicket, and it should just go for 4, despite the interest of Luke Wood. So, first time since he took the wicket of Sam Hain that anybody with a Warwickshire bat has decided to have a go at Parkinson, but that one just hung there for a little bit too long, and Will Rhodes dispatched it for 4.
It's a safe shot. Left-hander against a leg spinner. Just take it on over mid-wicket. Just clear those mid-wicket fielders. Bags of room out there.
Once more in Parkinson, and he's going to meet this on the full toss, and he gets it wide of a diving mid-wicket. There was a chance, a little moment there that could have gone to hand, but he's found the boundary. It was a full-length dive from Balderson, one of 2 mid-wickets in there, and it wouldn't have missed him by too much. Again, it would have been a bonus wicket given the delivery, but back-to-back boundaries for Rhodes, 141 for 3.
Yeah, he just got it wrong there, full toss. I don't know whether he's changing the field ever so slightly, just at mid-wicket and square leg.
Rhodes is up to 16. And faces again and drives this time. Velas moves to his left to pick up. I get a bit of Lancashire common sense at home because my mother-in-law's a Lancastrian, so she was a Rochdale lass.
Oh yeah, Gracie Fields.
Yeah.
Lisa Stansfield.
Absolutely. The co-op. Parkinson up to the legs of Rhodes, who steered it into mid-wicket and there's no run. I only had the co-op left to go at then. Hornets. Oh dear. It'll be a relief to everybody when you get in at the end of this over, Scott, when you come back. That'll be good. There's a big bumblebee in front of us now. The ball is defended by Rhodes. There's a big bumblebee, isn't there?
It is, yeah, they're around.
Trying to get in.
I did a duet with very late in the evening it was with Lisa Stansfield. Just in the centre of Soho, we were asked to move on. We were singing The Night.
Okay.
The Four Seasons.
So was that Four Seasons the band, or was that the restaurant you're in? As diving forward, Jones prevents a single, end of the over.
Frankie Valli.
Oh, I'll leave Bumble to muse over the situation at this point in the afternoon. Scott Reed will be back.
141 for 3. So a bit of aggression from Will Rhodes there. He's moving on to 16. Dom Sibley's on 65. Leg spinner into the attack. He's just been clattered for 2 fours. Shouldn't be too worried about that. Get a batsman playing shots. And the sun's just come out.
Thank you, Bumble. It has. And Balderson's going to continue. Double change up here in the commentary box. Richard and Bumble are going to continue discussing popular music. And Balderson's in and bowling to Sibley. And that's pushed away into the offside, but there's no run. Again, Lancashire have got this field set on the offside, that short extra cover. And there's cover, back will point, mid-off, 2 slips, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Matt Parkinson down below us at long leg with his hands on his hips. But Sibley on 65. Here's Balderson in the sunshine for Lancashire. And that's played away by Sibley up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Good afternoon to Phoebe Graham again.
Good afternoon. It's been very pleasant in the commentary box listening to Bumble's stories, hasn't it? We've been having a laugh. I'm sure everyone listening has been too.
I think it reached a low point when Richard mentioned co-op. That's the only thing he could think about. But it was funny. It was Balderson. Into his 7th over, in and balls to Sibley's left. And through to Salt, and there's no run. Intriguing field set here to Sibley. The way that Lancashire have stacked the offside, the one slip, the gully, the backward point, the 2 covers, the mid-off. It means Balderson with a responsibility to bowl a certain line and length here, in particular to Sibley, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
A little tap of the bat from Sibley as Balderson's in, and that's driven straight. May have actually just come a little off the hand or fingertip of Balderson, and then Dane Velas leaping across from mid-on to complete the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think with Sibley it's sticking to the same plan as earlier, bowling on that 4th and 5th stump line. He's exceptional off his legs and middle stump, as we've seen with some fantastic on drives earlier through the day.
Leaves this ball outside the off stump, taken by Salt, and there's no run.
He's just playing a very patient innings. The wicket seems to have flattened out a lot, and I think his hard work through the morning is now shining through, so it could be a good day for Sibley if he continues in this form now.
Well, Bumble was saying about the opportunity that presents itself for Sibley in particular, but for Warwickshire as a team. It's driven, one bounce back towards Balderson, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. A maiden there for George Balderson, his first. 141 for 3 after 49 overs, but winning the toss and wanting to have a bat first, which Warwickshire won the toss, batting first, lost at the early wicket of Alex Davis, and then Yates was dismissed pretty comprehensively by a terrific piece of bowling by Luke Wood. Sam Hain departing for 38. But Sibley in the middle of all that's put together a really impressive innings here. That's a great chance on what looks like a good pitch to bat, and to bat long.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what you were saying before about potential for playing for England, the county championship has had a lot of stick recently, but I also think it's a really exciting time for county championship because it's a gateway to England at the moment, which probably was more of a closed door the past few years because it's been a successful team. So often when teams drop, it presents opportunities, and therefore the county champs.
Parkinson's in to Rhodes. That's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Has more potential to sort of create these players, and I think that's why we're seeing bigger scores and high-scoring matches at the moment, because a lot of players are hungry for international cricket.
Parkinson over the wicket bowls. Forward goes Rhodes. Push back towards Lancashire's leg spinner, and there's no run.
It's such a huge boundary here on the onside. I don't think mid-wicket knows quite where to field himself. He's 15 yards off the boundary.
Parkinson over the wicket balls. Oh, does that get through? It does.
Yes.
That's a terrific piece of bowling by Lancashire's leg spinner. Rhodes has gone for 16. Look at the big beaming smile on Matt Parkinson's face. He's been bowled by Parkinson. Rhodes has gone for 16. And Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket. 141 for 4. And it's the Lancashire leggy that strikes again.
And that's an absolutely excellent delivery from Parkinson. It's turned a mile, really, hasn't it? And come in and clipped leg stump. And that's what Parkinson does so well, is get the ball moving and getting the batters to play on the wrong line.
Well, watch the replay of it here. Delivery from Parkinson. It's a super piece of bowling, isn't it, from Matt Parkinson. 2nd wicket for him.
Yeah, it's been a good option bringing spin on. I think the first one, it was the change-up of pace that got... who was it? Who was Parkinson's first wicket?
Sam Hain.
Sam Haines, yeah. It was definitely the change-up of pace, but that was just an excellent delivery. Kept a little bit low.
It did, didn't it, actually, yeah. Well, an impact on day one for Matt Parkinson. 2nd wicket for him. Sharp turn back in, beating the defences of Rhodes.
And it's hit the middle of off stump as that delivery, so it has kept reasonably low. It would be one that you'd want to keep out on that off stump line. Excellent from Parkinson. They'll be pleased to get that breakthrough. 141 for 4.
Well, he's getting that to turn quite a bit, isn't he, Parkinson? Running on day one.
Still there, 65 not out, Warwickshire 141 for 4.
So Chris Benjamin joining Dom Sibley. And he gets onto that front foot and pushes the ball back along the pitch. Fielded by Parkinson off his own bowling, and there's no run. There's one slip in place. Man on the drive on the on and off side. Tosses this one wide of the off stump. It's left. And taken by Salt.
He's kept a similar field for Benjamin coming in. I think his plans will be the same. I think he'll be looking to attack those stumps at the moment. Getting him to play early.
Brings him forward this time. He's down on one knee, asking if that's an LBW, Matt Parkinson, but not out, says the umpire. It's a wicket maiden for Parkinson.
You can hear the roar from the crowd there. They've enjoyed that from Parkinson. There was a similar reaction when he got brought onto bowl, and that's the reason why they love him so much here at Emirates Old Trafford, because he takes wickets.
Well, there's something rather fun, isn't there, about watching Parkinson, in particular, about watching any leg spinner, but I see a lot of Matt Parkinson, and he's just brilliant fun to watch.
Yeah, you can tell he enjoys his cricket, and that makes you enjoy watching the game, doesn't it, when you see players enjoy playing.
Balderson to Sibley, that's driven. It's up towards wide mid-off, pick up and throw towards the stumps from Josh Bohannon.
That would have been a close call if it have hit got the direct hit there at mid-off. It was a little bit of a hit and run from Sibley.
Yes, it was a little frantic, that single, wasn't it? But it could have been close with a direct hit. Wasn't too far away from hitting neither Barnum. So Benjamin on strike, facing Balderson for the first time. Second slip in position now, so Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings at slips 1 and 2. Here comes Balderson for Lancashire to Benjamin off the back foot, trying to cut the ball, but that little bottom edge sees it bounce away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's good to see them getting an extra slip in for Benjamin, being attacking from ball 1 there. I think they won't want to see him getting comfortable at the crease, because Haynes and Sibley did have a really strong partnership there.
Benjamin waits as Balderson comes in. And he's playing and he's beaten. And through to Salt.
That's brilliant areas. That's fantastic from Balderson. It's just hit that length and that line where, do you play, don't you play? He played at it, missed, and could have quite easily got a nick there. Ask the question.
2 slips awaiting. He's back in and bowling. Wants a run here. Just worked off his pads up towards mid-on. Does get through for a single. Gets off the mark with that. Moves on to 1. 143 for 4. To bring Sibley back on strike. Into the afternoon session. Day 1 of this county championship game here from Emirates Old Trafford. We've got George Balderson bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end for Lancashire. We've got Parkinson in the game from the Statham end. Sibley playing forward, and the ball just sneaks past the outside edge, and Phil Salt, the Lancashire keeper, with a smile on his face.
Yeah, he seems to have got a new energy with the new batters at the crease as Balderson. So Sibley on strike, yet bowls that same delivery that's nibbling away at that third, fourth stump and play and miss. Bring another slip in, that's what I say.
It's excellent kind of consistency, this, isn't it, from Balderson? And comes bouncing back in again, and left by Sibley. And through to Salt. It's the end of the over. 143 for 4. Warwickshire, Benjamin 1 and Sibley on 66. And we were talking a little bit earlier on this morning about bowlers bowling in partnerships with each other. When you've got Parkinson clearly causing problems from this end, it's a good over, that, isn't it? Backed up by George Balderson.
Yeah, definitely. And I think sometimes in those bowling partnerships, you have to play the more boring role, as you might say, just hitting that third, fourth stump so that Parkinson can be a bit more experimental at this end and maybe fly a few up and entice the batters.
And there's Parkinson over the wicket. And Benjamin looks to try and drive. Playing a miss and through to the keeper.
Yeah, Parkinson like that.
Just floated that one up a little bit more, didn't he, Parkinson? Tempting Benjamin onto the front foot.
They're wanting to leave point, backward point and point open.
In again, balls once more. And that's a little bit too far wide and left by Benjamin, taken by Salt. He's got that slip, and there's that kind of backward point. Extra cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg, short fine. Pushing into the offside, Benjamin, but Rob Jones, who's fielding as 12th man for Lancashire, stops the ball. There's no run.
Yeah, just looking at the field here, it's hard to get through with Parkinson bowling good lines here.
Twirls his way back in again, balls once more. Benjamin leans into it, nudge it back along the pitch. Parkinson low down to his right, scoops the ball up. Bohannon then gives it a polish, gives it back to Parkinson. He's coming in past umpire Lloyd, and balls forward goes Benjamin and drives. Picks out the Lancashire captain, Dame Villas, at mid-off to further prove your point, really, that there is not a great deal of options here. There's not too many avenues for a single to try and work the ball into.
And I think he might float one up just to feed into that frustration of Benjamin.
In and balls, and Benjamin playing forward and guiding the ball away through the offside where Rob Jones fields, and there's no run. It's a maiden again for Parkinson. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17. And Sibley and Benjamin.
Yeah, another great over there from Parkinson. I think is offering a lot here in terms of change of pace. He's attacking those stumps, and the last wicket he did get the ball to turn quite a lot. It hasn't offered too much turn so far on the pitch. I think he's going to get more dangerous throughout these 4 days, is Parkinson.
That is massively encouraging for a day one pitch, isn't it, for Parkinson? Balderson to Sibley. Nice looking drive, but to mid-on, where Villas fields, and there is no run. I guess your role as a spinner on day one in a game is to try and just tie an end down, just allow your captain to rotate from the other end. Don't go for many. Yet again, he's a genuine strike bowler here on the first day. Parkinson has Balderson's in to Sibley. It's a forward defence and there's no run. It's not just defensive work, is it? Far from it from Parkinson. It's absolutely full on attack.
Definitely. I think we've seen that in shorter form cricket as well, how spinners can be used differently, not just as a defensive option. You can be very attacking, and I think that's why everyone loves Parkinson as a bowler, is that he brings that attack as a spin bowler.
Balderson in the sunshine into Sibley. For a second you thought about playing. He knocks onto that front foot and then pulls the bat away. Walks out towards square leg and there's no run.
Yes, please. Always thinking about that fourth stump line, whether to play or not to play. He's been very patient today. Gone for a few, but I think he's looking very comfortable at the crease at the moment.
66 not out from 149 balls faced. Again, happy to leave a ball that's wide of the off stump. Through to Salt. As a walk out towards square leg does Dom Sibley. Benjamin leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. It's a really intense little passage of play, this middle of the second session on day one. That man there, George Balderson, doing a fine job here, keeping the pressure on from both ends. Into Sibley, to straighter ball, just eases it off his pads. Just gets a run for it. Able to tickle the ball away through mid-wicket. And Lancashire captain Dane Villas at mid-on has to go darting away to his right-hand side to field the ball. Sibley gets one.
Like then he wasn't quite going to pick the ball up there, Villas. It's a long, long boundary down the mid-on through to mid-wicket. I think they ran 4 earlier, so definitely want to get down and stop those.
Balderson to Benjamin.
Oh.
It's another play and a miss. And through to Phil Salt's a nice way to end the over. He's bowled a couple of deliveries to Benjamin. Balderson has beaten him twice.
Yeah, he's bowled some nuts, you'd call them, to Benjamin. I think that's been what's been so good with Lancashire's seam attack with the new batter on strike. They haven't let them settle, and they've really pressed on that fourth back of a length stump where new into the crease, do you play, do you leave it? That's the questions you've got to ask, and they've been unfortunate not to get a couple more sneaks through to the keeper.
He was a little unlucky last week in Southampton that I think he went wicketless in the end. But bowled well did George Balderson. It's another encouraging performance so far with the ball today for him. 9 overs, 1 for 26 his figures, but could easily have had a wicket or 2. Parkinson has 2 so far, and here he comes into Sibley, who goes back and defends and plays it carefully away into the offside for no run.
That one kept quite low as well, didn't it? Doesn't seem to be getting as much bounce here for the leg spinner.
Slip in place, he's waiting to pounce if required. Sibley just works the ball away through the onside.
Tell you what, anything on middle leg stump Sibley just loves, doesn't he? You're feeding him there, so just played that nicely through to mid-wicket, but I think he could have punched that over the top if he wanted to.
Parkinson, right arm over the wicket, little flatter, outside the off-stump left. Into the gloves of Salt.
Have you played any cricket, Scott?
Only at school, yeah, played right the way through school. Never carried on.
Didn't you?
No. Played through school at St Theodore's in Burnley. Parkinson in to Sibley's on the front foot, smothering the ball away into the offside, no run. Played a couple of kind of press v, cricketers games, or played here at an exhibition match when the sponsors come across and have a day's cricket, and played a couple of friendly games, but that's about it. Nudged away by Sibley behind square on the leg side, jogs through for 1, moves to 68, 145 for 4.
Bit of a lazy delivery there from Parkinson. I think it'll be interesting to see how Benjamin faces up against Parkinson. They're just bringing square leg in front and have put in a short fine. 45 even.
Parkinson over the wicket and Benjamin defending, popping the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, just a 1 run off it. That little clip away by Sibley towards square leg for 1. So 145 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Benjamin 1, Sibley on 68. Parkinson 2 for 18 from his 8 overs.
54 overs bowled in the day.
It's been a fascinating day, actually, hasn't it? Been a real. I thought it was pretty even in the morning session. It was pretty level. In the afternoon, with a couple of wickets that have fallen, or 3 so far. This is Balderson to Sibley. It's full but wide of off stump and left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
Yeah, definitely enjoyed the first session this morning. There were some good battles, weren't there, with the new ball. It seems to have settled down a little bit. There was good partnership from Haynes and Sibley continues to look strong, really.
He taps his back, a little bend of the knees from Sibley, and again as Balderson's in. It's a wide ball which he thinks about playing, just trying to run it down towards third man. It's a terrific take from Salt.
Yeah, Salt's taken the ball in front of second slip there, or first slip there. Brilliant. I think Salt is exceptional with the gloves, isn't he? And has been for the past few years for Lancashire.
Yeah, it was a fabulous take, leaping across Luke Wells at first slip. Balderson in, and left by Sibley, slightly tighter line. He'll shape away from the batter into the gloves of Salt. Look at this quirky habit, Salt. Every time he catches the ball and then hands it to Slip or to Gully and the ball makes its way around, he instantly puts his gloves behind his back, and like he's standing to attention, like a guard or something at Buckingham Palace.
He does, doesn't he?
He's very correct posture about him. Instantly does it. Into the gloves again of Phil Salt, who hands it to Wells, and he applauds the bowler, and there we go, hands behind the back again. Looking pretty chilled out.
It's nice to see at lunchtime everyone coming onto the pitch as well and having a wander around. Haven't seen that since pre-COVID times, so...
Balderson to Sibley. It's driven up towards mid-on, where Villas fields.
Another one of those moments where you think, yes, we're back to reality.
One of the great things is coming to a cricket game is it's to be able to get out there, isn't it? And take a little walk out to the middle, and everyone stares at the pitch and
yeah, definitely
has their view on it.
What would you do?
Exactly.
Would you have batted first? Would you have bowled first?
Will he take a bit of turn later on?
Oh, it's much easier to play from the sidelines.
Balderson. Oh, that's edged. I think it certainly bounced in front of Salt, who stopped it nicely. It's a really probing little spell, this, from Balderson, and just doing enough to beat the batter every now and again. Interesting stuff from Balderson. Good work from that Jimmy Anderson end. 55 overs of the Warwickshire first innings. 145 for 4. Sibley on 68 and Benjamin 1. Going to be Parkinson to continue. From the Brian Statham end. And Benjamin on strike. Parkinson over the wicket. It's playing into the offside. Just leans forward and pushes the ball away. One bounce out towards Bohannon at extra cover, and there's no run.
There's quite a few in the hotel sat out on the balcony today watching in the sunshine as well.
Parkinson in again to Benjamin onto that front foot. And defending back down the pitch.
It's two very good deliveries from Parkinson. Asking questions, you can see Benjamin is a little bit uncomfortable and it's almost like he's wanting to attack the ball.
In balls to Benjamin.
Much better, sort of solid forward defence there from Benjamin. Past two shots, he's looked like in between minds of wanting to attack and defend, so it's being solid with the decision when you're facing the likes of Parkinson.
He's twirling in and bowling the air, and Benjamin turns the ball away into the onside, and there's no run. It's almost like Parkinson at the minute is just teasing Chris Benjamin. How much is he able to resist? Just the odd suggestion he wants to try and strike and play a shot or two. Gets forward to this next delivery, good stride down the pitch, nudges the ball away into the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket by Bailey, and there's no run. Final ball of the over coming up. Parkinson spins the ball from one hand to the other. Twirls his way back in again. Again, that's a defender by Benjamin, back just in front of his pad, crouching into it. smothering the ball away into the onside. And again, there's no run at the minute. Warwickshire just being tied down by Lancashire.
Yeah, another excellent over from Parkinson there, and Benjamin looked more and more comfortable as the over went on. I think he's just decided to see off Parkinson rather than take him on, and I think he was in potentially two minds at the start of the over there, driving the ball through the covers, and then finished the last 4 deliveries as solid, strong front foot defensive shots.
I'm trying to convince himself that I'm on top of this, I'm defending this. And Sibley looks to try and drive into the offside, pick up just backward of point, shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Pick up and throw by Stephen Croft.
How long do you think Villas will keep this partnership going between Balderson and Parkinson?
Well, it looks pretty good at the minute, doesn't it? I mean, Balderson is causing a threat. Warwickshire at the minute completely tied down. Runs have dried up completely. With the back foot trying to force the balls into the onside is Sibley, but picks out mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, it feels like they've been on 1-4-5, 1-4-4 forever.
It does.
1-4-4 ever.
I feel it's that position in a game where something's going to give. Someone's patience is going to wear thin. Sibley drives again, but doesn't time it. And Villas spins round from mid-on to complete the fielding, and there's no run.
I know, this is definitely the stage in cricket where it could end up being 200 for 4 or get a quick couple of wickets. And I think it's the team that are the most patient at this time that will win. Balderson keeps hitting a really nice line.
He's back in to Sibley. And he leaves. Nice carry through to Salton. There's no run.
I just wonder with Sibley, with Benjamin, put another slip in and tempt that cover like they did earlier today, and potentially Lancashire being more attacking here with the field setting. Because he's bowling that line that if you get hit for 12 runs through the cover in a couple of overs, great, get him playing those shots again.
Balderson to Sibley. Goes back and across and calmly defends the ball. Full face of the bat. Bounces once and it's picked up by a Lancashire bowler off his own bowling, and there's no run. Remains on 68 not out, Sibley. Yeah, they've got that leg side with a mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And then the offside is stacked with fielders. Slip, gully, point, short extra, deep extra, mid-off. It's driven by Sibley. But to Villas at mid-on, and there's no run. It's another maiden over.
It's another great over from Balderson. He's been very, very disciplined today with his bowling. How many overs is that? 11 overs, 0 for 26. And then if we had those chances, he's had a couple of edges as well throughout his spell. A couple of carrier bags have made their way onto the pitch.
Bit of debris. The wind is not as brutal as it was here for the previous home game, but it has picked up this afternoon. Hope that wasn't containing someone's lunch at some stage. It blows onto the outfield. Parkinson in and bowling forward goes Benjamin.
I think he's keeps luring him in with that big stride and forward defensive. That's how he's opted to play Parkinson at the moment.
He's back into Benjamin. Down the pitch he comes and drives away through extra cover. Met on the full. He'll get 4. Not a massive gap to work the ball in between there. Short extra and the deeper cover fielder punched away for 4 runs. That ends that sequence of dot balls and that feeling that Warwickshire were just absolutely anchored on 145. They've got 4 drilled through extra cover. 149 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a long spell of dots, hasn't it? I'd definitely get a good dot-to-dot collection going.
Benjamin to 5 with that. Parkinson is back into him. Looks to sweep this time. There's a deep square leg. It's Hassan Ali. Will try and get across and cut the ball off. He does. Oh, then I think he may have just flicked the rope as it did.
That was poor fielding out by Hassan Ali. It's in front of square and he probably only had about 30 yards to make. Made the ball comfortably but went under his legs, unfortunately. Be disappointed with that as a bowler.
He did all the hard work, didn't he? He got there. Little dance down the pitch by Benjamin. He just worked away into the onside where Bailey fields and there is no run. He remains on 9. 153 for 4.
That just shows that the momentum can change very quickly. One fuller, full toss delivery, 8 from the over.
Forward in defence goes Benjamin, content so far with the work he's done with successive boundaries. Just plays the ball out into the offside. Parkinson pulls up his sleeve on his right arm and then comes bouncing back in. And Benjamin comes down the pitch and meets it and works the ball again with his back just a fraction in front of his pad, working the ball out through the onside. Stopped by Bailey at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Excellent fielding again from Bailey, throwing himself down to stop the ball from all of, I think it's about 6'6". There's no such thing as bowlers can't field. 2 for 26 from Parkinson.
Well, we wondered how long it would remain, that Balderson-Parkinson combination. We've seen the end of Balderson for now, and it's going to be Hassan Ali back into the attack.
Right, let's see some celebrations. That's what we want now, don't we?
Not seen it yet today, have we?
No.
I mean, it's this remarkable thing where he kind of he bends his knees and he kind of touches the ground and then he leaps up and punches it. It's a fascinating celebration. Here he comes then. Hassan's back into the attack for Lancashire. Balls to Sibley. Keen to try and get forward where he can. Just wants to defend into the offside. There's no run.
He has been going very full, has Ali, but I think that must be his plan because I think he moves the ball late as a seam bowler. So he wants batters on the front foot driving and to catch them out with that late movement.
In and balls to Sibley. Just works it off his pads. Jogs through for a single. 155 for 4.
So they're trying Hassan again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Had no success with wickets so far. 13 overs, none for 45. But he's been renowned for working hard on flat wickets throughout this county championship competition, and in the first 3 games taken 20 wickets, so he is a threat, and I'm sure the Warwickshire batters will have been taking a big look at how he's been taking those wickets.
Here he comes in and balls to Benjamin, who leaves this ball. It shoots through and taken by Salt. Yes, he's had a really impressive first 4 matches for Lancashire. Well, 3 leading into this latest one.
I can feel a wicket coming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether I've called that too early.
Well, we'll see. Not too far away from tea, are we now? Can Lancashire prize one out before? This is Benjamin off the back foot trying to force the ball away into the offside, but gathered by Bailey, there's no run. You just sense the pressure had been built up because of that Parkinson-Balderson little spell.
Yeah, it's been a slow 9 runs from Benjamin off 28 balls, and 8 of those runs came from 2 deliveries last over, so he's only just finding his feet. And I think with that change up of Ali at this end, it could... I'm calling a wicket this over. Let's see.
Oh, 2 balls left of it. Here's Hassan in and bowling, and Benjamin off the back foot slices the ball away. 1 bounce up towards backward point, and there's no run. Remains on 9. 5 4 for 4. It'd be a real bonus for Lancashire if they could just prize one more out before tea.
Seems to be a high scoring track, I think this is. I think par score probably 350, 400, do you think?
Bumble's saying you want to get 400 here, batting first now. Hassan bowls, it's full, it's wide, it's through to Salt. And that's the end of his first over, back into the attack. So 5 overs left until the tea interval on the first day. 154 for 4, Benjamin 9, Sibley on 69. A few thoughts from you, Phoebe, and then Richard's coming in.
Great, yeah, it's been a strong, patient innings from Sibley so far. So he's on 69 from 170 balls. He's now to face Parkinson, and hasn't actually faced a lot of Parkinson since he's been on, because seems to have dotted up and closed up the other end. So be good to see Sibley playing against Parkinson this over.
So I'm about to see a wicket from what you were saying. So
I know, I called it, and it's gone.
It's gone. Well, you called it in that over. That was bold.
Yeah.
He didn't do you any favours, Hassan Ali, with the ball way outside off stump to end the over. Maybe Parkinson will prove you right. Bowling to Sibley, flights that up, and Sibley is driving with no timing up towards mid-off. There's some paper bags or tissues or something start coming across the ground, which demonstrates the breeze is up again.
It is, yeah. We often call it a cake ball.
A cake ball, as he's driving firmly back to the bowler, who clips it with his left hand. He might be a bit rueful about that, Parkinson. And there's no run as it's picked up by Vilas at mid-off. A cake ball?
So if you call a wicket, you call a cake ball.
Right.
And if you call it correctly, the whole team buys you a cake. So you get 10 cakes.
Okay, that's a lot of cake. It's on to the pads of Sibley, but he guides it away in front of square. And no run. What if you get it wrong?
You've only got one cake ball to call for the whole day, so you've got to call it well. So I called mine in that over, and unfortunately, no cake for me.
Well, there we go. Disappointing, because I think there probably was some downstairs earlier. As this is turned around the corner by Sibley. Overbalances as he plays it, but it's to backward square. Croft across quite nimbly. Prevents any single. Still 154 for 4. Seems too soon for cake after lunch. Although your description of lunch left a little bit to be desired, as Sibley does turn this through the vacant square leg for a single. He's to 70. 155 for 4. You've still never had hot pot. Can I just say you've still never had hot pot?
Was that not the hot pot?
No, that was very much a cottage pie, I would say.
Right. Okay. So I have not made my debut as a.
No, I mean, you'd have sort of crispier spuds on the top, but also you'd have bigger chunks of meat. Yeah. This is down the leg side and will be steered well behind square for 4. He's got enough on that. That was a rather weary trudge from Hassan Ali once he realised that he wasn't going to be able to get there. But that just sat up and begged to be hit, and Benjamin didn't need any second bidding. He goes to 13, end of the 60th over, 159 for 4, so we've got 4 more overs until the tea interval. And I would say 4 down at tea, Lancashire are just ahead of the game at that point. If they took a 5th one, I think they'd consider themselves very much in front. But it's hard to judge.
Definitely. I think it's 4 disciplined overs here from Lancashire. That was a bit of a freebie there from Parkinson bowling. I think even so beyond the leg stump line. And Ali, I think, needs to be disciplined here to create those chances as the batters seem to get settled.
Hassan Ali, back of a length, outside off stump, but angled away from Sibley, if anything. And he leaves it well alone. Benjamin has rather curbed his natural instincts. He scored a very bright 100 here on his championship debut last summer, batting at 3, which is pretty much run a ball stuff, and that is the way he bats. He's quickly earned a reputation in T20 and the 100. Keeps wicket as well. He's one of 3 potential wicket keepers in this Warwickshire side, but he's played very patiently so far. He has waited for the bad ball. And Sibley leaves another delivery outside off stump from Hassan Ali. Because when they came together 141 for 4, they've got to rebuild, really.
Yeah, and I think it's the way you play this wicket as well. Sibley's shown patience and discipline, does score you runs, waiting for that bad ball. I think sometimes the way other batters bat shots can be quite infectious, and whether Sibley's style is sort of rubbing off onto Benjamin, or whether he's been told, stick around.
Driven into the offside by Sibley. He beats the short extra cover. Real sprint from Bohannon to charge after that, and he pulls it up 5 yards in from the rope, which, when he set off after it, I thought that might have been a closer battle than it was between the ball and the rope. But he's done very well, Bohannon. Sibley to 72, 161 for 4. But a lot of people would have expected Benjamin to have played in the first championship match of the summer. Matt Lamb got picked in front of him for Warwickshire and made 100, which made life difficult. Dan Mosley also got picked for that game, but has then broken a little finger. Sibley leaves again outside off stump, but about bail height, that one. Yeah. Not too far outside. His judgment at this point is pretty good, though. 72 runs in.
It is, yeah. He was playing at a few of those earlier in the day, but now he's very comfortable as to where his stumps are and also what the ball's doing. I think that's more important, particularly at this stage. Ali does move it in late.
He does. He looks a little frustrated because he's taken so many wickets in his first few games. He's nearly through 15 overs here. That's on middle and leg. Sibley with the drive, can't beat mid-on. Vilas teases Benjamin with the thought of a little throw at the stumps, but actually keeps it in his right hand in the end.
I think it can be frustrating sometimes as a seam bowler when you're bowling well but you're not getting justice for your bowling. And you saw Balderson just being really disciplined, hitting that fourth stump back of a length line, whereas Ali has probably turned into a bit of frustration because he's reaped his rewards in the first 3 games.
Final ball of this over, just defended stoutly by Sibley out into the offside. You said that we're feeling the frustration of a seam bowler who's gone without any wickets. That felt like it was personal recollection as much as anything.
Most definitely. I think that's something you have to get used to as a pace bowler, is sometimes putting in a big shift and being patient, knowing what your role is at that time of the game. Yeah, it can be frustrating, but also that's part and parcel of the game sometimes.
But that is why you should celebrate a wicket where a long hop is caught on the boundary just as much as when you nick somebody off, for all the really good balls you've bowled that didn't take a wicket.
Oh, amen.
Every
wicket's worth a celebration.
Exactly. Enjoy the good luck as much as you bemoan the bad luck, as Parkinson is pushed squarely offside. There was a thought of a single. In the end, the yes-no gave way to a no. Very quick to the ball again there was Balderson. They all look the same when you read them on the scorecard afterwards, don't they? Every wicket looks the same. Advancing down the wicket is Benjamin, but he curbs any desire to lift the ball.
I think Parkinson's wanting him to come down the wicket, isn't he, at the moment? He's floating a few up, and it'd be interesting to see if he darts a couple in this over, and that change of pace that he has.
He's trying to seduce him forward into a false shot.
Yeah, there he is again.
Yeah, this time driving a fuller delivery, so he didn't leave his crease that time. Again finds Vilas at mid-off. Parkinson cast in the role of the temptress.
I like the smile he has on his face. You can see he's got a cunning plan up his sleeve.
He's enjoying himself now that he's in the 12th over of this spell. This time outside off stump, and he stabs it in front of square. Balderson comes across. Jones is still fielding there in the covers, throws himself to the floor in case Balderson is going to hurl at the stumps. No, it's Bohannon who's there. Has Jones gone back off now?
I think he has.
I never really spotted who he was on for when he took that catch. Whether it was Bailey or whoever it was is back out there. 162 for 4. Benjamin has 14. We have, 14 deliveries till the tea interval. And forward in defence is Sibley, who will have a high-energy beverage on his mind whilst he's still not out, I think, at this point.
And what's the food like at tea, then?
No, I've no idea. No idea. You can't be hungry already, though, can you? See, you've had your lunch. You're an athlete, though. I'm not an athlete. As Parkinson floats this one up and is driven nicely there by Sibley, and with good timing as well. Didn't seem to overhit that, just pushed it firmly past the bowler. And even though mid-on is quite deep, Sibley knew he wasn't going to have to run for that. Fine stroke. He's up to 76, and Warwickshire 166 for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Sibley. Definitely where his strengths are on that on-drive. We've seen a couple of those on-drives in today's game. That's a lovely shot from Sibley for 4.
Another one of those where you see that lovely high elbow from Sibley.
You just pause waiting for the cameras, aren't you, at that point?
Exactly.
It's absolutely lovely.
It's like a goalkeeper going full length. It's the equivalent. Smile as you do it. Or an NBA player dunking over an opponent knowing it's going to appear on a poster.
Oh, yeah. That's what you practice in the nets for, moments like that.
Hassan Ali in to bowl up. His final over before the interval. And he's dragged that down the leg side. So though it wraps Benjamin on the pad, and there are muted appeals, the angle of the delivery was never going to interest Nigel Long terribly.
Got to remember in the comms box not to appeal with the bowlers.
Well, look, it's part of the drama. It's part of the drama, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that.
I get very excited for bowlers.
As long as you don't start berating the umpire. I mean, that'd be a rough one. Again, that's onto the pads of Benjamin. He works it very neatly through square leg. Parkinson runs round from long leg to do the fielding, and there's 2 more. Benjamin does 16 and 168 for 4. There's not a lot to be gained in cricket from berating umpires. You need to work a relationship with umpires, don't you?
I do enjoy just having a good chat with the umpires. That's the best bit about fielding at square leg.
But when you have an LBW appeal disallowed, as you basically you go, oh, that's going down leg, isn't it? You just agree with them and hope you get the next one. Hassan Ali with a straighter delivery on off stump. Got a little bit squared on, did Benjamin, but defended it firmly out into the offside.
Yeah, I think I seemed to get away with a lot at junior cricket because everyone seemed to know who my dad was. So the umpires gave me some favourable decisions at under 13s and under 15s cricket.
Nepotism. Disgraceful. Hassan Ali scuttles in once more, and again down the leg side. It comes off the pads of Benjamin. There's not a run there. Quickly to his left is Salt to gather the ball and throws it at the stumps. But he doesn't make any contact with them, and he returns to his glove that he'd thrown aside as he chased after the ball. Love a wicketkeeper's instincts. As soon as that wrapped the pad of Benjamin, he's immediately discarding the glove to be able to throw it.
I think it's something that keepers do a lot of work on now, is getting the ball in, throwing at the stumps, and Test cricket, one-day cricket, 100-ball cricket now, it's so important how agile the keeper is.
Benjamin waits again and forces the ball out into the offside. The scoreboard is so quick, I'm thinking, oh, that must be the last ball of the over, but no, they've already got 15.5 next to Hassan's name. So he's had quite a workload, and bear in mind, the likelihood is now that we will see the second new ball taken at 80 overs. So there will be more work for Hassan Ali, for Tom Bailey, who I'm sure will get a post-tea spell as well. But the beauty for Dane Veal is having Matt Parkinson able to just keep on wheeling away at one end as a threat, not just holding. Benjamin will add to his tally with a clip through mid-wicket. They think about 2. Oh, well, there's a bit of a yes-no, and in the end Sibley is sent back, and he does get back, and there's a little review of the situation from the 2 batsmen as to what went wrong there. That was probably a 1 2/3 if they'd actually gone for it. I don't think it was ever a 2.
Yeah, I think it was the right call there from Benjamin to send Sibley back. There's been a few runs from Sibley where he's been wanting a single or 2 that have been questionable.
He's been pretty sharp between the wickets. I think he's wanted to push, and most of the time he's got it right. But you're right, there's 2 or 3 occasions, and you only need one of those to turn into a wicket.
I think you've got to have both parties with that energy, but it's the right way to keep the scoreboard ticking over, particularly when you go through dry patches. But 169 for 4, they've created a bit of a partnership between the 2 of them.
So the final over of the session, and it's Benjamin on strike, and the first ball he just covers it up out into the offside. Fielded with the foot by Bahanan, who looked to flick it up really neatly into his hand And he then put it down, fluffed it. Parkinson onto middle and leg, guide it out into the offside again. This time, no fancy footwork from Bohannon. Thinks better of it.
I like the energy from the Lancs players. They're still giving a lot at this stage, aren't they?
Well, I think they'll feel they're probably, you know, at least even, probably ahead in the game. That one's very full and quite wide outside off stump, so no interest from Benjamin. And knowing it's the last over before the interval as well, you just kind of want to be up and at them, don't you? If the verbals are going, you're still in the right mood. This is full, hit on the full toss, but with no real conviction up to Vilas at mid-off, and that was a real last over before tee shot, actually. Any other time, you'd have given it everything. Happy to play a bit of patter cake here. 2 balls left. Left alone outside off stump. No real sign of the ball gripping much for Parkinson.
No, it hasn't seemed to, although that delivery earlier to
Will Rhodes.
To Will Rhodes, yeah, that seemed to turn a little bit, kept low.
So the final ball of the session is defended by Benjamin. He will remain unbeaten on 17. Dom Sibley has been the mainstay of this Warwickshire innings. He's 76 not out off 183 deliveries. He's been very watchful throughout. 169 for 4 Warwickshire after 64 overs. Phoebe Graham, another, exactly the same as the first session. Very, very hard fought session. In fact, to the point that the first one was 84 for 2, second session 85 for 2.
I was just thinking that there've been 2 very similar halves from both batting and bowling. I think Sibley's had another great session, dug in deep, looked more and more comfortable, and sort of reaping the benefits now. 76 off 183 balls. He's putting in a real shift for Warwickshire. I think Lancashire will be happy with the performance. Probably would have wanted another wicket before tea, but I think it's a fair score and it's anybody's game really at the moment.
Really significant evening session, I would suggest, as to who is going to get the better of day one. So 76 to Sibley, 17 to Benjamin, 169 for 4, and we will be back with you in just under 20 minutes for what will be very, very intriguing evening session. So back with you just before 10 past 4.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
So here we go then into the final session on the first day. What a fascinating first day it's been as well. Some really intriguing cricket, two pretty evenly matched sessions, both in runs scored and wickets fallen. Effectively 80 for 2, both sessions. And we go into this final couple of hours on the first day with Dom Sibley, 76 not out from 183 deliveries. And Chris Benjamin unbeaten on 17 from 47 balls faced. The wickets to fall today. Alex Davis bowled by Tom Bailey for naught. Didn't offer a shot, Alex Davis. It came back in. It clattered into his off stump. And he had to depart. Rob Yates got an absolute beauty from Luke Wood. It was quick. It was straight. It was full. Yorker length, beat his defences, smashed into his off stump, and then Sam Hain chipped one up to extra cover off Parkinson for 38, and then Will Rhodes was bowled by a leg spinner from Parkinson for 16. That's the wickets that have fallen today. So we had 64 overs of the Warwickshire first innings. We've got Tom Bailey to open things up after the tea interval from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Sibley, who's playing forward in defence, which is something he has done pretty well throughout the course of the day so far. And he's still going strong for Warwickshire. Richard is alongside me to start the afternoon, the evening session.
The evening session, which could be a reasonably long one because we've got second new ball coming in 16 overs time. So a bit of a balancing act this for Dane Velas, isn't it, in terms of what he wants now out of Tom Bailey, who's already had quite the workload.
Back in over the wicket, bowling to Sibley onto that front foot once more, smothering the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
You're looking at what, 3 or 4? No, 3 overs now from him, and then rest him up for the second new ball. Luke Wood is probably due another spell. Bowled with some real fire, bit of brimstone from him earlier on. Hassan Ali hasn't quite shown the quality that he has in his previous appearances, has he? I don't think he's quite been himself today.
Bailey in the sunshine and bowls to Sibley, and just half a little shuffle forward, guides the ball along the ground, picked up at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, they've played him well, whichever way you want to look at it. And Parkinson just gives them licence. He can quite happily wheel through another 8 overs at this end before that ball is due. So bowled very, very well. It's been the odd ball he's dragged down. That's going to happen with a leg spinner, but on the first day wicket, 2 wickets is a bonus for him, isn't it?
Bailey in and bowls, and Sibley up onto his toes. That's touched away into the onside, and there's Luke Wood at mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. Pleasant enough start to the evening session. And to spectators milling around in the away to our left-hand side, just in front of the outdoor nets. There's a few wooden benches that have been put there as well this season.
Oh yeah, picnic tables. Quite a few of them there. Half a dozen on one side, about the same on the other.
As Bailey moves and bowls it to Sibley. That's just deflected off his thigh pad down towards the boundary. So 4 leg byes signalled.
Did he signal leg byes?
I thought he signalled leg byes then. We'll clarify that. I thought he just reached out his right hand, but maybe he was just stretching it, the umpire. We'll soon find out when it's flashed up on the...
Well, it's 4 for Sibley. He's up to 80.
There we go. 4 runs.
I thought the speed with which it went down to the fence suggested wood rather than cushioning.
Final ball of the first over after tea. There's definitely a bat on this one. A little flick down towards Rob Jones at fine leg for a signal. He's kept the strike as well as Sibley. It's the end of the over. He's on 81, and Warwickshire are 174 for 4.
I'm going to try and work out who's off. I didn't do a very good job of it earlier. I had no idea who Jones was on for earlier. Trying to weigh it up now.
I'm going for Keaton. No, Keaton Jennings is walking back towards second slip.
Oh, it's a good little mystery, isn't it?
It is a little mystery.
Luke Wood's going to bowl, so there's a clue. It's not him. So it's not a continuation for Matt Parkinson, whose spell ends after, was it 13 successive overs from this end?
And it's Parkinson who's off.
Yeah. It's unusual. He did get a nasty clip on his hand earlier when he was fielding in his follow-through. So hopefully it was unconnected to that. So Wood to bowl for the first time in this session into Sibley, who was already kind of back and across before the ball was delivered. And he's able to steer it up towards mid-off, where Dane Velas does the fielding and gets on with the shining of the ball. He likes the inside of his sleeve, the inside of his elbow as part of it. I was nervous when people with technical knowledge are around, and sort of always makes me anxious when they're moving things, and you know. I mean, it's like he smiles, so he's like a silent assassin. But bowls just on off stump, defended out into the offside. So I'm just, assassins is... Last week when I had a bad cold, my daughter said to me, oh, well, you can catch up with the box set I'm watching. I said, well, what are you watching? She said, oh, Killing Eve. I'd never seen Killing Eve. So since last Tuesday, I've seen all 32 episodes. So right now I view everybody with suspicion.
Everyone's an assassin.
Yeah. If anybody offers me a cup of tea, I'm expecting that I'm going to be in a wooden box inside an hour. Oh dear. Wood short of length, up high is Sibley, steers it into the ground. It doesn't go too far, square, but far enough to get a single. He's to 82, 175 for 4.
That's some going, is that? That's proper binge watching, is that?
It is. It is. They're only 41-minute episodes, and it is very, very addictive as a series. It's not necessarily my bag as a rule, but the two lead actresses in it are so good that you just can't help. So, yeah.
I don't think he's an assassin.
Well...
That's wandering around our commentary box.
Never trust them when they smile. Wood in, left arm over the wicket. Benjamin defends outside off stump, in very rapidly. There's the diminutive figure of Josh Bohannon. And there's no run. The look on your face tells me you've not seen Killing Eve.
I have. No, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I have. Albeit, I don't think I watched the last series of it. Is it 3 series or 2?
Well, they've just finished the 4th and final series that's just been on the Beeb.
I've definitely not seen that.
No.
So the first series?
The end of the 3rd series was very neat. That's all I'm saying. As the next delivery from Wood is defended out into the offside. And picked up, well, fumbled by Velas, who then inadvertently knocks the bails off and races round to try and not trouble the umpire with that, to Graham Lloyd's gratitude.
I think I've done what I normally do, is I watch a series and then that's it. I never kind of...
Never
like
go
I've
back
watched
to
the
it.
first series of Peaky Blinders and that's it. I haven't really bothered with it since.
Yeah, I watched the first 40 minutes of Peaky Blinders.
And not bothered with it since.
The Scouse accents were really bothering me at that point. As a Brummie, it was troubling me. Wood bowls again across the right-hander, outside off stump, steered out into the covers. Bohannon does the fielding, just the early single off that over. Then good return to the attack for Wood, who's really bowled with a lot of verve and buzz to him. There's never a dull moment when he's involved directly in the game, Luke Wood. And particularly, I mean, today Lancashire have done well and held their lines and on a wicket that isn't doing a lot to help them. But I would imagine on days where the opposition are 250 for 2 or whatever, him coming on and doing that is very valuable.
Just to play the one game so far this season, actually got a little injury in that match at Canterbury, the first match of the season, so missed the previous, the subsequent 2. Bailey's into Sibley. That's driven into the offside. Bohannon's at mid-off to field and there's no run. But I think he does have that in his armoury where he can bowl them short, aggressive spells, that left arm over the wicket. He can bang it in short. I think he gives Lancashire that other option as well as pushing it full and getting the ball to straighten, certainly when he's bowling to the right-hander.
That second spell today reminded me of the sort of spell that Neil Wagner would bowl when he was
Absolutely.
at Essex.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great comparison. He was here as well, Wagner. As Bailey's into Sibley, that's defended to mid-on, there's no run. He had remarkable ability to sustain that, didn't he?
Yeah, long hostile spells on relatively flat surfaces some of the time as well. And consistently getting that bounce that wasn't incurring the wrath of the umpire. He wasn't going above the head all the time, but getting sort of chest to throat high, from left arm over the wicket, making the right-hand batsman sort of weave to get out of the way. Brilliant stuff.
Bailey moves in, Sibley covers up. The ball bounces off the face of Sibley's bat, and it's picked up by Bailey low down to his right-hand side, and there's no run. It's some skill, that, isn't it, to consistently be able to bowl like that, but then sustain it, you know, through stamina and fitness.
Yeah, he is, you know, as overseas bowlers go when he's been on the county circuit, incredibly resilient. And it was actually doing all that on the county circuit that got him back into Test cricket.
Sibley on the front foot and playing defensively back down towards Bailey, and there's no run. I mean, I've said this before for Lancashire fans that will be listening, that it's, I think, always worth repeating it, really, especially when the Championship comes in for some criticism. But he has said through his time when he was at Lancashire, I'm sure he's repeated that since in his spells in other counties, he rates county cricket as the nearest you're going to get to international cricket. As Bailey's in its left and through to Salt, there's no run. I remember him saying that when he was at Lancashire, that he feels as though that this is such a good standard of first-class cricket, and it's the nearest in the first-class games that he plays in. It's the nearest to international cricket he thinks that there is.
Yeah. Well, Justin Langer used to say much the same when he was involved with the county circuit. I do worry about whatever they do change to, and there's going to be change. There's always changing cricket. You know, there wasn't one-day cricket 50 years ago. It's all the things that change. Well, 60. But I do worry about, particularly for batsmen, not getting enough cricket, enough innings against top-rate bowlers. You'll find a lot of batsmen playing a lot of second 11 cricket and barring the progress of youngsters because they need time at the crease.
Bailey into Sibley. That little glance off the pads down towards fine leg. Rob Jones is chasing after it. Sibley will come back for two. It's a good dive from Jones. They're thinking of a third. They decide against it, and that's excellent from Rob Jones, and his teammates appreciate the work he's done there to save a run or two. And he's just rubbing the right side of his leg as he hit the ground pretty hard, and then acknowledges the applause of one or two spectators.
Well, worse still, he sort of smashes himself about by diving in the outfield on a pretty hard area there, gets up, all the pain, a little bit of gain, and now he trudges up the steps because Matt Parkinson's back on.
Yeah, Parkinson says, well done, mate. Leave it to me now.
Save me a job. He actually might have said, I wouldn't have got there. But might be an element of truth in that. Anyway, Benjamin on 17 hasn't scored since the interval, waiting for Wood, and he swipes towards mid-wicket. The ball didn't go anywhere, but he swiped towards mid-wicket as the gloves of Philip Salt did the honours behind the stumps. Little short-arm pull, but missed out altogether. That was, I think, a sign that he wants to get going again, Benjamin. And the immediate reaction from Dane Vilas is to send Tom Bailey out to the square leg boundary. So he's thinking, OK, if you're going to take on the pull shot, then Luke Wood is going to test that intent. But he bowls very full now, and he's driven up towards mid-off. And Vilas does the fielding and adds further colour to the right thigh of his whites, rubbing the ball to keep it in condition for Luke Wood. Cloud is higher and slightly sparser. It's got better as the day's gone on. We might need a little bit of fortune tomorrow to get through unencumbered by the elements from what the forecast is suggesting. As Benjamin is forward in defence, Wood threatens to throw the ball towards the stumps. It's just as well he didn't let go of it, because umpires are theoretically tightening up on that sort of thing this year. There was an incident, I think it was in the Yorkshire game earlier in the week, where 5 penalty runs were awarded for throwing the ball unnecessarily, and I think it made some contact with the batsman. I have some sympathy for batsmen who decide to put the bat in the way under those circumstances. Actually, I think that might have been what happened in the Yorkshire game, that he did get his bat in the way, but the umpire felt it was justified. Shorter ball, he will pull it this time, Benjamin, and he's found the gap between the deep square leg and the long leg. He wheeled on his toes and caught that flush. 21 to Benjamin, 181 for 4. Nice balance about that. Could be a little battle this for the next 15-20 minutes between these two. Not sure Luke would have been that discouraged to see Benjamin take the shot on. A little bit quicker, a little bit higher. See if you can play that one. It's full outside off stump, pushing forward Benjamin. Moving as if he thought there might be a single there, but there never was. The way the point is now, where you can't see through any of the windows, you want to see it suddenly peel back and something dramatic behind it. Magnificent art installation.
Warwickshire were here a few years ago. I can't remember if you were covering the game or not, and the X Factor auditions were taking place in the point.
Oh, I remember them having been done. I don't think I was here that week, but I always add a little bit of a cheer when it's here. Wood's coming round the wicket now to Benjamin, and again pushed out into the offside very quickly in his Bahan and no run. End of the over. 68 gone. Warwickshire 181 for 4. Have you not been tempted to enter when it's here?
No, I've decided to give it a miss, but maybe.
What is your X Factor talent?
Well, that's the thing, I don't have any.
Oh, well, he's got to be singing with the X Factor, isn't it? Whereas,
oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, whereas with Britain's Got Talent,
yeah.
You could go on. You still play the spoons.
You could go on. Yeah, you could go and juggle or something, couldn't you, for that?
Yeah.
No X Factors. Singing. You can actually hear them. Yeah, you could hear the auditions taking place.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not always good, is it?
Well. Here's Bailey in and bowling, left by Sibley through to the keeper. There's no run. My suspicion that
the technical guy is actually an assassin.
Yeah.
I mean, they're quite a tape measure now. I told you I'm going to be in a box by the end of the day.
There's nothing he can't
He's got
do.
a tape measure now.
The rumours are he's actually in charge, but I mean, I've just not seen any evidence of it just yet.
It's quite intimidating, really.
He's measuring something up here.
He is.
Does a bit of paint work, perhaps. Bailey bowls, Sibley plays forward. That's pushed out towards backward point. There's no run.
I think the problem is he knows I'm onto him now. If I hadn't said anything out loud, you know.
Is he measuring up here? This is doing a bit of tiling, perhaps.
It's a very generous measurement for inside leg he's given there.
181 for 4. Bailey for Lancashire from the Jimmy Anderson end over the wicket and balls to Sibley. And half a little step forward. No ball signal by the umpire as Sibley defends. Bailey tumbles over and he's followed through.
He's measured the gap between us now.
He'll be devising something. It'll involve a camera.
Probably will, won't it?
You're never more than 3 feet away from a camera.
I think, understand me, in the knowledge that I'm here again tomorrow, he's trying to find a way that the camera can film you but not me. It's after a request from Lancashire members. There'll be a little mirror.
Sounds horrific, does that? My word. Not even my mother wants to see that. Oh, we have a look at the ball again. Oh, the magic.
Oh, well, now. Has it not gone through the magic device that Bumble did say earlier he never got to grips with when he was umpiring, and it looks like they are going to get a change of a ball with it 68.3 overs old, according to our caption. For those of you watching the TV coverage, 68.2 according to the scoreboard. It's one of those.
Either way, it's done for.
183 for 4. It's had it.
It's had it. New ball required.
He's showing it to Phil Salt. Here comes Matt Parkinson with the ball. Should we have this one with the scratched seam, he says.
Here we go.
Umpire's looking at the umpire's not keen. The ground law's not keen on these. He's comparing them. Says these are Brayburns. You got any Granny Smiths? No, he's not. Oh, he's
happy.
He's found one that he likes.
Good.
He's thrown the other one over the rope now. It's rolled there, and if this was the big TV coverage now, the big international TV coverage, they'd have a camera do this close-up shot of that ball, so you could still not know what was wrong with it. That's what they do, though, isn't it? They do the close-up, thinking, yeah, it still looks like a cricket ball. Pelicans, when we were playing schools cricket, you start a game with that ball. It's had 68 overs. It's no longer round. A bit of the seam has come off, but that's the best one we got. You start with that one.
Yep.
Let's start with that one.
Here we go. Now then. Graham. David Velas is happy with that. Showing it to the umpire.
Is he happy? He was holding it up to say, I'm not sure about this one either.
No, Nigel Long said just crack on with it.
If it doesn't hoop first ball, can we have another one?
Oh, there'll be a brand new one coming soon. 12 overs away. Bailey back in, balls. Sibley's forward in defence. It bounces right back down the pitch, and Bailey reaches low to his right to field off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I may have to just leave you briefly in case BBC CWR needs something. Okay. So no if nobody's here in 5 minutes, I'll come back.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. My colleague covering Surrey this week, Mark Church at the Oval. He's got a dog in his commentary box. Have you seen the picture of this? There's Bailey in, left by Sibley, through to Salt, and there's no run. He tweeted a picture. At Back and Across on Twitter is Mark Church. I've no idea who's... Maybe I don't think he has a dog, so I don't know whose dog it is, but there's a dog sat on the table in the commentary box. He looks ever so cute. He's not watching the cricket, he's watching Mark Church. He's fascinated by the commentary. Point region by Sibley, and he'll come back for 2. And does it reach the boundary rope? It does. It's beautifully timed off the back foot from Sibley for 4 runs behind square on the offside. 192 for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Sibley. Short and wide from Wood, but he's just guided that through backward point and run along to the very, very long boundary. Which is a good job it did go for 4, because I think it's gone down there a few times and they've run 4 earlier in the day down on that boundary.
That's a 50 partnership as well between Sibley and Benjamin. 90 for Sibley now. Benjamin unbeaten on 24, but 51 off 122 deliveries. Wood bowls, little fuller and straighter, but through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, the 2 of them were stuck on around 140 for 4 for quite some time, weren't they? And we said, I wonder what's going to happen there. But they've really stabilised the innings. Benjamin's 24 off 57 balls, which I don't think is his natural game. But he's played a patient innings, and it's nice to see a few more shots coming from him now as he's played himself into the game.
Sibley again just bends his knees as Wood comes in and bowls. Sibley defends up to Bailey at mid-on for no run. It's the end of the over. 192 for 5. Sibley on 90, Benjamin on 24. We've got exactly 10 overs until the new ball, a second new ball, becomes available for Lancashire to use.
And you'll have to tell me, Scott, how many new balls are available throughout the 4-day test? Is it after every 80 overs, or how does it work?
After every 80 overs, yeah.
Right, okay. It's good for me to know. Good for everyone listening to know as well.
Just to complete those scores in Division 1, Hampshire 218 for 2 against Gloucestershire, and Surrey 167 for 4. They're playing Northamptonshire this week. Rory Burns 80 not out for Surrey, and Sam Curran 21 not out. Mentioned that Vince knock for Hampshire, 72 unbeaten. the Hampshire captain. Changing bowling from the Anderson end, it's Hassan Ali into the attack. And he bowls to Benjamin. He wants a single, just nudged away into the onside, but mid-wicket's on that pretty quickly. And there is no run. The Division 2 scores as they stand: Glamorgan against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 180 for 3. Sussex are playing Middlesex this week. Sussex 265 for 3. Tom Alsop 111 not out for Sussex. And Worcestershire are taking on Durham. As Hassan bowls and Benjamin defends to mid-on, and there is no run. Century in that match for Sean Dixon. He made 104. And Durham are 230 for 3.
So Stokes must have his pads on, ready and raring to go.
Yeah, first game of the summer for the new England Test captain.
Yeah, I think it'll be exciting seeing Stokes as captain. Got a lot to do in that team. Bat, bowl, captain, legend. Can do it all, can't he?
He's going to have to. 192 for 4. Hassan comes steaming in, balls again to Benjamin. Worked into the onside. Now there's a dive there at mid-wicket by Bailey. Went underneath his body, leaping low down to his left. So Dane Villas, the captain, has to come round from mid-on to complete the fielding. And again, there's no run.
I was reading an article on Stokes, and he was almost saying he's seen the good, the bad, the ugly, the beauty of cricket, and from that he can be a good leader, which I think is a nice way and perspective to look at it, understanding both sides of the coin.
Hassan bowls, and Benjamin getting forward again, just punching up towards mid-on where Villas fields, and there's no run.
I have to say I had a favourite moment of the 100 for the Northern Superchargers. We had some drinks after the game, and Ben came up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Ben," and shook my hand. And I thought, what a moment, hey? Is it Ken, did you say, or Ben? Ben, right, no, not heard of you. I'm Phoebe. Loved it.
Hassan Ali in and balls to Chris Benjamin. Gets in behind and defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You're now an Originals, though, I guess, now.
I'm now a Manchester Originals, yeah, so hopefully Joss will do the same. And then, yeah, cricketing bucket list ticked.
You've completely turned your back on Yorkshire, haven't you? Not just given up on Yorkshire, you've given up on the Superchargers as well.
You got to do everything in full force, don't you?
Hassan over the wicket, balls, and Benjamin trying to force the ball away. There's a ring of fielders on that offside. Can't get it past Josh Bohannon. And there's no run.
I think if anything, that's a Yorkshire trait, just not doing things in halves. So I've gone the full whack. If I'm coming over the Pennines, I'm doing it properly. So yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the season ahead. We've got our first game with Thunder a week on Saturday down in Hove. And we were just talking about the double header here on June the 1st, and it's the first domestic game where the women's game is played as a double header, but in the evening slot. So we're playing under lights against Southern Vipers here at Old Trafford on the 1st of June.
Yeah, that's fantastic, isn't it? So the afternoon game is Lancashire against Derbyshire in the Blast.
Yeah, that's
and then
right.
The evening game is Thunder in action. Fantastic.
Yeah. I don't think they've not even trialled that in the 100 yet, so Lancashire paving the way for women's sport. It's awesome to see and to be part of, really.
Here's Parkinson for the first time after tea, in and bowling to Sibley.
Yeah, I'm glad they've brought Parkinson on again to change things up. I think he's worked really well partnering with the seamers. He hasn't bowled alongside Ali yet, so hopefully these two can get that breakthrough wicket. 50 partnership up for the two of them.
Slip in place, forward he goes, eases the ball off that front foot into the offside. There's Josh Bohannon doing very enthusiastic, energetic run.
I think they might just be trying to get to that 80 over mark as we talked about for the new ball.
Parkinson twirls back in, balls again, driven into the offside again. Bohannon's there to stop it. Low down to his right hand side. Hit it nicely, did Sibley. Good stop from Bohannon. There's only 3 involved in this at the minute. The bowler, the batter and Josh Mahoney. Forward goes Sibley, smothers the ball, bounces beyond the reach of Luke Wells at slip. Balderson comes round from backward point to complete the fielding. And there is no run. 4 dot balls for Parkinson's first over after tea. 2 for 36 for Lancashire's leg spinner today. That's hit firmly for 4. It's a terrific shot from Sibley. You had the bowler and the umpire in the danger zone there. It hit so firmly right down the ground. Parkinson tried to stop it. It was hit firmly. There was a dive. There's the wandering right leg of umpire Lloyd to get out the way of that. Up and over it went.
That's an excellent shot there from Sibley. We've seen his strength through the onside, particularly that drive. I think he's hit 3 or 4 fours down the onside, but that's one of my favourite shots of the day, I think, so far. Beautiful shot.
Takes him on to 94. He wants a single here. Just turned into the onside. Benjamin obliges. Gets through for 1. And he keeps the strike as well. He's 5 away from a century. It's his best score, this, since he was dropped by England. He's 95 not out. It's 197 for 4. He's faced 216 deliveries. A very solid start to the evening session for Warwickshire between Dom Sibley and Chris Benjamin. At 197 for 4. About 8 overs until that second new ball becomes available, and these two will be determined to be there to try and get through it.
Definitely. I think Sibley's had a fantastic innings from a very, very slow start, but I think that's what he's renowned for in Test cricket, is patience, good technique, and he's definitely come a long way since his last England debut.
Yes, Hassan Ali bowling to Sibley. Well, he played it would suggest it may have just kept it a wee bit low on Sibley, but he's crouching down to defend it and into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, you know the ball's done a bit when every member of the team gives it. Oh, it's definitely kept low as that from Hassan.
Back in again to Sibley. Leans into it and defends up towards mid-on, but for no run. His last Test match coming against India at Lord's in August of last year. He made his England Test debut in New Zealand at Mount Maunganui in November 2019. Hassan bowling to Sibley. Left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
He's not even tempted by those now, is he? He's thinking, I'm 95 not out. He wants his ton. Do you think he'll be quaking in his boots now, or do you think you wait till you're 96, 97 till you start thinking about it?
He doesn't look like the type of character that's quaking in his boots too much. He looks pretty chilled out about things. Maybe just a little bit tentative actually onto that defensive push into the onside. And there is no run. Dom Sibley, 95 from 220 balls faced. 12 fours. 197 for 4. There's Hassan Ali from the Jimmy Anderson end. Comes charging back in again down the leg side. It's a great take by Salt, who then lies on his back and then reaches up with his right hand stretched up above the air and with the glove where the ball's lodged in, and says, "How's that?" for a catch down the leg side. And a little smile on the face of umpire Long.
He heard something, didn't he, behind the stumps, but I don't think it was bat. It's a great take from Salt down the leg side. hard not to react as the bowler's coming through with deliveries like that. You forget you're not a player on the pitch. So when you hear me cheer like that, it's because it's a good delivery.
Hassan bowls. Sibley just leans into it and nudges the ball away. Gathered by Bailey at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, and Hassan Ali starts with a maiden. 197 for 4. Benjamin 24 and Sibley 95 not out for the Bears. He's put together an impressive innings here. Loads of grit, some terrific shots, some lovely straight drives. A little bit of good fortune along the way, but you need that obviously. Oh, you're coming out to bat, an opening bat at any stage of the season, especially when you're playing a bit in April and you've got a fearsome looking attack to try and fend off. It's Parkinson balls left by Benjamin, taken by Salt, who has Luke Wells at first slip. There's a deep extra cover and a deep backward square leg, and 3 close in on the offside and onside. They'll skip down the pitch by Benjamin and meets the ball and just clips it along the ground. Tall figure of Keaton Jennings with his sunglasses resting on his cap comes up from mid-on to field, and there's no run. And Parkinson has a little white towel hooked into the back of his trousers. Squad number 28 bowls to Benjamin, who's down and forward and pushing the ball away, and again half an appeal from Parkinson.
Yeah, he's asking the question, but I think that probably pitched on leg stump line. But it is starting to turn slightly more for Parkinson as the day goes on.
This is Benjamin again using his feet to come towards the bowler, able to flick it away through the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 25. The score to 198 for 4.
Parkinson knows how Benjamin likes to play, and I think is tempting him, sort of floating the ball and giving it a little bit more flight.
Over the wicket this time to Sibley. Just rocks onto the front foot, pulls the bat up above waist height, ignores it completely as it nestles into the gloves of Phil Salt. Ferocious polish on the side of Parkinson's right thigh, and then a little glance out towards the offside as he comes twirling back in. Sibley down on one knee. Does he get that one away? Down towards the boundary. This could be 4. This could be a century. It is. No. Just takes him on to 99. He was 95. So he's 99 not out, Sibley. Just got enough on that to beat the infield. The dive came in. Hassan Ali, I think it was, just backward of point. Little thin bottom edge. Races down towards the boundary. And it takes him within a run now. He's 99. Don Sibley. It's the end. Hassan Ali. And down towards the rope for 4. Here comes Hassan. Starts his latest over from the Anderson end. Bowls to Benjamin. That's swatted away through mid-wicket. And won a couple by the time that Luke Wood comes round from deep square to deep mid-wicket to get to it. And floodlights on here at Emirates Old Trafford. You get the occasional burst of sunshine, but it's obviously cloudy enough.
But last week in Yorkshire, Essex got called for bad light. Could they not have used floodlights there, or?
Yes, they can, but there's this quirky rule still where you can have the floodlights on and still go off for bad light.
That's what we love about cricket. There's always a niche.
Hassan into Benjamin, that's driven to mid-off and no run. And I think the rule is still that if the floodlight, the artificial light, becomes the dominant source of light, so replaces entirely the natural light, then you've got to go off for bad light.
That's a call in itself, isn't it? How do you judge that?
Well, quite entirely the umpire's discretion. That was a good finish there too as well, that game at Yorkshire last week. I think there was a potential run chase on in the match. Benjamin punches up towards mid-off, but for no run.
It's well bowled again by Ali. Just on the money.
can see the shadows just very ever so faint, but we can see them. Generated by the floodlights. These 4 big pylons dotted around the ground. Tom Bailey at mid-wicket just marching a few paces nearer to Chris Benjamin. Final ball of the over. Hassan in bowling. Clipped away through that region where Bailey had just vacated. Gone all along the ground. There goes Dane Villas in hot pursuit. And he'll get to it, Dane Villas. And Benjamin's run 3 to complete the over. And we've had 75 of the Warwickshire first innings. Score at 207 for 4. Benjamin on 30. Sibley 99 not out.
A change of bowling as well at this end. Looks like Luke Wells is coming on for Matt Parkinson. The Brian's Statham end. Is that pronounced correctly? Statham. Bumble's just looked at me like I've committed a crime, which I think I have. He's nearly had a heart attack. You might need to call for help at Emirates Old Trafford. I don't think I'll be allowed back in the building. I think this could be a goodbye and good night from Phoebe Graham. Bring the ventilators.
When Bumble's back on, which will be the next 5 or 6 minutes, he'll be able to tell some wonderful tales, I'm sure, about Brian Statham.
And I'll make sure I stay in the room so that when I'm next on comms, I can retell the tales.
Well, Paul Allett this morning was talking about, I think there's actually, Wells was going to come into the attack, I think.
Oh, taking his jumper off and everything. I think he'll be devastated.
Parkinson's going to have a twirl instead. He's going to continue. Here he comes over the wicket, in and bowls. And Benjamin just works the ball away through the offside, just backward a point, and there's no run. But Paul Allett was saying about how it's a little unfortunate that the stands here are stands A, B, C, D and E, and there's been so many iconic players, but they do have the 2 ends named after 2 absolute greats of different eras in the Anderson and Statham end.
And Statham was a great. He took over 2,000 test wickets. No, he didn't. First class wickets. Again. I'm going to have to go now, aren't I?
Parkinson in, balls again. This is swept by Benjamin, but doesn't time it, just squirts out into the onside where Rob Jones fields, and there's no run. Yes, so 2 iconic players for Lancashire, different generations in Statham and Anderson, to represent the 2 ends here at Emirates Old Trafford. Benjamin uses his feet to come towards Parkinson. Nudged out into the onside for no run. Here he comes again, back over the wicket. Swing and a miss from Benjamin. He's shown very little in terms of that kind of attacking flair that he's got, that we've seen in the white ball game, but that was a real swing and a miss, and taken by Phil Salt.
That's exactly what he's been wanting Benjamin to do.
Back in to complete the over. Forward he goes and smothers this ball back out into the offside, and Parkinson scoops it up off his own bowling, and there is no run. That completes the over. It's one that I don't think Parkinson was expecting to bowl, or at least the suggestion was it will be Wells, but it was sent down by Parkinson, his 16th of the day. 2 for 46. A wicket there for Luke Wood, 1 for Tom Bailey. Hassan Ali wicketless so far today, 19 overs for 55. And George Balderson, who I think is going to replace Hassan Ali from the Anderson end, 0 for 26.
I think Balderson's bowled really, really well today. I don't think his figures necessarily do him justice. 0 for 26 from 11 overs, 3 maidens. It's been on the money from ball 1. It'd be great to see him get a breakthrough wicket here, as the partnership goes up to 60s with these two.
Sibley on strike, 99 not out. Balderson's into him. Just flicked into the onside, picked up by Luke Wood at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, we saw this spell, didn't we, in the afternoon session? Balderson from that end and Parkinson from this end, and it was quite an intense little period of cricket, wasn't it, where Warwickshire couldn't really get anything away. Of course, we're heading up towards that second new ball becoming available, but Velas has gone back to George Balderson. Into Sibley, who just leans into it and defends safely, securely out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's been a very reliable bowler today, as Balderson. And he's just contained them. Just bowled that hard length in around third, fourth stump. Hasn't overcomplicated things at all.
For the wicket, the ball to Sibley off the back foot. Does he get that away? He does. Worked out through the offside for a single to bring up a century for Dom Sibley. He'll feel $1 million. Key moment for Sibley. His first century since being dropped by England and coming back into the Warwickshire team. He's worked so hard for it. 227 deliveries faced, 13 fours. Slightly modest celebrations from Sibley, but a couple of glorious straight drives, but a really gutsy, unbeaten ton for the Warwickshire opening batter. 100 not out, with Warwickshire 208 for 4. And Benjamin plays a forward defensive to the next delivery from Balderson, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant knock for Sibley. Great 100. He's dug deep, he's worked hard, and I think his patience has definitely paid off there. Yeah, 227 balls, 100 run scores. He's created the foundation here for Warwickshire to go on and get a big total, which they'll need here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Run for Benjamin, just worked off his hip into the onside. Very cheeky little single, actually. Just the left of mid-wicket. Had a bit of ground to make up, actually. Does get one, signalled as a no ball as well from umpire Nigel Long. Score moves up to 211 for 4. Benjamin 31 not out brings Sibley, the Centurion, back on strike.
It was a very understated celebration, wasn't it?
Left alone by Sibley through to Salt, and there's no run.
You've got to celebrate your hard work, don't you? But maybe his head's down for 150, 200, and it's only part of his job done. You can tell that from the way he reacted and how his head's down and determined to score big runs here today at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yes, he seemed almost reluctant, didn't he, to acknowledge the applause from his teammates. And then he leaves.
I think I'd be more like Hassan Ali if I turned up here.
End of the over. 77 gone, 211 for 4. Benjamin 31, Sibley on 100. 3 overs until the second new ball is due. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Phoebe with Bumble waiting to come in for the next period of time. Richard Wilford from BBC WM will be back as well in the not too distant future.
Brilliant. And I'm sure Bumble will tell some stories about Brian Statham.
Parkinson to continue from the Brian Statham end. And he's over the wicket and bowling to Benjamin. He comes down the pitch and the ball's played a little uppishly, but safe enough into the onside for no run. Afternoon, Bumble.
Well, I couldn't get my breath there. From the Brian Statham end. Couldn't get my breath.
Took you by surprise, didn't it? Oh. Parkinson again, driven away by Benjamin. Out through deep. Extra cover for a single. Takes him to 32. And there is 1 run. 212 for 4. Parkinson in, punched through the offside, partially stopped at extra cover, but there's a run there for Sibley. Moves to 101 not out.
I think Phoebe's just buried herself in the history of Lancashire Cricket Club.
Parkinson to Benjamin, that's worked to mid-on. And they're through for a single.
We were chatting earlier, weren't we, about the Yorkshire players who played for Lancashire, and we could only come with about 6. Of which Phoebe Graham is one of them. Moving from Yorkshire to Lancashire. David Bias, Stuart Fletcher, Ajmal Shazad, Barry Wood. I'm missing one.
Was it 6 or 7, did you say we had?
I think it was 6.
I only got 2. Parkinson to Sibley, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
Barry Wood, Stuart Fletcher, David Bias, Phoebe Graham. There's another, I'm missing one.
Shazad.
Ajmal Shazad.
Parkinson over the wicket balls. Driven back down the ground by Sibley, 1 bounce, and stopped by Parkinson off his own bowling. End of the over, 78 gone, 214 for 4.
It might be 5.
Okay.
We need a historian will probably correct us. I remember Barry Wood, who was my opening partner for years, wonderful player. Went on to captain Derbyshire, played for England, brave player. And he came across, because of the emergence of Geoffrey Boycott, he wasn't going to get into the team. And you know, it was a heck of a move for lads to come across and play. How many the other way? How many Lancastrians have gone across and played for Yorkshire? I'm not counting Michael Vaughan. You know, Michael Vaughan was born here, but lived, I think, from the age of 2 across in Sheffield. Can't think of any.
So, yeah, it's they've played for both.
Yeah.
I've gone from Yorkshire to, rather than being in one county and playing for the other county.
Yeah, played for both.
Played for both, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we missing any out? Do you get in touch? There's Balderson, starts a fresh over. Benjamin off the back foot. Tries to angle it away through the offside, but there's no run.
I recall a wicket-keeper that from in the 60s, he might have been, I'm not sure, Jeff Hodgson. But I don't think he played a first-class game. He was in the seconds.
One slip in place. There's Balderson coming in from the Anderson end. Eased off the hip down towards fine leg for a single by Benjamin.
And Ajmal Shazad, I think he's now the bowling coach at Derbyshire, isn't he? He was a good bowler. Pacey.
Because of the movement of players, perhaps more movement of players now, it might not be seen as being such a big deal.
No, it's totally different.
It's a nice looking shot from Benjamin, but it's cut off by Bohannon.
You don't forget when players you just weren't allowed to move. Bob Cottam, Bob Willis, I think they had to sit out a number of months before they could move from one county to another. Sibley's played well, played really well. Big change, heck of a change, and it shows that you can do it. I mean, all credit to him. This is not working, I'm going to change.
Balderson to Benjamin, that's driven down the ground, stopped by Balderson off his own bowling, and there's no run. Watching him, Bumble, what would you think the things that he's doing right now that that perhaps he didn't quite get right?
Standing sideways, he's far more sideways. He has a little, every now and again, he'll just push his hands as the bowler is into his delivery stride. He just twitches his hands towards the offside. But he's coming down much straighter, standing sideways.
Balderson to Benjamin, he just punched into the offside. Picks out Bailey at extra cover and there's no run.
You know, he's hit mid-off. He's played straight drives. He's going to always be strong through mid-wicket and square leg. That's always going to happen. But the way that he's played, he's opened his game up. And you will do by standing sideways. He's got more scoring opportunities. I think he's looked really assured. And he looks like he's enjoyed it.
Final ball of the over, Balderson to Benjamin. He's forced to defend. And it bounces up towards Parkinson. And that's the end of the 79th. 2:16 for 4. 79 overs gone. So one left before Lancashire could take the new ball. Benjamin on 35. Sibley on 101. More from Bumble and then Richards coming in.
And Benjamin looks a very accomplished player, South African lad. And again, he's another like Hayne in that Jonathan Trott mode. That's very, very similar to Jonathan Trott. It's good to see Jonathan here, part of the coaching staff with Mark Robinson.
Afternoon again, Bumble.
Well, there's been some quality play, hasn't there? Quality.
There has, and some of it, of course, the guile of Parkinson, who draws Sibley forward, and he drives up towards mid-off. First century for Warwickshire since 2019 for Sibley. Because, of course, the next couple of years were largely international cricket, a lot of it played in a bubble, which I don't think has helped anybody enormously. As he drives again straight, and it's fielded by Jennings at mid-on. Just taking on board all you've said, actually, about the change in technique. Playing more side-on, opening up different parts of the field for scoring shots. And I think he'll be delighted that you're seeing that as he comes forward sturdily and defends Parkinson, because he's worked so hard, and it's not a mystery, is it, that hard work achieves results?
No, but for him to sort of assess and think, well, this isn't working, and you can tell the amount of work that he's put in, and sometimes it'll take a long time, and it might still be work in progress for him, but he's taking that decision, I'm going to change.
He'll want to turn this into a big innings if he can as well. As this ball down the leg side, he guides round towards deep backward square leg for a single to 102.
You know, when I was watching him playing for England, I thought he just doesn't look like he's enjoying it. It looks a real ordeal. And he was very chest on with picking the bat up towards point, backward point. This is totally different. I'd say this is, as I've seen a fair bit this year, this is as good as I've seen from an opening batter.
Certainly been tested by this Lancashire attack, because the pad of Benjamin deals with a ball down the leg side from Parkinson. The lines that were bowled early on by Hassan Ali and Tom Bailey made sure he knew where his off stump was, and doesn't get easily phased by playing and missing, which you need that in an opening bat. Driven by Benjamin towards mid-off, Vilas does the fielding, and at the end of the 80th over means new ball is due. Warwickshire 217 for 4. I can't imagine there'll be a lot of hesitation over taking this.
Well, they've tried to get it changed 2 or 3 times, and so they've a real opportunity here to get a hard new ball, and the new ball bowlers will come into the attack. It doesn't look as if that's going to happen right now. That's George Balderson, who will continue. They tried a couple of times with the ball seemingly was out of shape, and I think they did change it once.
They did.
68 overs.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing passes you by, does it? You're there. No notes. It's all in there.
They just kept watching you.
Yeah, 68 overs and 2 balls, I think it was. Floodlights on. It's actually inevitably brightened up a little bit since they put the floodlights on, not just because of the artificial light. The sky's a bit clearer. As Balderson continues, and a stride forward from Sibley, plays it down into the track and into the bowler's follow-through. The other thing with Sibley's change is, of course, he's only 26, so time's on his side to do that.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with it because you could see this is not working. It's going nowhere at the highest level, and so for him to go back and say, right, I'll have a winter of hard work.
Faces up again to Balderson, leaves it alone outside off stump.
I don't know him at all, but he seems a real good character. I think that's important, that he's got a good, strong character and able to say, right, got to change. And he'll still be ambitious, as you say, at 26. The one thing from international cricket this has liked is that a batsman like that, going well, that Lancashire haven't really gone at him with a short ball.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Balderson fall around off stump, forward again in defence, resolutely is Sibley. You know, Luke Wood has produced a little bit of fire, but that's very different from a top-class test attack. You know, no disrespect to Luke.
But there would definitely be in a test match, OK, this guy's set, we're going to test him out, just for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah.
Just hit the pitch hard. Get him ducking and weaving. Is he going to do something different? We've not seen that.
As he stabs the ball out again into the offside and there's no run. You can see very clearly from the TV pictures, those of you watching us via Lancashire TV, that is very much still the old ball. Very interesting to see how long Dane Velas waits to take it. Can't imagine it'll be long, but I suppose there's some merit, especially with Parkinson bowling pretty well, to keeping the batsman guessing as to when it's going to be pulled out. And how many overs you want before close with it, as well as Sibley turns it towards mid-wicket, quickly across his Luke Woods, there's no run. He'll assess how old he wants it to be then for tomorrow morning when the conditions might be a bit more helpful.
That's it, just to see how many we want this evening, to have it in a good condition for tomorrow morning. There's a talk that there may be rain around tomorrow. We've not had much rain up here for quite a while.
It's been a pretty dry early season, isn't it? A windy early season. Sibley driving nicely, but won't beat mid-off with that, and that is the end of the over. 217 for 4. Warwickshire, 15 overs left in the day, and a little bit of refreshment coming the way of Dom Sibley, who celebrated his 100 pretty well, because he knows, again, that's a result of the hard work that he's put in. Paul Farbrace and Mark Robinson have both said how dedicated he'd been through the winter. He turned down the England Lions tour and said, no, I want to work in the indoor centre all winter. And that's what he's done.
Well, there's no praise too high. I mean, I've looked at him when he played for England and just thought this is a walking wicket. And he's been sensible enough and ambitious enough to say, OK, 26, I can change. But it would have been a lot of hard work. Sometimes you can pick something up with a player and say, well, that's got to change. But you know that it's not going to change in 2 hours in the nets. It's going to take months, which is what he's done.
I mean, you've worked with England players as a coach, and you've watched so many in the commentary box and known the coaches with them. It's very difficult to get them to change what's got them there.
Yeah.
Because they'll say, well, look, it's got me to this opportunity. I don't want to change now and waste my chance.
The other thing I'd say to that is, well, when you were 12, did you bat like this?
It's a good argument. As Parkinson just drifts one up outside off stump, played defensively by Benjamin.
Somebody like Rory Burns, when you were 12, did you bat like that?
Yeah, almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. Funny if he's closing in on 100 as well today.
Good lad.
So Parkinson draws him down the wicket, and he's going to launch it here, Benjamin, as he got just enough to clear a retreating mid-on. Keaton Jennings was looking over his shoulder whilst running about 40 yards there. All the time he thought he was in the game for that, and it's just gone beyond him. He's not by any stretch caught all of that, Chris Benjamin. They come back for 2, and I think Jennings gets the approval of Parkinson for what was a pretty game effort to get there. That was a teaser, absolute teaser. Fuller outside off stump, and that square drive from Benjamin, rather more orthodox or comfortable shot anyway from him. 38 to Benjamin, 220 for 4.
It was a lovely piece of bowling from the leg spinner. Enticed Benjamin down the ground. He's gone for a big shot, hit it into the stand, and it came off a thick outside edge and just evaded Jennings going back at mid-on.
Benjamin's instincts are those of a bit of a dasher. He's curbed it mainly today. Maybe learning from what's going on at the other end as Sibley, with a huge stride forward, kills the ball in front of him.
If he'd have got out there, Benjamin, he would have had a come into the office from Mark Robinson with that new ball just around the corner. You make sure you're in.
You want your two-set batsmen facing that. Lovely drive along the deck from Sibley. He's done that a couple of times off Parkinson today. And his minimal backlift, really. He just punches it straight down the ground. Lovely shot, 224 for 4.
You know, this has been a signature shot today. It's dead straight. Past the umpire who has to get his legs out of the way. Perfect shot.
He wouldn't have got any sympathy from you if he got caught on the ankle by that one, would he? I don't think. Sibley driving towards long on this time. He was back Jennings for another single. 107 for Sibley, 225 for 4. Just wonder whether that's a kind of a mixed over for Dane Vill as to weigh up when to take the new ball, because there was the risk that Benjamin took that nearly produced a reward for Lancashire compared to the way that Sibley has handled it. 8 runs off it. So did Graham take your advice to go into umpiring? Did he say, Dad, what do you reckon? What do you reckon for a career after playing?
Well, he was in the community police for a while, and then got on to sort of second 11 and as a junior umpire, and he's absolutely loved it.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I think his work in the police helped. You know, you've got to be understanding and a good listener.
New over started by Balderson, driven on the onside by Sibley, and that's a good sprawling stop from Dane Vill, who then crawls after it like a toddler. But it spills out a couple of feet in front of him, but he restricts the scoring to a single, 226 for 4.
When you're looking at a day's play like this, and this is a new passage of play, around the corner is a new ball. Worked hard to get 4 wickets. Now a new ball, you'll be thinking, let's advance that, let's get 6 out at the end of the day.
This is a day where, of course, the visitors won the toss, chose to bat. Defended by Benjamin out into the offside. They've had 2 significant partnerships, 82 between Sibley and Hayne, and now this one, which is worth 85 between Sibley and Benjamin. It is the sort of surface, and I know you think it's a good batting track, this, where you need 2 players to make a big score.
It's a 450 minimum, 450 here. Then you start controlling the game.
Balderson scampers in from the far end, turned up to mid-on by Benjamin. And across comes Vilas, who's been busy in this over.
And your coaches, and particularly Lancashire's coaching staff now, they want at this time, the last hour or so, big push. Come on, big push last hour, don't let it drift. We need a couple of wickets.
You know, teams that go on to do well in the Championship are ones who are good in the last hour of days when it's so easy to let the game drift. Balderson short, and he's pulled in front of square by Benjamin, and that'll be 4. Luke Wood is quick, but he knows he's not going to be able to chase that down. And Benjamin moves into the 40s. He's on 42. 230 for 4. Warwickshire in the 83rd over. And I think we'll see a wee bit of stretching for the likes of Tom Bailey and Hassan Ali saying, come on, Skip, time to give me a chance.
Well, he's got plenty of options, hasn't he? There's Luke Wood as well, with a bit of pace and left arm.
One person just going through a bowling motion a couple of times there was Luke Wells, who's saying, come on. One sneaky over, you never know quite what might happen. As the ball is driven up to extra cover by Benjamin. Sharp piece of fielding by Bailey.
The other thing to consider from captaincy is the 2 out there, the 2 batsmen, who do they not want to face? What's going to make them uncomfortable? Well, a new ball for a start.
Yep. Bailey from the pavilion end with a new ball would be my summing up of that. It's been the pick of the bowlers today. This is just back of a length and really thick inside edge into the ground by Benjamin. Looks at the ball a bit wistfully. Didn't play a particularly good shot to that, but that's not caused him any damage. 89 they've added now. 230 for 4. And, well, Luke Wells has successfully caught the eye of his captain here. You never know what's going to happen. Today is the day, for instance, that Mark Stoneman has taken his first wicket in first-class cricket at the age of 34.
Why was he bowling?
I think Middlesex were having a rough day against Sussex. Tom Alsop had made 100 and he got him. So I'm not sure they're strong in the spin department this year, Middlesex. But It's the sort of wicket that is going to happen just before the declaration at 10 to 5 on a fourth day normally, isn't it?
Well, I mentioned who do you not want to face. So if you ask these two, go on, there's 11 of them out here. Who would you like to face? I bet Luke Wells would be right up there. Put him on if you want.
Well, now, the reverse is also true to an extent, because you're 108. Who do you not want to get out to?
Yeah.
At this point. So, there may be some merit in it. Hassan Ali has just come back on the field after a brief break. And Wells bowls short outside off stump, and it's just steered comfortably out towards the deep cover fielder Luke Wood for another single to Sibley. 231 for 4.
But he's a slow bowler, Luke Wells. What are the off spinners? Is he off spin?
Leg, yeah. I think he likes to try and do a bit of a Liam Livingstone and send one or two the other way, but I think he is a leg spinner. Oh, indeed, he runs his fingers over that, and Chris Benjamin cuts it rather neatly behind square, and there'll be a couple there. Luke Wood is across to field, 44 to Benjamin, 233 for 4. There were a couple of looseners there, Skipper, he's saying. Yeah, just that would give the arm another whirl, blows the fingers. If he was a footballer, he'd be taking a bit of mud out of his studs at the moment. As Benjamin is forward in defence, and Luke Wells is, yeah, OK, there we go. That's where I want to pitch it.
It's speculative, is this? From Lanc, speculative.
Well, worth a try, maybe. Into bowl again to Benjamin, steered it into the leg side. He fancied a quick single, Dominic Sibley didn't. Fielded by the right boot of Tom Bailey on the strip that they were doing their bowling practice on earlier. I was a little bit loath to see my bowlers fielding with their boot, even when the ball's rolling gently at them. That one does force him onto the back foot. Was that the one that goes the other way?
Yes.
I think it was, wasn't it? There you go. Pull it out of the bag now, Bumble, when you least expected it.
I think that it's not. I don't think it's a googly. I think it's just an off spinner.
Yeah.
The builders have finished 5 o'clock.
Yeah, they did well. They were just after 5, wasn't it? It's, again, Benjamin is forward and defends out into the offside. And there's no run. 233 for 4. Does that concentrate minds? I think we're going to carry on as we are for the time being. Balderson is quick to get his jumper off. I shall try and squeeze in one more over before I go and talk to the fine people of the West Midlands. Oh, see, for those again watching the pictures, there's the building site now abandoned. Yeah. Just looking to find that spade that that the builder used to play a couple of forward defensives earlier.
He played forward defensive. I'm looking at that auger drill, which is about a 30-metre auger drill, which goes pile driving into the ground.
Balderson driven by Sibley, doesn't time that one, it goes up to mid-on. I'm not saying that the forward defensives look good, but somebody has put a Gray Nichols logo on the spade.
No.
It's, sort of it'll be exciting to see what appears there, because I haven't seen the plans. I'm sure people around here have seen the plans, but you've got commuters having a squint as they walk towards the tram stop. Sibley comes forward and defends it out into the offside.
I think it's another hotel, isn't it? Or an extension of the hotel. And with other stuff underneath, you know, they do it. So there's rooms above and shops underneath, restaurants, that sort of thing.
Then presumably a viewing area on this side of some sort.
But he'll know Paul Allett.
Well,
he designed it.
It was on a napkin after play one day. Balderson in, driven by Sibley beautifully, and there'll be a chase, but it's quickly given up. He has been so good straight today, and that is again a sign of a man who is confident in his work. 113 to Sibley, 237 for 4.
And he's going to kick on. He wants to be batting tomorrow. It's a lovely shot again, very straight. Yeah, if Paul Allett's designed it, there'll be plenty of restaurants.
High door frames.
Yeah. And they'll be open late.
Balderson draws Sibley forward in defence, out into the offside.
New ball.
Feels like it's time, doesn't it? There'll be 11 overs left after this. Sky has cleared quite a bit. Lights will presumably stay on till the close now, but they wouldn't be needed now.
Expensive electricity these days.
It is. Sibley cutting, hammers it into the ground. It pops up into the hands of Croft, who does the fielding.
I'm moving to a place, LPG gas. No, I've never had that before. And a septic tank.
Have you? Do you have antibiotics for that, or you going out somewhere dark into the countryside and sort of down a lane and
that sort of thing? Somebody's field.
Feels like you've been persuaded against your will. As Balderson is driven again by Sibley, but Jones is very quickly across and then throws down the stumps. Benjamin was safely in, and then a tumbling stop by Croft prevents any overthrows. I shall make way for Scott Reed. Bumble will give you his assessment of the situation and the need of the new ball.
Well, new ball for me. I'd keep looking and seeing if any of the... Yes, here he comes. I was looking, he was just out of shot. Hassan Ali. And so you'd expect that new ball will be taken now. So another passage of play. How many? 11 overs left. So I think that's what they were waiting for. They just want to bowl 11 overs at the end and then have another crack tomorrow. So that Hassan Ali can give it a real go here.
So Hassan Ali then. It's not the new ball, that is it? And he comes in from the Statham end. Benjamin on 44 in balls, and that's pushed back down the pitch, and then Hassan boots the ball away, and Matt Parkinson going one way has to dive to his right to stop the ball.
That was comical. He's driven back. It's a gentle ball, gentle loosener from Hassan Ali at this stage of the evening. It's just pushed back up the pitch. He's thrown a right leg at it, hoofed it to mid-on, who's going to his left and had to quickly turn to his right. That's Parkinson. No run.
He did pretty well there, didn't he, Parkinson? Looks like the type of lad that quite likes to enjoy throwing himself around a bit. Hassan in, bowls, it's down the leg side. There goes Salt tumbling away to take the catch. And there is no run. So a little burst with it tonight, a little burst with it tomorrow.
Yeah.
The captain's thinking, you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. Because you'd be thinking like in a test match, 90 overs, but in county cricket it's 96. So he just wanted 11 overs. You can give it a right go.
Two slips.
Need a couple of wickets.
Yeah, they could do, couldn't they?
Shot.
Yeah, did a little clip away through the onside, out towards deep mid-wicket. Lancashire still striving for their first wicket of the evening session. John Sibley on 113. And Chris Benjamin, 47 not out. 2 wickets in the afternoon for Matt Parkinson. 2 this morning, 1 for Bailey and 1 for Wood. So far, Warwickshire enjoying a good evening to the day. 240 for 4. Here's Hassan. In balls, and that's a good ball that just shapes away past Sibley. Into the gloves of Salt, and there's no run.
That's a rarity, a defensive shot that's gone past the outside edge of Sibley.
What do you make of his celebrations to reach a century, Bumble? It looked like a man perhaps that felt as though there's plenty more runs to be had here if he can get it right. It was very modest, wasn't it? Very understated. Hassan in bowling, thinks about play, pulls the bat away. Through to Salt, no run.
Do you know, it was how it used to be, that. You perhaps raise of the bat and maybe take your hat off. And if you were wearing a cap, a handshake with your partner at the other end. And I think it was Michael Slater. I remember Michael Slater doing an absolute lap with 100. He's different. He is a very different person. He's Michael Slater running round the ground with 100.
Hassan balls. Sibley playing forward in defence. The ball deflects off the face of the bat, and there's Stephen Croft tumbling away to his right to stop it at gully, and there's no run. End of the over, 240 for 4.
Have they taken the new ball? I've not seen it.
I haven't seen the signal for it, and it looked, just looking at the ball there that Hassan was using, it looked like the older ball to me. But Hassan into the attack, and now Bailey replacing Balderson.
Well, you usually get a signal from the umpires and a waving of the ball to the scorers that the new ball has been taken. I haven't seen that unless I've missed it completely. Best part of the day now. Lovely.
It is. A little bit of sunshine. Don't need the floodlights.
Here's a man who will tell us about the new build over there. I've said there'll be plenty of restaurants if you've designed it. And bars.
Thanks, Bumble. Bailey in. Forward goes Benjamin in defence, and there's no run. 240 for 4. He's got 9.5 overs remaining today.
Has he been talking about bars?
Well,
restaurants.
Bailey in to Benjamin. That's punched down the ground, but for no run. Richard asked him what the designs were for the new building, and Bumble suggested that if you had designed it, then you would have put in quite a few restaurants and bars, and they'd all stay open pretty late.
Does he know that I'm not an architect? It's going to be some very nice seating, some members' facilities, bar, restaurant, hotel rooms. It's going to be white as well. It's not going to be red.
Bailey in to Benjamin, tries to work it into the onside, deflects out into the offside, there's no run. That's a controversial statement. Why is it not red to match the colour?
That's what I said. Oof. Some architectural, I don't know, thinking.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, it's going to be white.
Right, okay. A break to tradition to the red buildings at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah. So, and it's got to be up by the Ashes next year, July. Is it June, July? July.
Bailey in's left.
Looking for their first wicket of the evening session, Lancashire Warwickshire 240 for 4 in their first innings. Dom Sibley 113 not out, and Chris Benjamin 47 not out. 2 wickets from Matt Parkinson today, 1 for Bailey and 1 for Warwickshire. 240 for 4.
The new ball was... Thank you to Niall as Bailey comes in and bowls. An appeal for LBW. Oh, he's gone! Benjamin's gone. LBW off Bailey with that new ball that Lancashire have taken. He's gone for a very good 47. And Bailey strikes his second wicket of the day. The 5th to 4. Warwickshire lose their 5th, and this partnership comes to an end. The first wicket of the evening session.
Yeah. Benjamin frustrated. It's good bowling from Tom Bailey. I think the lines that Lancashire have bowled have been really good. He's persevered with a good line on and outside off stump. That ball just drifting back in a little bit. Benjamin hanging around when the decision was made, but I think that was more in frustration than anything else. He does tend to work and try and work that ball off the stumps towards the leg side, but Tom Bailey ecstatic that he's got the wicket with the new ball. And that is the breakthrough that Lancashire wanted.
The new ball was taken 1 ball into Hassan Ali's first over, back into the attack. Me and Bumble we didn't see the sign from the umpires.
Well, you'll have to tell his lad off then, because he should be signalling that sort of thing, especially to his dad.
Exactly. Give us a helping hand. Good partnership that, wasn't it? But important breakthrough for Lancashire.
Yeah, good partnership. I've been impressed with Sibley all day, and Benjamin is an attacking player. Scored runs here last year, didn't he?
He did. He got,
got
a
100.
century.
Yeah, thought he did. Yeah.
It was his debut, that.
He looks a little bit like an attacking version, a more attacking version of Jonathan Trott to me. Well, that'll be surprising. The South African connection, Warwickshire connection. Jonathan Trott here today, fulfilling his role as batting coach, I think. Anyway, Tom Bailey has done well. 2 for 32 so far, and he's in again.
With Burgess on strike. It's worked away behind square on the leg side. They want a second hit. Throw comes in towards the keepers, and that's quite a sharp second, is that? Done well to squeeze 2 out of there. It's off the mark with that is Burgess as well.
He's scored some runs this year as well, hasn't he, Burgess?
Yeah. Top scorer for the Bears so far this season. 2 centuries in these opening round of fixtures.
And he's getting a thorough telling off as well, because he's run straight down the middle of the pitch and skidded to a hole outside off stump at the non-striker's end, which is not the done thing.
That partnership, by the way, was 99 between Sibley and Benjamin. So 9 overs left today. 242 for 5. Warwickshire. First breakthrough of the evening session for Lancashire.
You were talking about the floodlights, were you, as well?
Mm-hmm.
They're on now, aren't they?
Yep.
Glorious early evening sunshine, shadows from every player.
Hassan over the wicket, balls. Sibley forward in defence, and there's no run.
There's a regulation that once you switch them on, they've got to stay on, which I think has got to be looked at, because in today's conditions,
yes,
everybody paying a fortune for electricity, it just seems a complete waste to me. And you know, I can understand leaving them on when it's scudding clouds and generally dull, but not now. There'll be a public outcry, won't there?
Well, it's a bit daft, isn't it?
Yeah.
For all sorts of reasons. Hassan in, bowling. And Sibley taking it on, playing a miss, looking to cover drive. The ball just snakes away past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. There's no run. Not seen that too often from Sibley today.
No, he's not played and missed very much. He's been very good at leaving the ball outside off stump. It looks very well organised to me. And Warwickshire must be mindful here against this second new ball. There'll just be a bit more pace in it, a bit of zip, maybe a bit of movement. And they don't want to throw away what's been a reasonable day for them.
2 slips in the gully. Hassan from the stay the men bowls, left alone by Sibley. Through to Salt, and there's no run.
Whereas Lancashire, of course, will be hoping to capitalise on this for the last half hour or so of today. Can take another couple of wickets, 7 down. 260 for 7's not a bad day's work when you've had to bowl first.
Especially if one of your wickets is this particular man that's on strike now. Hassan into Sibley. He leaves, that ball just tails back in, and Salt takes it skipping a pace or 2 to his left-hand side, and there's no run.
Always like the kidology of the keeper. He's guttering down the leg side when he took that to make it look as though it was closer to the stumps than perhaps it actually was. Another good leave from Sibley, but good bowling from Hassan Ali. He's got great control, as you'd expect of a test match bowler, but just manages to move the ball both ways as well.
Those skills are on show in full force last time out here against Gloucestershire. This just squares up Sibley. Ball comes off the leading edge. Down towards the third man boundary. Woods chasing after it. We'll get there. Flicks the ball back. And Sibley runs through. Did well, Luke Wood, to catch up with that. But if you can have a moral victory to the bowler, I guess that would be one for Hassan Ali.
Yeah, good set of balls from Hassan Ali. One that Sibley left comfortably outside the off stump, which moved away from him. Next one nipped back, and he left that as well, and then just got squared up by one that held its own. So good bowling from Hassan Ali. And the bowler will be pleased that he's got a chance of bowling at the new batsman Burgess now.
Yeah,
Same field though.
Yeah, we've got the 2 slips in the gully. The point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Flicked away down towards deep backward square leg. I will suspect for 4 towards the building site. Ball thumps into the advertising board. 4 for Burgess, he moves to 6. And that's the end of the over as well. 249 for 5, Warwickshire.
Well, that's flown away off a thick inside edge. He must be a bit more than a thick inside edge, because it's been timed nicely. Shot away down to backward square leg to the building site.
Looks like we're done for the day on the building site. The diggers are all resting.
Yeah. Thought it might have been a listed building, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Gloriously. Well, what was it? The Red Rose Suite.
Well, it was
It was called the Chewit stand for a while, wasn't it?
Yes.
By the lads in the dressing room, anyway.
Bailey in to Sibley, who drives without any timing to mid-on. There's no run. It was much loved.
It had a variety of purposes, didn't it? Press box.
Yep.
Hospitality suite. First aid centre at one stage.
Storage.
Thoughtfully constructed 3-storey building at a public sports ground with no lift.
Bailey to Sibley, who's playing 4 in defence, and there's no run. It had its charm about it. it did.
Did you ever work out of it when it was the press box?
Yeah, I did.
Blimey,
Yeah.
You must have been a young lad then.
I did. Well, that's not strictly true from me, because I did commentate from Stretford end.
Right.
But of course, at that point, we were in there. Broadcasters were in there, and Rick Bress were in the other one.
Yeah,
so I
that's
used to
right.
bob across and say hello. Bailey to Sibley, just nudged away off the pads. Get through for 1. Pick up and throw from Luke Wood at mid-wicket. Sibley moves on to 117. The score ticks along to 250. 250 on the board for Warwickshire. Another batting bonus point. 250 for 5.
Burgess has looked aggressive. He's been in 2 balls.
And he's again looking to drive, and does get the ball away down towards that wide 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. Not sure that's exactly where he was aiming for, Burgess, but the ball squirts down towards the rope. Another boundary for him.
Well, it's an interesting approach, isn't it? With half an hour to go against the new ball, he's been in 3 balls and he's already hit 2 boundaries. Both slightly edgy, outside edge, inside edge. Tom Bailey might be slightly puzzled by this approach. Might not be if he loses his middle stump next ball, mind.
Bailey to Burgess. Forced to defend this next delivery, which is a little straighter in towards his pads, and he plays it to mid-on, where Parkinson fields, and there's no run. 254 for 5. And as Bumble mentioned, it's perhaps the best part of the day now. Quite nice and bright.
Forecast not brilliant for tomorrow afternoon, is it?
So,
Still, they can always get it wrong, can't they?
Bailey to Burgess, playing a 4 defensive. Bounces in towards Bohannon. Had extra cover, and there's no run. 254 for 5. Burgess 10, Sibley on 117. Not out. We've got 7 overs remaining in the day's allocation. We're approaching 10 to 6 on this Thursday afternoon. Listen to live commentary via Lancs TV, via the BBC Sport website and the app. It's day 1 of the LV County Championship fixture from Emirates, Old Trafford. The top 2 from last season. It's the defending champions Warwickshire, who did the double over Lancashire, beating Lancashire at Lords in the Bob Willis Trophy final. meeting for the first time. These two this season. We've got Hassan Ali running in from the Brian Statham end. And Dom Sibley defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Just bounced a little bit more. That hit the splice of the bat, and Sibley examining the bat, the splice, just to make sure everything's okay. Not a tall man, Hassan Ali, bowls skiddy pace.
He comes tearing back in again for Lancashire. Question being asked from Hassan and from the slips. Sibley shaping to work it leg side. Nothing really convincing from the bowler. The slips went up and I think Hassan joined in. Umpire Lloyd says not out.
I think it was a bit high. But beat the forward stroke, which is always a good thing to be doing. Just nipping it back into Sibley.
Notice you were speaking to Hassan this week, Paul, as he comes in and balls to Sibley through to the keeper. No run.
Did a review, a Red Rose review of the first month of the summer, and I hadn't spoken to him much before. What a good bloke he is. Hugely enthusiastic, loving his time here at Lancashire, settled in nicely. The lads have welcomed him. He thinks the dressing room is great, and he's enjoyed bowling on these pitches, which came as a little bit of a surprise to me.
Sibley gets forward and defends his next delivery. No run.
But we were talking about the comparison between Emirates Old Trafford and bowling in Pakistan, because Emirates Old Trafford regarded as a pretty flat pitch, good cricket pitch, test match pitch obviously, and he said this has more bounce, more pace, more carry than the pitches in Pakistan, which tend to just die. So he enjoys bowling on this surface.
Into Sibley, flirts with the ball. He pulled the bat inside the line, but I think he played at that one, Sibley.
Yeah, good example, I think, of what Hassan was saying about the pace and the carry with the new ball, especially. Just even after 5.5 hours in the field, he's got the wherewithal and the strength and the stamina to whip one past the outside edge.
It's been one of the really impressive things watching him, actually, is that, you know, he's back-to-back championship matches, and he keeps running in and running in hard for Lancashire. He's played every game so far.
Yeah, well, the plan is that he'll play all 6, and he's just finished another over, so 254 for 5. And he's not taking a wicket today, which is a rarity on his performances for Lancashire so far. But yeah, he's going to play all 6, and no question of rest and rotation with him, whereas still seems to be the byword with English bowlers, don't bowl them 6 on the trot. I suppose when you've got a whole season to get through, that makes sense. And Tom Bailey's already had a rest, hasn't he? So he'll probably play the next tranche of matches.
Continuing from the Anderson end. It's eased away nicely by Burgess, just in front of the square. In fact, look at the timing of that with the new ball as well. But didn't have to do too much there, Burgess. Just leant into it, and the ball rattled its way towards the boundary. On the point boundary for 4 runs. He moves up to 14. 258 for 5.
Well, it's just nothing more than a forward defensive push, that. He's got the best bat in the world. He's hit a 4 off the inside edge that's shot away, skimmed one down to third man, and just blocked one for 4 now. It's an extraordinary performance.
Bailey to Burgess. He leaves this next delivery. Taken by Phil Salt. Yes, only Hassan Ali, the front line seamers, have played every game so far this season for Lancashire. Wood's been injured, Anderson's been rested, Mahmood's played 1. Or was it 2? 1, I think.
Well, yeah, 1.
Bailey's been rested for one. In the balls to Burgess, who plays a lovely shot for 4. Blimey, he's timing it well, isn't he? He's had some runs this season, Burgess. And you can tell that already after the 8 deliveries he's faced. He moves up to 18. 262 for 5. Again, that rattled off the bat through that straight mid-on region up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. Second 4 of the over. Not having to do too much, just leaning into it, just timing. Sounded great off the bat.
Yeah.
Bailey balls again. Oh, he's out! Bailey has the last laugh. Oh, and he gives him a bit of a send-off. 3rd wicket for Bailey. And he strikes back, having been hit for 4 twice in the over. Burgess departs for 18.
Well, as so many of these batsmen do now, covering the stumps and looking to whip through the leg side and looking offended when the umpire had the audacity to give him out. But that was going nowhere other than middle stump. So Burgess looking to whip that through the leg side. And if you play that way and miss the ball, there's only one thing going to happen, and that's you're going to get given out. Mind you, I suppose you'll say he was a pace and a half down the track as he shimmied away, but it doesn't seem to matter anymore. If umpires see that you're in front, as we say, there's not an awful lot of bounce in this Emirates Old Trafford pitch. So good stuff from Tom Bailey, sticking to his guns, sticking to bowling straight, nagging away at off stump. And Lancashire get their 6th wicket and the 2nd bowling point. Pleased with that.
The game has kind of gone along at quite a decent pace today. Well, it's been a fascinating day, really, because the 2 first sessions were quite equal. Both runs scored and wickets taken, roughly 80 for 2 in both sessions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a good day's cricket. I like the way Sibley's played. It's been a really fine knock, but I really appreciate the way the Lancashire bowlers have stuck at the task as well. They're good at that. They've learnt to be good at that over a period of time now, 4 or 5 years. Discipline in their bowling, consistency of line and length. I was looking at Burgess. He's been around the traps a bit. Came through the Surrey Academy, played for Leicester, then Sussex. And then snapped up by Warwickshire. And he's an attacking batsman, as we've just seen. It's short and sweet, but...
Briggs, a new batter, as Bailey comes in from the Anderson end. Flicked down towards fine leg for 1 run. 2-6-3 for 6. And Richard was telling us before he will keep wicket for Warwickshire in the County Championship. At least that's the situation at the minute, and Davis will have the gloves in the shorter format of the game. Sibley on strike. Is Bailey in and balls. And taken by Salt. Another calm leave from Sibley. It's been a real highlight of his innings so far. The way he's defended, the way he's left. He's put together a very impressive knock here. 117 not out, Dom Sibley. With his team, Warwickshire at 263 for 6. 5 overs remaining in the day's allocation.
I see now why Burgess has played with such confidence. 270s he's got in Championship cricket in April. So he's looking to just carry on where he's left off, basically, and it's not worked for him this evening. Lancashire will be pleased. Sibley's still there, of course, but Briggs, not renowned for his batting ability.
Edged, taken. Jennings at second slip. Hassan celebrates in Hassan style his first wicket of the day. And the edge off the bat of Briggs. And he falls for 1. Caught Jennings, bowled Hassan Ali. Good low catch for Keaton Jennings to his left-hand side. There goes the celebration. And it's 7 down at 263 for 7.
Just a touch of the Mystic Meg there, wasn't it? A bit of clairvoyance, yeah. Not renowned for his batting ability. Edges to second slip. But again, it's Hassan Ali pegging away on and around off stump. Might have just held its line, that ball. And Briggs stuck in the crease, really, neither forward nor back. Good catch from Jennings, down low to his left. This is a really good half hour for Lancashire, with wickets tumbling.
We suggested that the first two sessions were pretty even, 80 for 2, roughly both first and second session, but it feels that with the way that certainly the second half of the evening session's gone, that Lancashire are on top, or at least have been on top in the last hour or so. And Hassan celebrating his first wicket of the day. You didn't ask him about his celebration, did you, by any chance?
No, I didn't.
It's a quirky thing.
It is. As I think we've said before, it's a sort of cross between starting a lawnmower and a bit of a high jumping salute, isn't it? I don't know. It's bizarre.
It's got 3 slips in the gully.
McAndrew, number 0. Not a good number to have on your back as a cricketer, is it?
Hassan in and bowled. It's left. Good pace and carry through to Salt, and there's no run.
All got numbers on the back. 0. There you are. Look, 0.
I'm not so sure if I've said a number 0.
No, I don't think I have.
No.
Maybe it's O. What is he got? Oliver McAndrew, is it?
263 for 7. 2 balls left of the over. Correction. 4 balls left of the over. Hassan in and bowling to McAndrew, who's defending into the offside. And it's picked up by Bohannon. He comes up from mid-off and there's no run. Well, a fascinating day, really. Really good, intense cricket. Sibley's innings has been superb for Warwickshire. Lancashire have fought all day with the ball and have had some extra reward in the evening session. A stifled appeal as McAndrew brings his bat down, trying to work the ball towards the leg side, maybe a little inside edge onto his pad perhaps. Ball just deflects away into the offside. Umpire Graham Lloyd just confirming with his colleague Nigel Long that we have 2 balls remaining in this Hassan Ali over, and then 4 left tonight.
Yeah, 240 for 4 to 263 for 7. It's a good little session.
Hassan in and bowling a fuller ball just an off stump, and McAndrew's playing off that front foot, playing it pretty solidly into the offside for no run.
One of the striking features of this Lancashire side is how alive they look in the field, even though it's now just gone 6 o'clock and they've been in the field since 11. They're still sparky, they still look fit and vital. There's plenty of encouragement, there's no slouching, there's no hands in pockets, everybody's keen and in at the batsman, supporting the bowler.
Hassan bowls and McAndrew defends, slightly angled back, just tucking the ball out towards the onside. End of the over, wicket maiden that for Hassan Ali. 23 overs today for him, 5 maidens, 1 for 65. 4 overs left tonight, 263 for 7.
Yeah, it does help, of course, when you've just taken a crop of wickets late in the day. That keeps everybody, make sure everybody's on their toes. But, nonetheless, it's an impressive performance.
Plenty of runs around again today. Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere in Division 1. A century for Sir Alistair Cook, making 107 for Essex. It's Bailey bowls to Sibley. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Essex 234 for 3. In fact, that's the close of play now on day one against Yorkshire. Cook making 107. Paul Walter 89 not out. Sam Curran's 55 not out for Surrey, 236 for 5. Bailey from the Anderson end over the wicket and balls to Sibley. Guides the ball safely out towards Backwood Point where Croft fields and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Sibley wants to play for tomorrow now, and he's going to hope that the Warwickshire tail can stick with him. That flurry of wickets. I mean, Warwickshire had been looking at 400 plus. They may still be looking at that, but there was a very realistic possibility of getting to 400 not more than half an hour ago, really, and that might have just disappeared slightly, that hope.
Bailey to Sibley. That's his handy habit, or frustrating one for the bowler. When he leaves, he just for a second kind of has a little flirt with the ball. Into the gloves of Phil Salton, there's no run. So that's a total of 2, 3, 6 for 5 against Northamptonshire. The other game in Division 1 is Hampshire against Gloucestershire. Hampshire at 277 for 6 in Southampton. Bailey to Sibley, up onto his toes, defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Felix Organ making a century today for Hampshire, 107. James Vince out for 78 for Hampshire. 3 Division 2 games today. Leicestershire 268 for 8 at Glamorgan. Sussex 342 for 6 against Middlesex. And Durham 323 for 3 in their match against Worcestershire. Bailey again to Sibley, just leans into it and once again safely, calmly eases the ball out through the offside. And there's no run. 3 to go tonight. 263 for 7. Sibley 117 and McAndrew on naught. Scott Borthwick, by the way, 76 not out for Durham in that match, and Sean Dixon making 104 a little earlier on.
Saw Luke Wood warming up in the outfield, and I think he's going to take over from Hassan Ali now. Get a couple of overs in before the close of play. Unusual for a bowler to be taken off after he's just taken a wicket, but Hassan Ali's put in a good stint in today, and it may be that the variation, a little bit of extra pace from Wood and the left arm over the wicket across the new batsman might just cause a few problems for the tail.
He's got 3 slips to work with, and a gully as well. Here comes Wood in and balls. It's across McAndrew and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Thanks to Paul for his company and contributions again today. Likewise Bumble, down to the final couple of overs left. Phoebe Graham's back alongside me.
Well, it's been an eventful half an hour, hasn't it?
It's rattled on at quite a pace, hasn't it, the last half an hour?
Disappear for 30 minutes. 3 quick wickets, new ball.
It's all happening.
Game's changed.
McAndrew looking for his first run. Left arm over the wicket. Wood comes in and bowls. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. And in the middle of all that, Dom Sibley just happily goes about his business. 117 not out.
I know he'll be hoping that McAndrew sticks round with him till the end of the day so that he can have a play out tomorrow as well. He's batted really well as Sibley. 117 off 277 balls and not really given away a lot of chances really at the start of the day in the first session.
In and bowls, a little bit short, and he pulls this out towards deep backward square leg for 4 runs. Just swivels onto his back foot, drags the ball behind square on the leg side, gets his first runs.
Yeah, at the start of the day, he had a few wafts at some balls around fourth, fifth stump, but apart from that, really, he's been faultless, really. Great technically and very patient innings, and I think he'd have hoped that a few of his mates would have stuck around, because the last 30 minutes probably won't have been a pleasure for him to watch at the other end.
No, as Paul was saying, just needs someone to stick about with him for a little bit here. Try and get this total north of 300, certainly at least. McAndrew defending away into the offside as Wood comes in and there's no run. 267 for 7.
So the media marketing box is 2 or 3 rooms to the right of us, and their view is directly behind the bowler's arms. That's where I sat to watch the 3 wickets come through, which was, you've got an amazing angle here from the media box, definitely no complaints at all, but when you're directly behind the bowler's arms, it was great to see the movement off the ball and off the new ball. And have a chat with Bumble, which, happy days, hey, you can't complain at that.
I'm a little disappointed that what you had at lunch is Wood comes left arm around the wicket and McAndrew steers it down into the gully and there's no run. That it wasn't a day that was capped off by having Lancashire hot pot for your lunch. I thought that was...
I know, I've made a few blunders today, haven't I? I haven't had the debutante Lancashire hot pot.
No.
It was a cottage pie.
It was a cottage pie,
pie, yeah, it's been confirmed.
Is that beef or lamb?
I think that is beef, potentially, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it's definitely not Brian Streatham.
No, no.
And then finally my sister asked, is Bumble a dating app?
Wood in a bowl to completely over, full and wide and left and through to the keeper, and it's 267 for 7. Sibley on 117 and McAndrew on 4.
So I can confirm that I have been working with Bumble, but not the dating app today.
No. Staying off that for today. Two overs remaining.
It's a beautiful evening. This is the best part of the day. There's been a lot of sunshine throughout the day, but it's broken through the clouds and it's shining down on Emirates Old Trafford this evening. Bailey to take the second to last over. He was pleased to get his last wicket. Did you see him?
I did.
He did send him off, didn't he?
Yes.
On his way.
Blimey. There's Bailey into Sibley. That's worked out towards mid-wicket for a single. 268 for 7. Yes, it was, wasn't it? Gave him the off you go.
That's where you want the stump mic in, isn't it? What's been going on? What's the crack been? But it's fired him up and it's definitely given Bailey what he deserved from the first session this morning. He bowled incredibly and it's nice to see him get a couple of wickets in this final session before end of play.
Yeah, 3 for 49 his figures for the day. Looking for his 4th now to McAndrew, but he leaves. Taken by Salt. And there's no run.
We've said throughout the day it's been neck and neck competition in terms of who's in front, who's on the front foot, who's on the back front, but I think Lancashire will be exceptionally pleased with how they've finished the day here. 268 for 7. It was looking like Warwickshire could have gone into tomorrow's session 4 down, maybe 5 down, but it looks like just putting in an extra slip. Oh, and he has slipped. Now he's in. Into gully is Villas. Nearly tripped en route.
3 slips in the gully then. Bailey in the sunshine, bowling to McAndrew, who defends, and there's no run.
So I think Lancs will feel on top, on the front foot coming into tomorrow's session. It's quite a flat track. They've worked really hard for the wickets, and it probably is more like a 450, 400 par wicket, so there'll be some hard work to be done from Sibley and partners who can stick it out. If McAndrew can stay there for the next 9 balls, I think both will be pleased by that.
Bailey comes in and bowls. And it's left by McAndrew. And there is no run. Edging towards the final few deliveries of this first day. 2 balls left for Tom Bailey, and then 1 over remaining tonight. Luke Wood will bowl that from the Statham end. 7 wickets down, 268 on the board. A centurion at the non-strikers end in Dom Sibley. Bailey bowls, edged. Well, it hit the knee of Keaton Jennings, and that's bounced in front of him. Oh, and he's always having a little hop up and down on the spot. He's Keaton Jennings as well. Rubbing the, looked like somewhere on his right knee, perhaps, something like that.
Yeah, it looked like that came through a bit quicker than he anticipated, because his hands were nowhere near the ball there. It's just pinged him straight on the knee. I'd like to catch that again, but it didn't look like there was a reaction there.
Keaton Jennings at second slip is still slightly crouched over with his hands wrapped around his knee. Settles into position. Bailey comes in and bowls. Steered away down through that gully region where Villas is doing his best to stop it. Balderson comes round and completes the fielding. That's Bailey's work for the day done, because he's completed his over, his 21st of the day. 3 for 50.
There's a ripple from the fans at Emirates Old Trafford. He's bowled brilliantly today. I think he's probably been the top pick of the seam attack. Really worked hard and come in from that Jimmy Henderson end fantastically. Taken a 3-for. He's deserved every single one of those.
Yes, yeah, he's been excellent again, hasn't he? Leads the attack so well. He's absolute kind of Mr. Consistent for Lancashire now for a number of seasons.
Finish up with the energy of Luke Wood.
What do you reckon then, these final 6 deliveries?
I think he's going to make them spicy, isn't he? That's for sure.
It's the word of the day to describe Luke Wood. Left arm around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes McAndrew. Is beaten through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Nearly an edge there. Play and miss. It's well bowled there from Luke Wood. 5 to come. Here we go. They'll be wanting 1 more to finish the day well. If you can get them 8 down, I think Lancs are laughing.
They'll be pretty happy so far. They'll be overjoyed with another one tonight. McAndrew off the back foot, trying to work the ball away through the offside. Up comes the captain, Dane Villas from Gully, to complete the fielding, and there's no run. But Hannum polishing the ball as he wanders back towards mid-off, hands it to Luke Wood. 4 balls left today. Look at the sunshine today.
It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning evening.
Still got the floodlights on.
Which is the more dominant light.
Wood in, balls. Oh, that's gone up in the air, down towards deep backward square leg. Who's underneath that? 2 running after it. Will it fall so short? It does. It just drops in between Parkinson and Bailey. Cries of catch. It went high down towards deep backward square leg. The pair of them doing their best to try and get somewhere in the vicinity to try and take the catch, and it fell in front of, well, almost actually between the pair of them, between Parkinson and Bailey, and it lands safe.
I think he top edged that. It's a short boundary on the onside here, and he's played across the line. The ball's gone sky high and just dropped between Parkinson and Bailey. That's unfortunate. It's not landed in the hands of anyone.
3 balls left. Wood in, balls, and McAndrew defends, angles the ball away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Dane Villas at Gully's crouching down. Bohannon at mid-off, likewise. There he is. Josh Burnham, looking forward to having a bat at some point tomorrow. 2 balls left. Wood from the Statham end.
It's got to be 2 balls on the money.
Missing one top edge so far in the over. That's hit firmly back down the ground. Wood gets a little something on it. Deflects it away from the stumps. Hassan Ali will catch up with it. McAndrew comes back for 2 and he moves to 9. And the score moves on to 273 for 7, and we've got 1 ball left of the day.
What do you think? Last ball, what's it going to be?
Yorker.
I think he's going to fire this around the 4th stump, looking for an edge.
Waiting for those 3 slips. Well, they're all in position. Here we go. Wood in bowls. Gets right forward as McAndrew. A foolish ball just outside off stump. And he defends it. He'll be there tomorrow to resume alongside Dom Sibley, who's been outstanding for Warwickshire today on 118 not out from 278 balls faced. What a fascinating first day. 2 even sessions this morning and this afternoon. Lancashire fire back in the evening session with a rattle of wickets in the last hour or so. They'll be thrilled with their work with the ball. Warwickshire 7 down at the close of play. 273 for 7. Phoebe, what's your thoughts on the day?
Yeah, I think it's been an excellent day of cricket. There's been some strong battles from Warwickshire. Sibley's played an outstanding innings, scoring 118 off 278 balls. I think Lancs will be pleased with that end session with the new ball. Bales bowled fantastically. And I think Lancashire have ended up coming out on top. 273 for 7. I think they'll be chuffed with that on a flat deck, and I think it was a game to win the toss. And I think Warwickshire will just be a bit disappointed that they haven't held the nerve in the final session.
Well, Bailey and Hassan walking off side by side. Hassan Ali with 1 for 65 today. Bailey the pick of the Lancashire bowlers, 3 for 50. Wood 1 for 51. And Matt Parkinson 2 for 58, both wickets coming in the afternoon session. Glenn Chappell, the Lancashire head coach, happy with what his side have done today in the field. Asked to bowl. Warwickshire have reached the close of play on 273 for 7, but it's Don Sibley's unbeaten century, 118 not out, 278 deliveries, his first century for Warwickshire since, I think Richard said 2019. In a nod of approval, and he'll be back tomorrow to continue, see if he can try and bat through the innings for Warwickshire. So a really intriguing first day, set up beautifully for day 2. Let's hope the weather forecast improves. There is a suggestion of a little bit of rain around, but fingers crossed that that doesn't materialise. And thoroughly enjoyed having Bumble and Alec with us again today, and likewise a wonderful debut, Phoebe. Thank you for your company. Hope you've enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed it.
The next time we hear from you, you'll have potentially have won the T20 competition with Lancashire.
Hopefully, yes.
And you will have played your first game, if not your first 2, for Thunder in the Charlotte Edwards, because that's underway a week Saturday.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, we look forward. Thank you for your company, Phoebe. Good luck for the season, but we'll certainly get you on commentary again between now and the end of the campaign, no doubt about it. There's the stand of the hover cover. It's a glorious evening here in Manchester at Emirates Old Trafford. The 2 umpires slowly making their way off. It's a picture-perfect night. It's been a really intriguing day's play. 273 for 7, Warwickshire. A sharp battle with the hover cover. I'll just say, enjoy the rest of your Thursday evening.
Well, that was a thoroughly entertaining day's cricket here in the County Championship. Warwickshire finishing the day on 273 for 7. 118 not out. And I thought the other feature of the day was the way that Lancashire really stuck to their task, bowled a really consistent line and length, and had a really good after-tea session. David Lloyd's alongside me. David, first of all, I think we must talk about Dominic Sibley. Yeah. He looks a much better arranged player, an organised player.
Totally different than what we saw in Test match cricket, where he looked to be floundering, his technique wasn't right. I'm really impressed. And when you start asking around, what's he done? He's decided that's not good enough. He's only 26, by the way. He's decided the way that he was playing is not good enough for international cricket. And so he declined a Lions tour, for the winter and spent all winter working on a new technique. What is his new technique? His side on. And that opens up different areas where he'd score. If you'd say today, before this game started, I would say block mid-wicket, block square leg, and this bloke won't score a run. He's played down the ground beautifully. He's played through cover. So by staying sideways and the bat coming to present the ball straight, he's opened up all sorts of areas where he can score. I think that's a real accomplished innings. I go as far as to say, if you're looking at this lad and didn't know his test match history, you'd say that's a test match player.
You used to be able to frustrate him out by bowling that 4th and 5th stump line, and eventually he'd either lose patience or he'd nick it to the keeper. It didn't look as though he was going to do that today.
No, he's got a great pitch, and so it looks like he's savvy. I don't know Dom Sibley, but if he's gone away and said, right, I've got to dismantle what I've been doing because it's not good enough, I've got to reinvent myself, and so he wasn't flustered in any way. The other thing, he looked like he really enjoyed it. I thought previously he's been cumbersome at the crease. He's been taking quick singles, he's been turning ones into twos, he's fit, and the other thing, it's not an ordeal. It looked like he really enjoyed his innings.
Yeah, well, good for Dom Sibley, good for Warwickshire, and possibly good for England as well in this coming summer. What impressed you most about Lancashire today, David? It was a hard day in the field. It's a good pitch, as you said. What impressed you most?
Last session. A last session can easily drift, and the head coach, Glenn Chappell, will be thrilled at what's happened there. This is a wonderful pitch. It's a test match venue. It's a test match pitch, and you've got to work hard. They've got a varied attack. There's no Mahmood, there's no Anderson, but Luke Wood comes into the team. Tom Bailey also. He's got the leg spinner. Hassan Ali has been terrific for Lancashire so far, and the attackers stuck at it. The other thing is the athleticism. They look fit, they look strong. There are many times when you get into a situation when you look and say, this is flat, there's nothing happening. The 3 down, the 4 down, we'll get a lot of runs as well. No, I think they look at this now, Lancashire, with Warwickshire winning the toss and batting first. If you get 7 wickets on day 1, when the Oppo have won the toss, you've had a good day.
Yeah, you're quite right about them looking fit, vital, and very aggressive, and especially impressive through that final session because, as you say, that's when heads can drop. There was not a hint of that at all, was there?
No, that is down to people who prepare the team. The preparation must be spot on. The leg spinner has been terrific, Parkinson. There's not much for him out there, but he's ball with good flight and change of pace. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Didn't come into the attack until sort of mid-afternoon. And so the attack is varied. The captaincy has been good. It's just the quality of county cricket that we've seen today. These are the county champions and the runners-up, so you'd expect it to be a high quality, and that's what it's been.
And staying with that quality, you would say that this is good preparation for Test match cricket? All this talk about county cricket not being good enough. Just come and have a look at what's been happening today at Emirates Old Trafford from both sides.
Yeah, we've had a good day, and I think the groundsman's had great time to prepare this pitch. So what you get every time at Emirates Old Trafford is a Test match pitch, so you've got to work hard. But they're not afraid of working hard. What we've seen from the bowlers today, and the game going back to when Lancashire played Gloucestershire here, it was exactly the same. You've not got to be afraid of hard work. Take what's on offer. And what you're seeing is, I think, a fabulous advert for county cricket. I mean, we've got the weather. I think we've been really lucky with the weather in this last month. Really, really lucky. Nevertheless, the players have responded.
David, thank you very much indeed for your time today. We'll see you again later on in the year, in a couple of weeks, I think, for the next game here at Emirates Old Trafford. You can see all of tomorrow's play, of course, on the club's social media channels, on YouTube, etc. And I hope you've enjoyed today's coverage, with Warwickshire finishing on 273 for 7. We'll say goodbye now from Emirates Old Trafford and leave you with a highlights package of today's play.